A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second edition of the PR and Corp Comm Women Achievers Summit and Awards 2021, presented by AdFactor's Knowledge-Driven Communication, powered by Standard Chartered Bank, Hero Motor Corp, PhonePe, and Hill & Knowlton Strategies, Gold Partner Tude Consult. Before we move forward this morning, I'd like to play the introductory audiovisual for all of you. Can we have the AV, please?
The second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication Women Achievers Summit and Awards 2021, presented by AdFactor's PR, powered by Standard Chartered Bank, Hero Motor Corp, PhonePe, Hill & Knowlton Strategies, Gold Partner, Tude Consulting. The Summit and Awards are the celebration of the contribution of women and their relentless pursuit of excellence in the field of public relations and communications. The second edition of the awards identifies, acknowledges, and felicitates those women leaders who are shaping the industry through their incredible work. Through this initiative, we also applaud the agencies and corporates who are setting remarkable examples by encouraging gender diversity in their work culture. This year's jury panel was headed by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Ms. Nidhi Hola, Microsoft. Mr. Partha Ghosh, Samsung. Ms. Rama Paul, ABP. Mr. Sanjeev Honda, Maruti. Mr. Subhayu Mishra, Standard Chartered Bank. Ms. Jasrita Dheer, Antara. Mr. Atul Sharma, Rudderfin. Ms. Pallavi Singh, Senior Business Advisor. Mr. Abhishek Gulyani, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Ms. Ruchira Jaitley, HMD. Ms. Kavita Jagtiani, Pidilite. Ms. Parachi Mohapatra, Dr. Reddy's. Exchange for Media and the jury congratulates all the winners.
Once again, a very warm welcome and very good morning to everyone who's joined us today. It's a very special day as it's the second edition of the PR and Corp Comm Women Achievers Summit. And I'm Khyati Kawa, your host. It's a pleasure to be the host to all of you. It is my second year in running with this IP as well. Now, let me tell you something about the Women Achievers Summit. Brought together illustrious women leaders who are stalwarts, pioneers, revered in their field of work. As per a recent report by Catalyst, in 2019, women held only 8% of management roles, 9% of business management roles, and were only 2% CEOs of India. Within communication industry, around 60 to 80% of workforce are women. 30% of the PR agencies are run by women leaders. Women not only bring creativity, as we all know, multifaceted talents, but also empathy and flexibility. Exchange for Media, through its initiative of Women Achievers Summit, wants to bring fresh perspective on trends, challenges, opportunities for the women in this industry. Today, we have all a very power-packed session starting with 5 keynote sessions, 6 panels, and the key discussions will focus on subject of gender diversity, creativity, self-growth, world beyond COVID, PR and communication skills and strategies, of course. As the day unfolds, we will hear stories unheard and untold by the pioneers of the communication domain. Now, before I take you on this journey, let's quickly take a look at our partners audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
हे, नया स्कूटर लेने का सोच रही थी ना? कौन सा लिया?
हॉट पिंक या बेबी पिंक? गर्ल्स को क्या सोचना? वाओ, नई प्लेजर,
राइट?
ओके।
पहले ना मैंने पावर का सोचा। नहीं है ये सोच मुड़िया आदत डाल लो। फिर पता है क्या सोचा?
क्या सोचा?
माइलेज खंडाला चले।
ओके।
छोड़ना। फिर सोचा अबाउट पावर टू वेट रेशियो। आदत डाल लो। अब इन सब में तुम्हारे पिंक का सोचना तो मैं भूल ही गई। अब पता है क्या सोच रही हूँ?
क्या सोच रही हो?
Why should boys have all the fun? Whole new style, zippy ride, but वही easy handling. नई हीरो Pleasure Plus.
हर बार जब तुम बस अपनी सुनती हो, What will people say में नहीं पढ़ती हो, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी। हर बार जब नहीं देखती तुम घड़ी की सुई, जब हर बात को नहीं कहती तुम सही, हर बार जब तोड़ती हो ग्लास सीलिंग, जब खुल के एक्सप्रेस करती हो फीलिंग, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी।
ओके।
छोड़ना। फिर सोचा
हर बार जब लगाती हो कमेंट्स पे ब्रेक, जब करती हो अपने करियर को एक्सेलरेट, और हर बार जब तुम बेफिक्र बिंदास सड़कों पे निकलती हो, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी, क्योंकि आजादी तुम्हारे लिए एक दिन नहीं, एक आदत है। मनाओ आजादी हर बार, हर दिन।
जस्ट फोन पे।
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill & Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing.
Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
Thank you once again to all our partners, and thank you, all of you, for joining us here today. Now, I would like to invite on forum Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to formally inaugurate the summit. He sent us his video message here. But before we play that, I'd like to inform all of you that we are buzzing on Twitter. So we'd like all of you to not forget to tweet to us about this fantastic morning and evening using the hashtag, which is E4M Power Women Achievers Summit, E4M PR Women Achievers Summit, E4M PR Women. All of these hashtags can be used. Use all of them or one of them, but do tell us about the event and what do you feel about it. So here we have Dr. Anurag Batra's video message. Can we play that, please?
Good morning. Welcome to the second edition of the Exchange for Media Women PR and Communication Professionals Summit and Awards. This is the second edition of this initiative, which recognizes the leaders who are women in the corporate communications PR domain. The media advertising marketing domain itself has a high participation of women across leadership, across middle level. The PR and communication industry possibly has a dominance of women. This is one domain where, if we did research, the number of women in PR and Corp Comm is tremendous. So this initiative looks at leaders who are making a difference, who are at the cusp of being a catalyst to change, and who are making impact not only in their organization but beyond that. We're talking on 2nd July 2021. I hope the last 12 odd weeks have been good for you and your family. You are safe for your organizations. I know it's been a tough time, but as they say, tough people last, tough times don't. So clearly, I'm sure you have refocused, re-energized, and re-emerged to be able to go on with whatever you set out to do. I wish all the winners today evening, 6 p.m. is the awards. The PR and communication industry possibly has a dominance of women. This is one domain where, if we did research, the number of women in PR and Corp Comm is tremendous. So this initiative looks at leaders who are making a difference, who are at the cusp of being a catalyst to change, and who are making impact not only in their organization but beyond that. We're talking on 2nd July 2021. I hope the last 12 odd weeks have been good for you and your family. You are safe for your organizations. I know it's been a tough time, but as they say, tough people last, tough times don't. So clearly, I'm sure you have refocused, re-energized, and re-emerged to be able to go on with whatever you set out to do. I wish all the winners today evening, 6 p.m. is the awards. Congratulations to all the shortlisted nominees. Congratulations for being shortlisted. I'm sure you'll do well next year. And throughout the day, we have thought leaders who are women who will talk to us about their professional and personal journeys. So I look forward to celebrating the milestones of these women leaders with all of you. I'm sure you get inspired by their journeys and their stories. I am and I will. We at Exchange for Media wish you good luck. Stay safe. Get vaccinated. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. He sets the context right for this event. And now, without further ado, as we have our speakers, panelists already on board. Will not waste any time, but request all of you to be active during the event. Tweet to us your key highlights from the event, from the sessions, and we're moving towards our first panel discussion, which is going to talk about women power in PR and purview on affluent leadership skills. We have esteemed panelists for this discussion. We have with us Ms. Shivani Gupta, Chief Happiness Officer, SPAG Asia, Ms. Pooja Pathak, Co-founder and Managing Director, Media Mantra, Ms. Archana Jain, Managing Director, PR Pandit, Ms. Manisha Chaudhary, Founder and Director, Value 360 Communication, Lavina Gujral, COO, Candor Communication, and moderating this session is Ms. Tarunjit Ratan, Founder, PRPOI. A very warm welcome to you, ladies. And Tarunjit, just to give you a markup, we have 40 minutes for this discussion. We are looking forward to this very interesting discussion with all you lovely ladies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khyati. Yes, that was a note on me make sure that I keep a watch on the time. I'm so happy to be hosting this session with all such awesome ladies out here. So let's get started. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the first E4M session for the PR and Corp Comm Women Achiever Summit, where today we will discuss and gather insights on women power in PR and purview on affluent leadership. This is the second edition of the Women Achiever Summit and Awards, and it's a celebration of womanhood and the contribution of the relentless pursuit of excellence in the field of PR and communications. And today, to talk to us on the subject, we have with us a remarkable panel of women who have made an impact in the industry across segments and generations. Without much ado, let me introduce you to our panel. We have with us Shivani Gupta, SPAG Asia, Pooja Pathak, Media Mantra, Archana Jain, PR Pandit, Manisha Chaudhary, Value 360 Communication, Lavina Gujral, Candor Communications. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarunjit. So let's get started, right? As Mr. Batra also said, and all of us have seen it throughout our experience in the industry, women have dominated the PR space just in sheer numbers. But for the benefit of our viewers, could you help us understand why and what makes this field more appealing? Archana and Lavina, I'd like you to kind of, share your perspective first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I think it's a great time for women in PR and marketing. Women have the opportunity to become the driving force, take leadership positions. I think more and more companies, not just in PR and advertising, but across industries, is recognizing and promoting individuals based on their talent rather than on their gender, right? And the same is being emulated in our industry too. And it's nothing is more inspiring than seeing women in the industry that are willing to take risks, are coming out of maybe projecting more innovative ways to reach and influence the right audiences. And we are seeing also some inspirational sort of role models for us to follow. For example, Meenu Handa in her global role at Google, so that'll inspire a lot of young people to come in and join our profession. I think that is what makes the profession quite appealing.
Absolutely. And I love the background that you have. We're still buzzing from home. We all are.
Yeah, we're working from home till the end of September right now. Everybody's got to be double vaccinated.
Absolutely. Pooja, would you like to add your views to that?
Yeah, so, as Archana had rightly said about the impact and, how women roles have become very powerful. Also the fact that multitasking and problem solving skills, which, are key components which women bring on the table, and compassion is something which I feel that women are able to nurture it better. So I think these are skill sets which probably is the real thing that why there is so much of fascination for this kind of a trend coming up.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that. While we all agree this is an appealing field, there are a few key skills I feel that one needs to have, not just to make it, but to actually thrive in the industry. Can you share three top skills that you would want women in PR to focus on? Pooja, Manisha, and Lavina, could we hear your views first?
Yeah, so I'll start. So I think three skills which I feel women should definitely have in this fast evolving industry is being agile. The media landscape and the way we are consuming content is changing. So we need to adapt quickly to use these medium. And yes, the constant need for upskill. These are the three skills I feel is required. Yeah.
I think I'd just like to add to that and say that, because the situation today we are in is not something any of us have experienced before. So there is a need to, be a constant learner, to have a collaborative approach to our work, towards, whatever we are involved in, and also to have a higher degree of empathy in today's scenario, right? Because people are stretched. People are in a situation where there has been no precedent that they could have looked up to, or so right from leadership onwards, right down to the newest kid that you have on your team. Everyone
Right.
is at a different level, coping with things, coping with struggle. So I don't think that we need to, I think at this point, look for newer traits in ourselves also, to be able to do better at what we do.
Okay. That's very relevant. Shivani, would you want to add to that?
Thank you, Taranjeet. I believe that women naturally have the attribute of creating a strong ecosystem, and the three things which I think that really carry forward women very strongly are the courage, compassion, and the connection. The way I think women are able to carry forward in terms of courageously multitask things that balance, the work-life balance. And of course, all of us know the kind of empathy when we are talking about, so the kind of connection a woman can make, whether it's, with your peers, your clients, or through the messaging, through your campaigns.
Right.
These are three important aspects which I feel are the key to any woman in any industry.
Absolutely.
Taranjeet, may I just add another couple of points?
Sure.
Okay. I believe that, we need to look at two other factors, which is how is it that we increase our influence? I say this because, to be able to influence decision making at every level of the organization is going to be very, very important. We can be excellent professionals, we can have great writing skills, being able to sort of create campaigns, but unless we are able to navigate and convince people of the value of PR and communication in general, we're not going to get that seat on the table, right?
Right.
And I think to be able to influence the conversation is more important than having superior skills today. Then the second point that I think is something that the industry needs is mentoring. All of us need a network of people from whom we can exchange point of views, right? If we know each other, we can pick up the phone on each other, get a point of view. As Tom Peters, really the management guru, said once, true leaders don't create followers, but create leaders. So we need to nurture leaders in as women leaders. So we must support more women in our industry. And so whether it means speaking to students or within our companies or outside the companies, young managers that are trying to, maybe other entrepreneurs, that's become something that I think is the need of the hour. Thank you.
That it would be amazing if a mentorship program of sorts, specifically in PR entrepreneurship, were to take place. Maybe it's another opportunity for each one of the PR firms, or maybe for them to create a forum like that. That would be wonderful. Yeah. But I hear you. While we've all spoken about empathy on some level or the other, learnability and increasing influence. These are two crucial skills that I agree we must do so that you can get it right. So how do you actually get started on it? How do you start, nurturing learnability in the teams that we have, in ourselves? how does one get started on enhancing influence, given the situation that all of us are working in? The question is open to the floor. If any one of you would like to start first, that would be wonderful. Ashna, why don't we start with you on increasing influence?
Okay. I think increasing influence is linked very much to the mentorship, right?
Right.
If you have the confidence, somewhere along the line, um, if I look at it, there's been a gender imbalance, right? I mean,
Right.
that's because historically there's been inequity in leadership. Men have always had the stronger role, and that needs to change. And that needs to change in the way we, maybe the organization culture that we inculcate and we foster in all of our organizations. It's not like big initiatives are required. It's just small little things, maybe making your teams more inclusive. If you have a sort of a committee on a particular subject, make sure that there's a balance. And I'm not just talking about PR, because in PR we still have a lot of women, but
Right.
in other industries too. It has to something. I think it's going to be systemic. It has got to be across society, where women kind of come to the fore, and that'll encourage more and more women leaders for sure. An area that I find is women tend to be more inhibited. There's a lack of confidence. They just self-belief is a major inhibitor, where women limit their options to, okay, when the opportunity drops on that table, they're very happy to, rather than go chase that. And we're seeing that change, but there's a lot more that has to happen. There have to be role models that we need to, so when you hear of a fencer who's going to the Olympics, or you hear of Deepika who's won the sort of archery thing, those are role models that women definitely we need to get more people to sort of recognize that, learn about them, and therefore follow the unexpected path. And if we can,
Absolutely.
we must strongly believe in putting ourselves outside that, to create an opportunity, own the unexpected, and create something new. I think that'll foster a lot of change. But so you've got to have role models, and you've got to sort of break down that lack of confidence by nudging more of the young people forward.
Interesting. So I was reading, recently reading this HBR corporate research that had just come up. And they spoke about the fact that, when they asked women themselves to rate themselves on leadership skills and different parameters, it was found that a lot of them rated themselves much lower when it came to leadership positions. But this confidence that you're talking about, substantially increased as they hit 40 and above. And that was a time that the confidence with men in leadership kind of started declining. Now, that's an interesting conundrum. But each one of the panelists to give us, one key thing, because self-doubt, self-bias is a very crucial thing that, we kind of kill our own opportunities before somebody else has to. Yeah. I would like each one of the panelists to, recommend one thing to all our women PR and Corp Comm attendees today that will help them kind of get over this self-bias. Pooja, let's start with you.
So, I feel, Taranjit, that, career interruptions that happen, the hindrance sometimes is also restricted to the way we kind of feel. So my tip would be that you got to be yourself very, confident, and you got to be very sharp and out there, because if we limit ourselves into that thing, we will, of course, get into those things. And another thing is that it's percent or 90% and still be out there. So every role you can't do 100% right. So delegate the work. If you can't do it yourself, delegate the work. But if you have a strong career that you want to foster for yourself, yes, you have to yourself get out of that hindrance block and do it yourself. So my thing would be that do it yourself, be that, runner yourself. Nobody else will do it for you.
Understood. Shivani, how does one, get over the self-bias?
So Taranjeet, I think the self-bias and self-doubt begins right from the childhood, when it's more like conditioning is such, when
Right.
you are kind of always told that you are supposed to do this, you're supposed to not do that. But I see that with millennials and Gen Z into the workforce, things change. And I see that the sharpness, and I see that, looking up to something. I think it is very important to find a mentor, to find, I don't say that you need to find one particular influencer or anybody you look up to, one person, but I think pick up things from all of the places, and you can kind of build that your own uh, characteristics and attribute in yourself. And
Right.
a lot of millennials, and I think most of the millennials and Gen Z are now doing that. There is no one idol like earlier. Always used to talk about, oh, I have this role model, I have that idol. Now I think people really talk about pick up attributes from different successful women, men, whoever it would be. And I think that diversity has already started in terms of taking place, in terms of the mindset of people. So
Right.
that is something that I would still suggest everybody, that look up to picking up the most important attributes you like in others and learn from them.
Absolutely. Having a good role model makes a lot of difference. Manisha and Lavina, would you like to add to that?
So, we have heard it from many people that if you are in your self-doubt, you have to work on your emotional quotient or intelligent quotient. However, for women specifically, I would like to add that along with other questions, it's very important to work on our you quotient and why quotient. You quotient is basically, acknowledge your weaknesses, work on your strength, and then carry forward in your life. And why question is define the purpose of your life, where I'm not just talking about the happiness, but other aspects, that you can actually question, while thinking that how to move forward in our life. So I think, it's very important to engage all these questions together, and then try to do big things in your life. Definitely, such, small steps which you will take, to work on your personality, definitely going to, remove self-doubt, whatever you have in your, life.
Absolutely. Self-introspection always helps. Lavina?
Yeah, I also think that we need to know our core values and our core strengths, right? Once we are sure of what those are, we can build from there on. The rest of it, a lot, like everyone has said, depends on mentoring.
I think
I
Tarunji.
think that the core values and our needs and what we stand for, let's just keep that in focus, because women are born with a few inherent traits which I think we are, like everyone has, and multitasking and problem solving and all of that. So I think if those things we try to build on from there, I think it's a great place to start from.
Yeah, since has seems to Tarunji shouldn't have dropped out, I'll just continue and add on another point that yes, you all spoke about the fact that we need to play to our best skills, etc. But I think learning constantly is another thing that will yield a little bit of confidence. If you're sure, like, because the outside ecosystem, specifically in PR, keeps changing so rapidly that we need to be learning all the time, always being at the cutting edge of innovation or technology, because that's what our profession requires. It's important to be looking at what trends are there, what's going to happen next, then figure out how to stay ahead of them. So how do we master new mediums, like whether it be social media, podcasts, influencer marketing? Only then you will have that disruptive or clutter breaking campaign idea to impact stakeholder communication, whether it be in the B2C or the B2B domain, predictive and analytics and those mega trends as well.
So yeah, in continuation to what Archana has mentioned, in 2020, we had seen the kind of challenges, that were thrown upon us with, pandemic, we had to suddenly make changes in the way we were working and communicating with our internal and external stakeholders. So yeah, I completely agree with what Archana has mentioned. Constant upskilling and learning is very, very important. We have seen the kind of, paradigm shift that has happened in the PR industry in last decade. Innovation and technology has taken a center stage, and now it's no more about just telling a story. It is also about driving a conversation across multiple mediums that are available to consume content. So yeah, I was just backing up what Archana just mentioned.
Rethink, relearn, and adapt to the situation is what I think.
But it's interesting that all of you have mentioned learnability, reskilling, upskilling as one of the key skills. However, when we look at a majority of the workforce, a lot of them want to finish familiar, which becomes a challenge for it again creates another hurdle or another challenge for people or towards their own growth. Is there something that you would like to add, which will help women in PR and communication understand how to unlearn and relearn? Manisha and Lavina, would like you to address that.
No, I just see one of the things that have changed in the past few years is how much technology has crept into our lives, right? There was a time when PR and technology, unless you were working on a hardcore technology client, there wasn't too much, association for PR professionals on the technology front. Now, agencies have within themselves built a large framework of technical competencies with which are used in the our day-to-day business, be it in measurements or tracking or what have you. On the other side, on the client side, I cannot think of a single industry today that doesn't have a technology element, right?
Right.
So that in itself is a huge change that has come. So I wouldn't say that we need to unlearn what we have, but I just like to say that I don't think we will ever be at a point that we could afford to stop learning, right? So, and especially being a women-driven industry, and women and technology is a whole different discussion, and it's getting better every day. But for all of us to be able to understand the technological aspect, both on the client side, the media side, and the within the agency side, I think that is one area where we will see a lot of growth and a lot of changes coming from there in the coming years.
Absolutely. Manisha?
Yeah, so Lavina has mentioned, a good points here, but I would like to answer it from a different, angle. So yes, we have to learn, and constant upskilling is important, and we have discussed it many times also. But I also feel that women need a lot of support, both from the organization side and a personal family side, to continue their journey, for a longer period, so that they get an opportunity to unlearn and learn. We also we know that still in many families, women are a primary caregiver. Sometimes that become a hindrance for them to continue or excel in their profession. I feel that the entire ecosystem has to be oriented where, at workplace level, we are introducing flexible, policies for expectant mothers or working mothers, etc. And at the community level, we all women, we have to join hands together to extend support to them when they need it at the personal level. So I think if entire ecosystem will work together, I'm sure, we have proved our mettle, we have proved our potential. There are so many women leaders also in the industry. We are ready to learn, unlearn, we are ready to, upskill ourselves. But I think here I feel sometimes, there is a gap that needs to be filled, with the proper support, both at the workplace level and at the personal or family level. Yeah.
Can I add to what Manisha said here? When we are talking about the policies and we are talking about the workplace practices, I think it is very important to have balanced policies and balanced workplace practices. When we talk about, maternal leaves, when we talk about, women leaves, caregiving leaves, it should be a balanced, policies, which is government public policies or the workplace policies. It shouldn't be just like for a woman. I think unless and until it starts from having a balance between the genders, in terms of even the leaves, when we are talking about maternal, paternal, if the person is a caregiver, that person should be getting the equal amount of leaves. That's where I think we start building in the sense of equality. That's where we start building in the sense of, yeah, everybody is in the same ecosystem and everybody is equally responsible. If we try keep favoring one particular section, then obviously we are still, on one hand, we are trying to fight the gender inequality, and on the other hand, we are still trying to give them the extra benefits, whereas, and we are telling, okay, you are the caregiver and men are supposed to be working, which is not the fact.
It's interesting that you bring up this point now, because my next question is directly on this. A lot has been said about gender balance, equality, especially in the last year, when the role of women, as she mentioned, that is primarily been given to women, right? The role of caregiver has been given to the woman, and it's been touted as the shadow pandemic. But and a lot of corporates, a lot of agencies have been talking about balancing this equation out. Have things changed for the better, or in reality, for women on the ground, has the needle moved beyond campaign talk? Pooja, I would like you to address that first. Has that happened? Has that happened in your agency?
So, Tarunjit, I would also like to bring it from the client perspective. There are a lot of clients that, we had in the manufacturing industry that we are handling. And, it was a perception that how can a woman actually lead that wing? But today, their CEO, there's, in a way, so this self-talk, that awareness talk has happened for good. And also in our organization also, it is very gender inclusive, and it is more talent driven. It is more talent oriented. But yes, sometimes these conversations are also important, because women themselves have to know that they too have the power to do a lot of things. So this needle, I think, has worked out in a positive manner only. And from the recruitment phase itself, if there are women, we definitely talk about the perks. We definitely talk about the benefits that we can give to them. So in that context, it has worked to a better.
Right. Okay. Would anybody want to add to this?
Yeah, I mean, at PR Pandit, we are at 85% women workforce, right? We are proud about that. We've always, and I think we've built that because from way back in 2004, 2005, we've encouraged and welcomed women back to the workforce after they've had to take break to start a family or to become caregivers in any situation. The flexibility to work from home has been consciously sort of encouraged. I think those simple measures have, it's only now that the government has sort of come in and said, okay, now we have a 6 months maternity. But at that point of time, I remember two of my very senior colleagues today who had to, had babies to nurture, and they said, we are not ready to come back to work. But we want to get stimulated. So we said, yes, continue working from home in a limited manner. So you can take a limited road, you can have limited hours, so that you can balance your life. And I think those options, once available to women, will certainly I think the pandemic will assist this, because in a way, the metrics of evaluating work from home have, each organization has kind of figured out a way to do so. And I think that'll be a really good point in the long run for women to sort of be integrated back into the workforce once they take a break.
Absolutely.
I just want to add that no doubt gender diversity or inclusivity is very vital for any workplace. But it is also important to understand, that gender diversity, it is more than maintaining the fair number of genders in your workplace. It is very important that, at an organization level, we actually empower women and, pave the way for them so that they can take leadership roles in the organization. So yeah, and there have been studies that the companies, those who are maintaining healthy gender diverse in their organization, are actually performing better growth wise or financial outcome type, and in the basis of financial outcome, they are performing much better. Why? It is also because you're having a wider talent pool in your system. You are having people from multiple experiences who are, adding a lot of value or giving different perspectives to your work. So yeah, so it is important, but yeah, it has to be taken beyond just maintaining the mere numbers. We have to empower our, women,
Absolutely. And since I have, since I have such amazing, women on this panel today, I'll be amiss if I don't ask you this one question. What is that one leadership trait without which, moving ahead and heading an agency or heading a department will not be possible? It'll give our audience a clue about what to work on. One skill.
Could I go first?
Yes, absolutely.
I think listening. I think that's seriously something that women are good at. But I think it's also something that we need to consciously channel. Communication does involve a lot of creativity, writing, strategy, etc. But the skill that can put all of this into action and channel it towards success is listening. So listen to your customers, listen to your clients. What are they talking about? What are competition saying? What is the feedback that you're getting on a particular campaign, right? How can you, as you strengthen this, and input it, you would be able to adapt into a much more stronger campaigns and strategies.
Interesting. All the years that we have been taught to be good little girls and listen can actually be turned into an advantage.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, Tarunjit, I would like to talk about that.
Yes.
So one skill would be, yeah, hello. Yeah.
Is Pooja going first or I'm going first?
You go first. That's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to add here in continuation with what Archana said, it's also about in terms of creating circles of belonging. When we talk about, that's an instinct naturally that I think women have. And that's an instinct which has a deep respect when we talk about, being good storytellers.
Awesome. Pooja?
A prioritization. So I feel once you're able to prioritize things, it just kind of, helps you streamline a lot of things. So prioritization for me, I think, is that one skill which should not be a miss for sure.
Absolutely.
So one quality which I would like to add is to, as a leader, we should have an ability to convert an obstacle into an opportunity. I think I learned this lesson when I started my company, which was at the peak of global economic slowdown, and then fast forward to 2020 when the pandemic happened. So I think I was able to apply, that knowledge and, and was able to convert, the opportunities, that we able to convert the adversities into opportunities for the entire organization. Yeah.
Absolutely. Very good advice. Lavina?
Yeah, I think for me, the one key thing to keep in mind is to be able to build a narrative at any given point of time, regardless of what the situation is. I think that would take into account many factors like listening, like empathizing, like, whatever, converting an opportunity, obstacle into an opportunity, all of those things. But you must always know that, yes, I have the ability to be able to build a narrative. I have some inherent skills. I've developed some skills. We have the potential. I have the means to collaborate, all of that. So I think if we keep in mind the fact that, building a narrative is what PR is all about, whether internal or external.
Interesting. So while we've spoken a lot about the past and the present, let's end the panel on a note from the future, right? What are the changes that you see happening in the next couple of decades in the PR and communication industry? Archana, let's start with you.
I would hope to see more women leaders. Okay. On this forum, I can't but say that, right? But really on the professional side, I think COVID-19 has fast-tracked everything, including the evolution of the digital landscape. And as a result, PR has undergone a lot of changes.
Right.
It's imperative for professionals to stay ahead of the curve in this digitally savvy world that we are living in, and ace how to leverage technology for the benefit of our craft.
Absolutely. Manisha?
So I feel that, technology will keep playing an important role in the next decade as well. And I feel that, authenticity and transparency will take a center stage. Dealing with very smart audiences, and, they are aware of fake news and other things. I think it is, for us, it will be very important. Even technology will keep playing a central role, but authenticity and transparency will become a key. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that will be a key factor in helping change the reputation of the entire PR industry as well. Yeah. Shavani?
Apart from, of course, technology, which we have been talking about, and going forward, that's going to be the thing. I think a lot of focus is also going on purpose driven campaigns. So like Manisha mentioned, people understand, people are savvy, people cannot just kind of tell them what create a story. There has to be a purpose behind anything. There has to be some standard positive change which you are actually making when you are working on a campaign, or there is a strategy. So that, I think, is definitely very important, apart from working having hands on with the technology.
Absolutely. Lavina?
I think for me, I think agencies need to be more wholesome in their in their offerings to clients. That is what we'll see happening. We'll see a lot of experiential stuff coming into PR. We'll see a lot of creative, things happening in PR. It could be technology enabled, whatever. But I think overall, the industry is moving towards a single point of contact for their marketing requirements, and I think we will see a lot of consolidation on that front in the future.
Absolutely. Pooja?
Yeah, so as we already have seen that post-pandemic, PR has already started taking a center stage at most cases, and now I think the role of PR would start from the boardrooms. So that is how it's going to be an upsurge that we see, and how the dynamics of communication would really change.
Right. Very, very, we need to see all these trends come into play in the near future, maybe in the next couple of years. I'm hoping we don't have to wait for a decade for all these conversions to happen. Yeah. So on that note, we'll bring this discussion to a close. Any parting shots that one of you would like to?
The Q&A. There are some questions in the Q&A. Just check.
Hold on. Okay, so there's one question from Manisha. Why are women domination number of PR and Corp Comm? Why do women dominate in the field of PR and Corp Comm? Any discrimination and what is strength?
There is no discrimination. I think we are very good in storytelling, and we have some inherent qualities that make us fit, for the profession. However, I do not believe in being gender specific, whether male or female. I think everyone has contributed a lot in shaping this, industry. So yeah, so I feel yes, PR is a female-dominated industry. But yes, I think still a lot needs to be done at the leadership level. We are seeing a lot of leaders, but as Archana mentioned, we want to see more women leaders.
But it's interesting to note how the word discrimination, I think for the first time associated with women, it's never been like that.
It is interesting. I see it from the other end. I'm sure men wonder the same thing. Another question, do you need to be a page 3 personality to be in the PR industry?
Absolutely not. My answer is very clear. Absolutely not, because maybe the kind of clients that we work with are primarily B2B. So really there is no page 3 concept in the B2B world. So no, we are very happy to be behind the scenes, or just
I second
so far as the client knows that we are, so far as the client knows my importance, I'm happy with that.
I think you need to, what he's probably trying to understand is whether you need to be a center of influence. Yes, we need to be a center of influence in the kind of industry that we are in, and be able to sort of table trends to our clients. So whether it be in the B2B or the B2C, if you need to be networked, and that is very, very important, right? To be able to sort of open doors for our clients in industry chapters or on the right platforms, then yes, sure, you need to be certainly somebody who is a center of influence.
Very, very well put, both of you. On that note, I will bring this discussion to a close. Khyati is on the screen. That means it's not time to leave. Thank you to a wonderful panelists for sharing such insightful views with us. And a big shout out to the entire E4N team and Karan for putting this event together. We at PRPOI have been delighted to moderate this session for you today. Thank you for joining us and stay tuned for more interesting discussions on this forum today. Khyati, over to you. And I did this in time.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for keeping it crisp. And thank you, all of you ladies, for bringing out such great insights. I can see from the Q&A and the audience interaction happening on different platforms that they really enjoyed this session. So thank you so much for your time and being here on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarun.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tarunjit. Thanks, ladies, Manisha, Shivani, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind all of you that keep tweeting to us about the event, your key insights, anything that were the highlights for you with the hashtag E4M Women Achievers Summit or E4M Women. We're moving forward to our first keynote session of the day and really excited to bring on board Miss Elzandi. She's the APAC Head Regional Marketing and Market Development from Bayer. She has done multifarious initiative for the cause of women empowerment. And today on this platform, she will be talking on the topic of women empowerment through agriculture and food, the role of communication in supporting the cause. So very warm welcome to you, Elzandi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's great to be here. I'm going to start off just by telling a little bit about my own story. And I hope that there's some learnings or tidbits that can actually apply. It was actually good to listen to the previous speakers in the panel because it's very different. The world that I'm operating in is very much a male-dominated world, agriculture. So if you walk into my office, you would think that I have an ordinary job, that perhaps I graduated from high school, went to college, and started working my way up the corporate ladder. But my career did not take such an organized linear path. And yours certainly doesn't have to either. That should not be the expectation. It should rather be an exception if your career is taking a linear path. So where am I from? I was born and raised in South Africa. I have a bachelor's degree in genetics and mathematics and an associate's degree in teaching. So I taught mathematics for 6 years for postgraduate math college students and grade 11 and 12 students while I was still educating myself. So I went on to get a master's degree in plant breeding and an MBA. The first 2 degrees was full-time while being a student, and the others were all happening while having a full-time job, getting married, starting a family, and very, very aggressively start to build my career. To say my career path was unexpected is an understatement. Every job I took had some uniqueness to it, either being the youngest, most of the time being the only female, and always the one with the least experience for that specific job. This was many times, as you can expect, a surprise to others and the people around me. For me, though, it was not even a consideration. And that brings me to the second topic that I want to touch on, and that is what drives success. And this is not just something that I'm speaking from my own experience. For many years, I've been advocating for females in career, for women in the workplace, and working with students at all levels to try and figure out what is it that makes up that magic recipe, and how do we support and enable women to optimize their contribution in the workplace. And for me, really, It all boils down to equipping yourself to be the absolute best candidate, which leads into how you navigate the competitive job market and how do you differentiate yourself from others. It's simple. You have to be authentic, be real, and live with passion. Make the world see and know what you're passionate about. Don't try to mimic what you see around you. Don't necessarily try to mimic and become the leaders that you see are successful. It's really about who are you and what do you bring to the table. So the first step, and I've touched on it in one of my previous comments, is you have to ensure that you are the absolute best qualified candidate. Educating and daily learning, looking for those opportunities to equip yourself with skills and qualifications, and being a lifelong learner, it's a mindset and a lifestyle that you have to adopt. So always think about, what is it that I have in my toolbox? What are the skills that I've really cemented in me as an individual? And where are those areas that I can further build out my skill set? So that's the hardcore learning skill set part. Then once you have done that, you have to identify the job that is a balance between requiring the skill sets that you've got, utilizing your natural strengths, but at the same time, offer opportunities for you to learn new things, to further develop yourself. I myself have not taken a job where I had already done at least 50% of what the job required. So if you look at the job description, I can check the box on 50% of what's required for this job. The other 50%, I view as my learning and development opportunity. And I'm very clear on how I use my strengths to overcome my gaps. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. So first of all, equip yourself to be the best. Identify the job that offers a balance between you adding value and you having a development and growth opportunity. Then thirdly, once you have secured that role, focus 100% on performance. Ensure that you exceed everyone's best expectations. Focus on your team and what the team jointly and individually need to accomplish. Go that extra mile to ensure that you do everything in your power to help your teammates and the joint group to achieve and be successful. This is really critical, and this is also how you will distinguish yourself from the rest. You will earn and build a lot of trust and credibility, and most needed, the recognition and the support that you need from your peer group to be recognized as someone that can advance their career. People recognize great leadership in those that serve the people around them. And this is something that I want to leave with you. And it really worked for me in the tough environment that I had to build my career. If you're the odd one out, if you're the one that people question what you bring to the table, this is a really great way to prove your existence and the value that you can add to the team. And then lastly, if you are successful in the first 3 steps, the fourth will follow, and that will be to find that next opportunity. How do you advance to the next step? That opportunity will present itself, and it will be well-deserved, and the timing will align with your personal readiness to go after the next opportunity, which brings you back to step 1, where you start thinking about, what is my skill sets? How do I further build out what I can learn? And then you go through the whole cycle again. Now, these are all easy things to say. It's a little bit harder to actually execute. And it makes me think about what challenges do women face? And how do we behave to take ownership of our own destinies? The one thing that I can say that my own career and many of the successful females that I observed around me did was you have to do things your own way. Do not wait for others and try to do things the way that others, previous generations have done it. This is a different world. And we have to recognize that if we want to have it all, having it all does not include doing things the same way that previous generations did it. You have to get creative and be bold, and really own how you want to achieve what you set out for yourself to accomplish. We must get creative and find new ways of doing things. So what am I talking about? That include finding ways on how you partner with your spouse or your life partner. Roles in the relationship and the family life and setting is going through an evolution at last. The world in totality around us have been evolving and changing for many years, but somehow the male-female roles in the typical household have been frozen in time. Now, here's the great news, ladies. It's time to change, and the change will be for the better, especially for the people on this call. That, though, is very closely tied to your confidence. You have to build your confidence, and confidence comes really from within. Being comfortable in your own skin and truly understanding and liking, be in favor of your strengths, your weaknesses, and your opportunities for development. Take time to really think about this and be brutally honest with yourself. If you do not know what these are, or you struggle to pinpoint these different facets of the individual and who you are, ask the people that you love and trust and that knows you very well. You must thoroughly understand what you are good at and how those strengths could compensate for your weaknesses. Be clear on where your development opportunities are and really look for ways to improve in those areas. And once you have this, you have to be able to tell your story, and tell your story in 2 minutes with a lot of conviction. So what do I mean by that? What is my story? Just to illustrate. My story, when someone say, who are you and why are you doing what you're doing? This is how I explain it. Growing up in South Africa and traveling the world through many different roles at Bayer, I was privileged enough to meet and see how different people live in their local communities around the world. Working with agriculture and farmers, you go to local villages and you really get a flavor for the country, the culture, and how people build a life for themselves. The one thing that was very evident is there's great need and severe poverty out there. I can tell you a career in agriculture is meaningful in many ways because you can touch and change people's lives. Having a great passion for children and elderly, these are the two segments of the human population that must really rely on others many times for their prosperity. And not everybody in this world have a great sense of responsibility. And that's really something that I'm passionate about. Almost half of the world's population live on less than $2.50 per day. And according to UNICEF, there's 22,000 children that die each day due to poverty-related reasons. I feel like I can make a difference in this industry. I can change people's lives. The agricultural industry is working to address the challenges that directly impact these people's lives. And this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. In conclusion, there's 5 things that I want to leave with you. And if you take away these 5 things, I strongly believe you can have a very positive impact on your career and your future. When you think about having it all, what does it mean to you? You have to think differently. Do not allow society and the outside world to prescribe what having it all should be for you as an individual. The second thing, Who defines what matters and what I can accomplish? Here's the thing, ladies. You own that. You write your own destiny. Do not let obstacles that other people perceive as hurdles and limitations limit your future and your potential. So what do you do about this? You own it. You act like you own it. And where do you find your confidence to execute on all 3 points that I just laid out? You find it within yourselves from the fact that you deserve everything that you are willing to work for and go after. And where do you go from here? You're early on in career, many, or you have some choices to make to think about how do you optimize your career life. You go to a place and an industry where you can potentially make more of a difference than anyone else, anywhere else. The same way that I feel about agriculture, that's how you should feel about your career and where you go and what you do with your potential. If you take these 5 pieces and you cascade it in separate parts, you can feel good about it. But if you take it together and it's clear, if you define it, if you own it, you can have it all. So with that, I want to pause there, and any question is welcome. Any thought that someone have that you want me to address separately.
Great. Thank you so much, Alzandi. That was a wonderful session and so many insights to, how to move forward as a female in your particular careers. We do have a few questions that have come in just for you. One of them being about your own personal journey. Have you faced any kind of discrimination in terms of treatment at your workplace personally? May it be lack of opportunity or a pay gap, gender pay gap, anything on those lines?
Yes, I obviously had. And it's actually stretching over many years. And I would sort of break it up into 2 different parts. There's the softer part of discrimination, and then there's the hardcore part that's very evident and go across industries. Yeah. And I faced all of them. Whether it's you think about the fact that I started off my career in field-based roles. What does this mean? Just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
What does this mean? You go out to a cornfield and you interact with farmers. And in a cornfield, there's no restrooms. For the men, it's not a big deal. For females, on the other hand, it is a big deal. And nobody necessarily wanted to discriminate, but it's just not a thought that naturally comes to mind when it's 1 female and 120 men at the meeting. So there were some of those just physical realities. And then there's the softer parts of a definite discrimination that was systemic. And let's talk about the pay gap. Yeah. Being the first female in role, there was risk to the business. So what do? They start you off on probation, you start off with a lower base. Right. If you advance your career fast, like I did, I changed jobs every 2 years, you never catch up that gap until you reach a point where you can have a very candid conversation with HR and your direct manager to say, I need to understand where I am at from a base salary viewpoint compared to my peers. And if I'm at a disparity, which in my case was the situation, how do we fix this? And then have a clear plan, because many times a company cannot make that big of an adjustment in 1 step. So you need a structured plan to then close that gap. So that's the one part. The other part that I want to call out, I've made my second job, I had direct reports reporting to me. Mm-hmm. And I've made sure since day one that I have a very strategic and transparent process to ensure that I correct base salary disparities in my own reporting team. So that's something that all of us can do that have people reporting to us to ensure that we correct if there's incorrect things that needs to be adjusted.
Absolutely. And Elzinga, I just want to point out for all our viewers who are mainly females for this particular summit, that the transparency that you spoke about while speaking about the pay gap, I think it's so very important to have that conversation with the HR, right? Sometimes we don't even open up and talk about it to our own peers or our managers or the HR managers to even have that discrimination, eradicated from the system. We don't have that clear, transparent communication. So thank you for bringing that point up. We have another question for you. As a female leader, what has been the most significant barrier in your career?
The most significant barrier that I had throughout my career was probably convincing internal stakeholders that the fact that you are a female or the only female and the least experience should not feed into how people judge performance. And I alluded to in my talking points earlier on, how I approached it is I tried to identify the people around me, my biggest critiques first. And how I overcome this viewpoint is I try to identify what is it that they're trying to accomplish? What does success mean to them? And are there specific areas that they're struggling with? And then I will dedicate my time and energy to help them be successful in the areas where they have issues. That way you build a very strong rapport and relationship, and you build a lot of confidence. So someone that's not necessarily supporting you might change completely their view. And that's how I overcome some of the challenges that I faced throughout my career, is by making friends of enemies.
Wonderful point to be taken, everybody right here. So I have another question, which is in terms of the context to India, because being an agricultural major country, India is highly dependent on its farming infrastructure. Women too contribute a significant amount, but lack basic healthcare facilities, which you just mentioned in your your career as well. So what steps can you propose to enhance health infrastructure for the female farming community, and how can communication play a role in it?
Yeah, this is a great question. And we're actually initiating a project where we try to really understand the females within our customer base, agriculture. There's a lot of female farmers, and it's either from a farming viewpoint or it's from a labor viewpoint. In many cases in smallholder world, the females play a very big role from a labor viewpoint.
Yes.
And there's a few things that's clear. Many times, socially, they're not allowed to access training and learning opportunities. For example, if there's a farmers meeting, the females many times is not allowed in the decision room or in the training room, or if they are allowed, they can't come, because then at that time when the guys goes to the farmer meeting, female many times attend to the family needs.
Yes.
So we have to think differently in how we support and reach out and touch these females within our industry. And we're having a deep dive now to figure it out. Now, it's too early for me to give a plan, but there's a few thoughts that I have around it. It has to be an ecosystem. One company or one stakeholder can't make enough of a difference. We have to take hands and build an ecosystem in which we can support and help these females in agriculture. Us at Bayer are in a privileged position in the sense that we do have the agricultural side, but we also have a pharmaceutical business and a consumer health business. So by partnering across these three divisions, we can address a lot of the issues that we're having out there. And I also think we have to be realistic in how we approach them. We have to find females to reach out to females, to open up a clear communication path, and also to create an environment of trust and comfort for the females out there to speak up and share their challenges with us so that we can find ways to support them. And just lastly, I want to touch on the communication piece. It's critical that we communicate broadly. Now, if you think about us as a company, we're probably going to communicate within the scope that we can reach people. But there's other ways through partnering on communication that we can go much broader. So I want to be very clear that the communication is the one factor that will drive success. And usually the stakeholders that can have the hands-on impact do not have a sophisticated communication channel. So that is something where we can really find a way to collaborate and make a difference.
Absolutely. Wonderful points there as well, Alzinda. I just wanted to just reiterate the fact that there has to be like a two-way communication where the females can, bring out their challenges, and then we create a path for them, and as well as create the compassion and trust with the workers as well. Beautiful. I have one last question for you, which is how women role in agriculture saw a change with Bayer's initiative, that the work that you have been doing.
Yeah, so there's a few things. Technologies that we as a company brings forward is quite advanced, and it's really built and heavily invested in building and developing new technologies to make farmers more successful. But the reality is most of these technologies have been adopted by the countries, the governments, the regulatory systems, and the farmers on the western side of the world. Smallholder farmers is still very much relying on very old school technology, regardless of whether you're thinking about seed and traits, crop protection products that help them to yield more, or the agronomical advice and predictable tools that we have today to predict before a disease actually hits their crop. How can they manage and steer it proactively? And that's our mission. What we do is we are working with regulatory systems and countries to ensure that we can take these new technologies, our know-how and our wisdom to help these smallholder farmers to be more successful.
Wonderful. And because this is a communication, PR and communication summit, Alzinda, some parting thoughts for all the people part of this community, how through communication and through PR, we can create an impact, women.
So I can tell you, you all are specialists in an area where many people struggle. And actually teams that's not successful, most of the time it's because of lack of good, effective, clear, crisp communication. So I think you have a much bigger role to play, regardless of which industry you look at, whether you look at nonprofits or corporate companies. By effective communication, we can solve a lot of the problems in the world. So for those of you that have a passion and want to get involved in areas that goes beyond just your day job and your main responsibility, I truly believe the sky is the limit.
Wow. Thank you so much, Alzinda. It was wonderful to have you on this platform and have your insights shared with a wider audience. Thank you so much once again for being part of it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alzinda. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can put it out in the Q&A box or in the chat box, comment box, on whichever platform you're watching us on. We'd love to hear from all of you. Also, the buzz is on Twitter, so use the hashtag E4MPR Women Achievers, E4MPR Women, E4M Women Achievers. Go ahead and tell us which were your key highlights. It was wonderful having Alzinda here. And we're moving forward to our next keynote session, bringing in another stalwart coming forward for all of you, Miss Lucy Harvey, Managing Director, Metia Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Lucy has been with Hill and Knowlton from 2010. She has donned several hats during her stints, and today she will be talking to us about allyship. Be the change you want to see. I'm sure this is going to be super interesting, and I'm really happy to bring Lucy here. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Katy. Thank you. And Alzinda, I thought that was amazing. Really, really fascinating half hour. Hopefully I'm going to talk a little bit about the other side of that as well, and what we can do for other people as well alongside us. So thank you, Karan. Thank you, Katy. Thank you, everybody on the call. I'm really honoured to be here and be involved. Just to introduce myself quickly. I'm Lucy Harvey. I'm one of the managing directors for HK Strategies in the Middle East, Turkey, India, and Africa. It's always a bit of a mouthful, but importantly for us, that includes India as part of the remit I'm lucky enough to be involved with as well. So I get to work with Abhishek and our amazing team at HK India on the ground here. I've been working out of H&K, based out of Dubai, for 11 years now. And previously before that, I was working in London as well. I'm so sorry I can't be there in person. I've been lucky enough to attend some other conferences in India, and they're always exciting, inspiring, and great fun. There's nothing quite like exchanging ideas, chatting, creating some bonds over tea, over a drink, occasionally over a dance at some of the events I've been to as well. I really hope for all our sakes, for us as individuals, for our families, that we can all be together soon at the next one as well. So sending my love to everybody, and I hope you're keeping safe. So today I really wanted to talk about how we can back the people next to us. I'm coming up to 20 years in PR and communications. And a subject that is really, really close to my heart is, how do we fulfill the potential of everyone in the industry at every step in their journey? It doesn't mean everybody's going to become a CEO, but how do we all get the opportunity to fulfill our personal potential? And to do that, we need to look at both the challenges and the opportunities for different groups, for everyone. And I know that as a woman, I can help other women succeed with my experiences. So I want to talk about allyship, sisterhood, feminism, perhaps. I apologize for the term sometimes. Some people don't feel comfortable with some of those terms. We should feel comfortable with them, but even if you don't like the buzzwords, how about just being a kind, respectful person, helping your neighbor? Whatever you call it, I really deeply believe in the spirit of supporting those next to you. And I think Alzandi touched on this as well herself. It's not just to expand the tent, invite a few more people in. It's about tearing down the walls of that. There's room for all of us and more to succeed. So hopefully I can leave you with a few thought starters and a way that we can all be the next step in the change we want to see in our workplace. And I'm delighted to field any questions at the end. So firstly, what does it mean to be an ally? When do we need to be an ally? When do we need an ally? Every stage in our career comes with many, many different challenges. There's an intersection of our personal challenges and expectations, society, cultural, professional, whether we're a young executive coming into our first jobs at 20, 22, 25, the middle point in our career when we may also be wrestling with families, senior leadership positions, or just having had longer in our careers, and those career changes along the way that we've bounced between. So I would encourage people to think about what expectations you're managing at this point in time. What do you find the most challenging to live up to? What weighs on you? What's actually a help for you? Because at every stage in that journey, what would it feel like to know that the woman next to you has your back, that she wants you to succeed? And I think that's so important. It's key to creating inclusive workplaces, feeling like someone else cares. Just saying that actually can feel like a big thing, because there are many workplaces where that just isn't the case. We're expected to be incredibly competitive. We're expected to be ambitious just for ourselves. I would continue to challenge all of us to be ambitious for yourself and the woman next to you. I started my career, I would almost say nervously. I had a couple of experiences in workplaces where it was tough. It wasn't necessarily always very friendly, but I had some really great senior leadership there who saw that I had potential. They gave me confidence. They weren't actually necessarily women. Often they weren't, but often they were from other minority groups who were struggling perhaps in their own ways as well. But they took the time out to celebrate something I'd done, to notice when I needed a little bit of advice, a little bit of support, sometimes just make me a cup of tea on a bad day. But I don't forget the impact those people have. They're really inspiring to me. I know they are still there if I reached out, and these are some people I haven't spoken to in 15 years. I know also that they must have had similar support in their lives to have realized how important that is. Their panel discussion earlier mentioned the Harvard Business Review case, which I thought was so interesting, that women consider themselves less confident. They rate themselves as less confident than men up until they're around 40, early 40s. They also rate themselves lower as leaders up until that stage as well. I hope as I turn 40, this means that my confidence is suddenly going to change, because I can completely understand that. But yet, interestingly, when judged by their peers and their managers, women are generally considered in 84% of leadership requirements to be stronger than men. Now, these are all averages, but I think what it does tell us is that women do need extra reminders. They do need some extra encouragement now and again. A reminder they can succeed, a reminder that they can climb the ladder, so that you can push yourself to do exactly what Alzandi was talking about, taking that next step, putting yourself forward. Maybe you're doubting yourself that little bit, knowing that you have those skill sets and somebody's got your back. Those first signs of leadership, those first signs of talent need to be encouraged. That might be for you as a boss, and many people on this call would be leaders of teams. You should take that responsibility incredibly seriously as a line manager, as a boss, as a CEO. But don't underestimate the power it has to reach out to the person next to you and say, great job, so smart. Give someone a compliment, not just on their hair or their dress that day, which is fantastic. And we all need that every now and again as well. But respect people for the amazing brain power they are bringing to the table. Respect people for the impact they have made on the client or the challenge or the opportunity. I think also an important part of allyship, and something everybody can show, men or women, and there are many men on this call as well, is when people come back from maternity leave. I have learned a lot. I have a lot to learn about being a working mother. I now have 3 children under 6. So wish me luck. But I really have learned that is a time when you can show support to the people coming back in. And it's something I take very, very seriously at work. Recognize that people feel vulnerable when they come back. You don't know what your new role is going to be. And your role will always have evolved some way or another. How do I reclaim parts of that role? How do I carve out a new role? Can I even manage this? I have a 6-month-old baby. I'm just 3 weeks back into work again. And it's really hard. I'm lucky to have people around me who recognize that and say, hey, it's okay, well done, whether it's my husband, friends back home on WhatsApp, and the few people in the office who really make the effort to do that, but you feel vulnerable. Just to be clear, that's not about wrapping people in cotton wool when they come back from maternity leave. Absolutely not. Do not shield me from a tough meeting. I want the tough challenges because I am ambitious. I want to keep growing. But also be the person who says, it's great to have you back. Be the person who checks in, see how it's going. Offer me my full rollback, my full breadth of opportunity, because I want to take it. Recognizing that many, many truths can live alongside each other, I think is really, really important here. I can have huge ambition, but I can also have huge guilt. I can also have intense vulnerability all at the same time. And that is the nature of being human. So I kind of sum allyship up in a way as look left, look right. Any level in any business can be competitive with men, with other women. But part of building a culture of allyship requires a little bit of opening up, a little bit of honesty, and setting an example, particularly for the people in this call who are seen to be leaders, not just in terms of the obvious business hierarchy, but also maybe you're quite an influential person in your office. It is hard and say, no, I'm busy, I need to stay in my lane, I don't want to butt in, this is their business. Absolutely, but it works for everybody as well. You set one example of support every day, one little example of support. You're starting to create a culture of support, ultimately creates a safe working space. And a safe working space means better work. It means more fulfilling work. It means a happier day, a more successful business for everybody. It's a win-win taking those little steps. And ultimately, the more people, the more women who are stepping up another level, who get the confidence to push themselves to the next promotion, normalize it for the women next to them and behind them, and potentially our daughters coming 20, 30 years behind us as well. Really act out the change you want to see. Be the first step. And again, think about, is that culture of allyship live in your office, in your organization, in your meetings? How do you support that? And there are many, many ways we can do it. You may be thinking, I do this already. What could I do more? As I say, the first thing for me is look left, look right. Can you offer someone that encouragement? Can you spot something they're struggling with? Can you offer them a tool? Can you share some experience? If someone asks you how you are, that is often a sign that they want to connect. So be honest. Take a time out to answer honestly. Share something, because it's possible they want to share something back with you as well. Formal and informal mentoring at work is really important. We have some fantastic global mentoring schemes at H&K, connecting people from around the world. We have exchange schemes, and I'm really proud to be part of some of those. Whether or not you do that within your workplace, whether or not you do that external through an industry body, through people you worked with in past roles, do take the opportunities to be a mentor and seek a mentor, particularly a reverse mentor, which I think is a really interesting area and something I want to work on at the moment, so I can capture some learnings as well. But allyship during COVID is tough. Some of those things I've talked about. It's easy to sit at my desk right now, my backdrop screen, look left and right, and I'm not looking at a colleague. So how does that work? And there is a danger with the working from home. I think as women particularly, it's given us amazing opportunities. Taking out the commute can release more time. We can do more things. There's the danger. Flexi working and remote working have in some ways brought us all closer. They've given us opportunities, but there are dangers. And I think the burden for women, and having spoken to colleagues and friends across India, it's particularly true. The burden has only increased. This is across the world. There are campaigns about this across the world. Do not let the situation with COVID, even as we come out of a pandemic on the other side, do not let that set back the progress of women. We have too many responsibilities, and we can often get dragged into too many caregiving responsibilities. And suddenly the careers we've worked so hard for, as maybe slightly separate from our home lives, can all get blurred in and become the thing at the bottom of the pile. I do worry about that, as we become more comfortable with flexibility, it could become an excuse for either exclusion, because you're not given the opportunities, you're not there in front of people, or potentially just overwork as we try and fit in more and more hours, work and caregiving into the day. So flexible working does not mean always working. Hybrid working does not mean work anywhere, everywhere. Create the boundaries, and let's keep up that casual day-to-day connections with people, whether it's checking in, giving someone a call, just asking someone how they are, and do ask up, down, sideways as well. In our India team, our practices have really actually led by a super strong group of women who are absolutely fantastic at their jobs. They're on the senior management team, they make decisions, and we're constantly looking for ways to keep supporting those women. For one of the team who has a young child, during their lunchtime management meeting, they always take a half hour out at the time when she needs to go and sit with her little boy and make sure he gets his lunch. That's really important. And those are the moments you can do to show the flexibility. Don't let that become then creep into every single part of the day as well. And I guess finally, allyship is also about looking internally. Be your own best ally. As we're investing effort in others around us, and just to be clear, investing effort, love, empathy is not a female thing. Men don't get off the hook on that. It's for everybody to invest that time in culture, a culture of allyship. We need to make sure we're still looking after ourselves. We need to take that first step, and every little thing counts. I personally have a thing where every morning I see my husband go downstairs and he takes 2 or 3 minutes to make sure he has a big glass of water, he has a small juice, and he takes his vitamins. In my head, sometimes I'm like, how can he be so selfish? How can he take that time? It's not, he's just carving out 2 or 3 minutes to do something to set him up for the day. And I do think many, many women, and this applies to all stages, not just mothers, easily forget those pieces. Look after yourself. But then the second part of self-care is care for your own career. I think this does lead on from what Alzandi was talking about. Respect your career. Give it the time it deserves. We're going to be in these jobs for 40, 50 years. As I am just turned 40, probably halfway through where I need to be. I've got a long way to go, and the industry is going to keep changing in incredibly exciting ways. And I'm incredibly excited to see that happen. But if I don't invest in my own education, my own learning from those around me, taking the extra training course, listening into that, I risk becoming irrelevant, and I'm not setting a good example to women around me about how they can keep growing. Ultimately, our industry is dominated by women. This is not really an issue of getting people through the front door into our industry. The issue is about making sure people keep on pushing up, taking senior leadership positions, taking on CEO roles, being brave, taking those steps. That change can seem scary. I just don't believe it is. I believe it's about the confidence we have to grow in ourselves. It's about the confidence we have for others. We need to make sure we're creating the right opportunities environment for young women coming in at all those steps. We need to be ambitious for ourselves. We need to be ambitious for the women next to us today and tomorrow. Thank you for your time. I'd love to take any questions or comments. Kathy, if anybody would like to share anything.
Absolutely. We have a few questions, Lucy, that's coming for you. And I just want to start with the first one, which says, in course of your journey, what key changes you saw with respect to women empowerment globally, especially when we are witnessing perception change in gender neutrality and gender inclusion?
I suppose I've been in the business for 20 years. Probably one of the most obvious things I personally remember is coming out of university. I was lucky enough to go to a prestigious university in the UK. And I remember sitting in the library, and this was a time when we didn't all have laptops. There were computers lined up down the side of the library. I apologize to everyone, it seems absolutely insane. And there were so many men, young men, sitting there filling in their applications to be bankers, lawyers, go into the city, etc., etc. And I remember at that time really feeling like that was something for men. It's not entirely true. There were women going into it as well, but the huge majority of those people, and I really believe that came from conditioning from their schools, potentially from their parents, that those are the roles they would go into. And I do feel that potentially as women at that time, we were slightly more left to work it out. There could be an expectation to go into something slightly softer. It would have been slightly harder for me to go into those roles. Now, actually, I think I found a career that I love and I'm good at, and I get to balance all the different parts of my personality. But I do feel at the time we weren't necessarily given the openness around that. And I think probably at the time, 20 years ago, the PR and comms industry was seen as a very soft skill. I was always passionate about brand building. I was always really passionate about media and how those all come together. So in the end, I kind of saw that opportunity, but it was seen as a soft skill. It wasn't seen as respected. I do think over the last 10, 15, 20 years, as particularly as social media becomes so pervasive in everything we do, you have to understand that. So big companies now see the need for that. And I think for women who've been grown up in that, as long as we've kept learning, we now have an amazing opportunity to sit at the boardroom table in new ways. We just have to be continuing to push ourselves and saying, I can sit alongside that lawyer. I can sit alongside the management consultant who 20 years ago was sitting in a room tapping out that application form when I didn't know what I was going to do. But it's needed, and we need to have the communication story at the boardroom table.
Absolutely. Another question says, a lot has been spoken about female empowerment and inclusion and pay gap as well, but we somewhere lack in knowledge, the value, this gap that still persists. Being creative naturally entails ensuring higher freedom of expression and celebrating the nuances of diversity. What are your thoughts on the same?
There's a lot there, right? So that's a lot, quite a lot to think about. But for me, I think sometimes, I think someone spoke about this in the panel, you have to put the fact that you're a woman just to one side, you know, like it's great and it brings many parts of my personality of who I am as a mother, etc. But sometimes I can just put that to one side and think of myself as somebody who is good at being creative, who's good at problem solving, who's good at bringing that to the table. And I would hope that in our offices, we are able to do that. We bring together diverse groups. We bring together people from different nationalities, from different genders, with different life stories, and bring them together and create the space for those people to create the space for that. Our industry is quite unique in its needs. In a modern world, we are asking for a huge array from left brain to right brain. We want people to be amazing at data analytics, to be able to dig into brand watch and programs and be able to pull all this smart data. Then I want that person to analyze that data and bring that together, starting to get in the middle and give me a trend. I'd also like that person to give me a creative platform and a full creative execution of how that's going to work. We ask a huge amount from people. It's really important our industry gives people space to explore where they sit on that spectrum, and then they get space to learn and develop within that opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, since you spend like most of your time in the PR industry and move through ranks, what has been your experience in seeing the industry moving forward from different times?
I think the biggest piece for me probably is that really growing the communications mix. It used to be when somebody employed a PR agency or a communications agency, we got a tiny little piece of the pie, which actually, when you're learning your trade, isn't too bad, because you can focus and become an expert at the media relations, the creative stunts that will lead to media relations. 15, 20 years ago, when I was kind of first working in London at a big creative communications agency, that's where we were. But over the course of 5, 10, now 15 years, that has absolutely expanded exponentially. And that to me is that biggest change and challenge now. And I do absolutely feel for people coming into the industry, it's a huge opportunity, but with that opportunity comes a challenge of learning a lot, being open to so much. And I would really recommend people to find the areas of passion, find the areas they're interested in. You need to bring all your understanding up to a certain level, but then find the areas where you're going to push it to the 10 out of 10. Where are you going to be the expert that you're going to be incredibly passionate about? Whether that's data, whether your mind's kind of moves more that way, whether or not it's creative solutions, whether or not actually you find that you're in communications, but then start looking at brand or other areas. It's now an area where you can do that. But you have to increase your understanding to a certain level to become a trusted advisor to your clients, and then bring those extra sparks of your passion and your talent to the table.
Absolutely. We have another question which says, in leadership, key aspects in comparison with male and female role play. Is there like kind of a comparison that you would make, or in leadership people make?
I honestly think there are so many different sorts of leaders. And I don't think you can say male are more like this or female are more like this. I don't think that's true in any part of our lives. And it's absolutely true in leadership. I know people try to make sweeping generalizations of women are more like this, men are more like this. That's partly social conditioning, but actually it's just not true. I think you have to embrace and try and spend the time to understand the type of leader you are, whether that's when you're leading a team, whether it's when you're leading a project. You bring different skills to the table, and recognizing that and being really proud of that and continuing to work on it. But to Zandy's point, be aware of your weak points. You have to be aware of them. You have to work on them, but also hero the things you're great at, because the fact is you've got to get famous for certain things. And your leadership style is one of those. I would definitely say, though, you need to, and no one has any excuse not to have a leadership style that is inclusive and diverse and supportive of all people and opportunities. That's not a nice to have now. That is an absolute essential in any leadership style that anyone, male, female, wherever they come from, everyone needs to be working on that.
Absolutely. And because this is a Women Achievers Summit, we have this question for you. Who are the women leaders whose work inspires you? Are there any particular ones that you kind of gain inspiration from? That's
such a good question. Yeah, I mean, actually, there's been a few people, actually, you can imagine many people over the years who've inspired me. I would say we are very, very lucky to have a set of women in senior leadership teams in H&K that really inspire me. That doesn't, I mean, we are actually lucky enough to have a female CEO who has come from a really diverse background and is really exciting. So we have our CEO there who's a great inspiration to us. But I also see women just on a day-to-day basis. A colleague of mine literally inspires me every single day by her commitment to learning. She's always signing up for another course. I have a junior on my team who is every single day signing up to something new and telling me something new. And those, to be honest, are the leaders that I'm talking to all the time. And they remind me to push myself on. So although there are senior people in the organization who kind of give me the big picture, it's actually the day-to-day inspiration that I think sometimes works better than anything else.
Absolutely. And because your topic was about allyship and sisterhood and, just building that community, would you like to give some parting thoughts for the women achievers here on how to build that community, how mentoring or being a mentee can, become like a big thing for the industry to move forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd say again, the idea of ambition. Be ambitious for yourself, be ambitious for the person next to you, and talk to the person next to you about what they want to do, about where they're going, and support that ambition and back them and tell them that they're great. I would absolutely just reinforce that doesn't need to be huge steps. Change doesn't need to be everything at once. If everybody is doing something extra to support the person next to them every day, that is going to move us all on. And that will absolutely change a culture in an office incredibly quickly. If you have that sense of you have that person's back. And I know I feel excited about the idea of being in an office where that is the case for everybody. And I hope everyone would agree with that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Lucy, for your time, for sharing these insights with us and being on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a really great day.
We're taking a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen, just about 30 minutes, and we'll be back right at 1:30 p.m. Till then, let's sink in all the insights and knowledge that has been shared till now from all our speakers. Go ahead and tell us your key highlights from the session so far, tweeting to us using the hashtag E4M Women Achievers, E4M Women Achievers Summit. Go tell us in the comment box, in the chat box, what have you loved the most till now. And we'll be back after this short break with another keynote session by Ms. Manmeet Sandhu, Head of HR PhonePe. Till then, we'll see you back. We'll be back right after this break. Thank you.
The second edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication Women Achievers Summit and Awards 2021. Presented by AdFactors PR. Powered by Standard Chartered Bank, Hero Motocorp, PhonePe, Hill and Knowlton Strategies, Gold Partner, Tute Consulting. The Summit and Awards are the celebration of the contribution of women and their relentless pursuit of excellence in the field of public relations and communications. The second edition of the awards identifies, acknowledges, and felicitates those women leaders who are shaping the industry through their incredible work. Through this initiative, we also applaud the agencies and corporates who are setting remarkable examples by encouraging gender diversity in their work culture. This year's jury panel was headed by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media. Ms. Nidhi Hola, Microsoft. Mr. Partha Ghosh, Samsung. Ms. Rama Paul, ABP. Mr. Sanjeev Honda, Maruti. Mr. Subhayu Mishra, Standard Chartered Bank. Ms. Jasrita Dheer, Antara. Mr. Atul Sharma, Rudderfin. Ms. Pallavi Singh, Senior Business Advisor. Mr. Abhishek Gulyani, Hill and Knowlton Strategies. Ms. Ruchira Jaitley, HMD. Ms. Kavita Jagtiani, Pidilite. Ms. Parachi Mohapatra, Dr. Reddy's. Exchange for Media and the jury congratulates all the winners.
Hi, my name is Pallavi and I'm glad that I was part of Exchange for Media, PR and Communication Women Achievers Award. It was amazing to be part of, this jury because I had industry peers who were also part of this jury. And I think for me, it was most important to look at the entries which came in, and a lot of efforts everybody's put in. It's amazing for all the women professionals who've put in so much effort to fill in the entries. So everybody, I think, in my view, is a winner for taking that effort. Amazing shot. For me, there were two important criteria to judge the entries. One is, apart from the work which is your domain, how have you shown or paved the path for the organization's growth overall? And how your role has led to overall growth of the business in the role of what you've done, whether it is to do with PR, communication, working with different peers and organizations to get your company up there in the list. And second most important thing for me was, how have you developed yourself as an individual? Because that is the key as a professional. How are you changing and how are you developing? That was the second one. And I think if you look at for women achievers, we've come a long way to what it used to be a decade back. Organizations are more receptive for women now, especially for whether it's senior positions or, for that matter, even if I were to say some interesting strategy work, but we still have a long way to go. I mean, I'm only talking about maybe 0.5% or lesser of what has happened till now. I think organizations have to still invest a lot of time and not just do a tick box of hiring women and giving them a platform, but it's also very critical to help them, and they should help themselves as well. And so, and the last one I would just say, I just want to say that everybody during this time has done amazing work. What I read through all the detailed notes what Exchange for Media has put out, and it was very, very nicely done, simple to evaluate. And it's a great platform. I think for me, it's a great platform, Exchange for Media. Anything to know about marketing, advertising, any news, any new thing which is coming into the market from an industry perspective. So yeah, I wish them, and I wish all the women who've come in the entry, best of luck. You guys are winners any which ways, and be safe, take care, and let's really make this community proud. I'm so glad I was part of it. Thank you so much.
Let me start by congratulating Exchange for Media for organizing an event that celebrates power of women in the communications industry. At H&K Strategies, we are very proud to partner for the second edition of E4M, PR and Corporate Communications Women Achievers Award. The experience during the jury meet was very rewarding, and exchange of ideas very thought-provoking. It was a delight to be a part of an esteemed jury panel that cut across industries. The entries this year for the second edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communications Award were not only exemplifying clarity of thought, but also showcased innovation, leadership, and a remarkable zeal towards driving and contributing to the future of communications in India. The entire process was very transparent and the criteria very holistic. However, for me, it was important to see leadership skills and the future and contribution to the industry. All the stories this time were very authentic. Women today are leading organizations or actively contributing to the success of an organization and are really driving us into the future. And platforms like Exchange for Media Women Achievers Award recognize and celebrate the contribution made by women.
I would say very good experience. When this invite had come, one was wondering that, looking at the number of people, how are we going to make it happen? Because so many heads and so many opinions. Also, the nominations ran into about 140, which had come down to a long list of about 80. And from a long list, we had to bring it down to a short list of, let's say, about 50 odd. So one thought this was going to be a daunting task, but full marks to the Exchange for Media team, the planning team, They've meticulously planned it out in terms of breakout rooms, in terms of breaking us into 2-3 different groups, and then allocating about 21 odd entries to each one of the breakout groups to do. So I think my experience has been very good. It was meticulously planned, well thought out, and the experience of meeting other jurors has also been quite enriching. If I talk about the quantum, then I am given to understand that 140 nominations were received, out of which the Exchange for Media team brought it down to about a long list of 80. From a long list of 80, our task was to bring it down to a short list of about 40 to 50. That tells you about the quantum, and which means that this continues to be a very popular summit and award. As far as the quality is concerned, I can speak for the entries which were allocated to me, and the quality was quite good. The quality was very good, in fact, I would say, because there were a couple of entries that I was confused about, and I had to go over them at least thrice to say where do I put them. And when you have this problem of plenty, this problem of plenty happens when there is good quality across the board. That's as far as the quality, the quantum and the quality of entries is concerned. The two main criteria that I was looking at is one, how honest the portrayal has come of the content that people have put together. Because oftentimes what happens, and especially with communicators, one sees that there's a lot of jargon thrown in, there's a lot of content which is written. So basically there's a lot of English, but when you distill it down, there's very little substance that you're left with. It happens oftentimes. This didn't happen, in too many entries that I saw, that I judged. So for me, one criteria was that how honestly, how genuinely, how authentic the sort of entry comes across as being the profile. That was one criteria. The second criteria was that giving a balance to not just the accomplishments that have been done so far, what has been accomplished so far, but also about the future potential, because a lot of categories were emerging leaders, emerging leader in public relations, emerging leader in Marcom or in Corp Comm, etc. So future potential is also a balance between what you've accomplished and what your future potential is. These were two main criteria that I had put to test while judging these categories. It's a mixed bag, if I would say. Mixed bag in the sense because when it comes to women leadership, to me it seems more of a 2 steps forward, 2.5 steps backward kind of a story. I've been around now for 20 years, and these are these crests and troughs that women leadership goes through. There is a time when you see a whole lot of global leaders, and therefore a lot of Indian leaders in BFSI, in ITS, in some other sectors. And at the same time, equal number of industries you see where at a base level, at an entry level, at a junior to mid level, they're huge employers of women. But more often than not, the top is still represented by men. Take the example of PR as a function, public relations as a function. So public relations as a function has a whole lot of women who enter the ranks, so at the entry rank, at the ranks which is junior to mid management. But most of these public relation firms that you can think of are headed by men. So therefore, like I said, it's a mixed bag. But I think what one has to do is to keep forging ahead the agenda. And for that, women empowering women is going to be an important factor in ensuring that how far we go, how far the trajectory goes, because women have to empower women. When we reach wherever we reach in life, it's important that we lend a hand to other women who are down the rank and bring them up rather than just reaching there and shutting the door behind us. I think it plays a pivotal role. It plays a pivotal role because, see, what does this platform achieve? Let's break it down. Let's small things, but small things add up to make big things. First of all, today in the managing team, in the operations team, in the managing team, one sees a whole lot of women around, right? And at all echelons of power, from lower to middle to senior in the team, which is there at E4M. So in terms of women representation, it's a good platform, number one. Number two, look at the number of women which are there on the jury. So if you see, there's a very, very healthy mix. There's a very good representation of women on the jury. So therefore, you again give representation and exposure to women leaders who are in different organizations. That's what it does. That's the second thing that it brings to the fore. The third thing, obviously, is that it is encouraging women to say that your work is important. You hold up half the sky, and you contribute so much to the GDP. This can't be work that is just going in a big black box that nobody gets to talk about. You need recognition. You need a reward, and here is a platform which will give you recognition and reward at a national level. So that's what it does for young upcoming women, and I think this encouragement will go a long way in them reaching up to the top. So that's the third thing that this platform does. The fourth thing is also honor organizations which are headed by women, or which give a lot of support to women to reach the top, which have good representation of women, which are doing a lot in terms of the diversity and inclusion agenda. So celebrating those organizations. This is what this forum is doing, from their own internal organization to a jury level, to a participant level, to organization level, all encompassing. And I would hope that more media outlets, more media portals and organizations follow suit, because I'm sure this is one area where E4M would like others, like to say, imitation is the best form of flattery. I don't think that you will mind being flattered in this particular aspect. All the best.
It's a pleasure to be here as the jury member for E4M Women Achiever Awards. I think, considering the fact that 70% of the workforce in this industry happens to be women, I think it is high time that we recognize that. And I think it's a brilliant initiative by E4M to make sure that women who are leaders in this space are actually given their due. So very happy to be a part of this great initiative. I think I went through quite a few entries, and what I found the most interesting was that it was not only around communications, but also around categories like Entrepreneur of the Year, Emerging Leader in Corporate Communications, Corporate Communicator of the Year, Mentor of the Year in Corp Comm, Best Organization for Women Empowerment. I think there were plethora of categories. And what I found the most heartening was that, it's not only organizations and people, but there were a lot of interesting stories that people had to tell. People had painstakingly put in a lot of effort in these entries, and I was very, very, very happy to see that some of these entries are really, really, just out of their league, and completely showcases the kind of innovation, the kind of great work that we are seeing in this industry, especially by women. I think I was definitely pleased to see some great storytelling, some great ways to capture the outcome that the candidates had put in their categories. I think, and quite rightly so, their entries stood out from the rest of the people. I am looking forward. I think we have a meet right now, and I'm looking forward to see people who emerge winners out of this hotly contested award category. And I'm looking forward to making sure that the best person win. Congratulations to all of you.
I think I always prefer judging, in person, where you get to interact with the candidates, you get to interact with fellow jury. But yes, in the given pandemic situation, I think what was arranged and the way the jury was judging was very, very high quality. The jury spent judicious time on each entry, going through the details that the candidates had submitted. And I really appreciate being part of such a jury. See, I think the number of quantities, the number of entries in terms of total entries, I think exceeded 180 is what I'm informed. We finally, after going through the second round, the juries went through nearly about 82 entries together. So yes, the entries are there. They're quite a bit in volume and number. I think, but the most important criteria for any entries that we were judging was to see how the correspondents have told about them, how the respondents have written about their achievements, have written about the future plans that they have in this field. To your query about the entries this time, I think there were a total of 150 plus entries received. The jury went through all of them. In fact, in the final jury round, we judged around 81 entries. So that speaks volume about the quality of entries that we have received. Because normally in the finalists, the list is slightly pruned down, it's very small, but this time we had a tough time going through all the entries. Each one is a winner in its own criteria. Participants who have participated, trust me, are winners in their own rights. The whole fact that you're part of this event itself is commendable. And the fact, as a jury member, I think the key things that one is looking in all the entries that you're going through are a brief detailing about the person who's filling the entry, their key achievements, what they have done, and most importantly, what are the plans for the future. I think that speaks volumes about what you're doing and what you propose to do as you move ahead in this field. Constitution is the name of the game today, but I'm surprised that it had to be given a name first of all. I think as a society, we are all equal. Today, everyone has the right to grow and excel in whatever they're doing. I'm really, really delighted to see, many of my friends, many of my colleagues heading organizations as women. There's a colleague of mine who's heading Pfizer, and she's right way up on the top. And you feel proud about the fact. It gives you a lot of happiness to see women excelling in whatever fields they are in today. And in PR and corporate communications, I think it's a field really governed by them. I am new to this field, and I have no qualms in saying that I've learned from the best in this field today. And they were all women. I think E4M, adding value is separate. I think it's a platform that's giving so much of visibility to so much of good work that is happening. And a platform that has been consistent over the years, recognizing women for their achievements. It's Afreen, and I really salute E4M for their contributions in this part. Thank you.
हे, नया स्कूटर लेने का सोच रही थी ना? कौन सा लिया?
हॉट पिंक या बेबी पिंक? गर्ल्स को क्या सोचना? वाओ, नई प्लेजर,
राइट?
ओके।
पहले ना मैंने पावर का सोचा। नहीं है ये सोच मुड़िया आदत डाल लो। फिर पता है क्या सोचा?
क्या सोचा?
माइलेज खंडाला चले।
ओके।
छोड़ना। फिर सोचा अबाउट पावर टू वेट रेशियो। आदत डाल लो। अब इन सब में तुम्हारे पिंक का सोचना तो मैं भूल ही गई। अब पता है क्या सोच रही हूँ?
क्या सोच रही हो?
Why should boys have all the fun? Whole new style, zippy ride, but वही easy handling. नई हीरो Pleasure Plus.
हर बार जब तुम बस अपनी सुनती हो, What will people say में नहीं पढ़ती हो, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी। हर बार जब नहीं देखती तुम घड़ी की सुई, जब हर बात को नहीं कहती तुम सही, हर बार जब तोड़ती हो ग्लास सीलिंग, जब खुल के एक्सप्रेस करती हो फीलिंग, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी। हर बार जब लगाती हो कमेंट्स पे ब्रेक, जब करती हो अपने करियर को एक्सेलरेट, और हर बार जब तुम बेफिक्र बिंदास सड़कों पे निकलती हो, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी।
Just PhonePe.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill & Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये focus बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
So welcome back, everybody. And yes, we are at the second edition of E4M PR and Corp Comm Women Achievers Summit, and we are ready with our next keynote session. Before we do that, once again, requesting all of you, if you have any questions for our speakers, you can put it in the Q&A box, chat box, comment box on whichever platform you're watching us. Also, there is a buzz on Twitter with the hashtag E4M PR Women Achievers. So you can tweet to us using the hashtag as well. Moving forward, it is our absolute delight to welcome Ms. Manmeet Sandhu, Head of HR PhonePe. Manmeet Sandhu heads HR for PhonePe, digital transactions platform anchored on payments. As the Chief People Officer for PhonePe, Manmeet supports the organization's goal of scaling leadership to keep pace with its exponential growth and build a world-class HR organization with the right tools and systems so PhonePe employees can access opportunities to be the best version of themselves. Today, she'll be talking on women in leadership and PhonePe's efforts to change the equation. A very warm welcome to you, Manmeet.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot and a pleasure to be here, Kathy.
Thank you. We are looking forward to your session.
All right, great. Let me just get started and firstly, just acknowledge how happy I am to be here with all of you today. People who have managed to achieve so much and do so much with their lives. I know, given the fact that women in the Indian workforce are less than 20%, getting to where you are today would not have been easy. But at the same time, I think it's great for us all to acknowledge that being here today is also a source of great inspiration and hope for so many women going forward. So as Kathy mentioned, what I'll be talking to you today about is women in leadership and also what we are doing at PhonePe to help change the system and make it a much better and much more equitable world. But before I get started, let me talk to you a little bit about myself and how I got where I did and what I learned in all of those years. I'll start right at the beginning, the year I was born. And the year I was born was the year in which the head of the country for India was a woman. And what a woman she was. With her in the most powerful position in the country, I think the strength, the willpower, and the competence of women was never really going to be in question again. And with that as my starting point, and also growing up in Mofussil towns all over India, the world for me at that point was small and slow, but at the same time, there was a lot of space to also dream big dreams. In the 90s, as India began to open up, there was now a possibility to make a lot of these dreams come true. And for inspiration, there was Kalpana Chawla, Sushmita Sen to Arundhati Roy, no matter who I wanted to be, there were examples of great women right in front of me doing a lot more and being a lot more than they had originally thought was possible. It also helped, I think, that growing up, I was left free to chart my own course and do my own thinking. And as I looked at young women and girls around me at that point in time, it felt that it was more or less the same for all of us. Our mothers seemed to really be filled with this desire to make sure that the girls that they were bringing into the world were filled with diligence and courage and very sure about the life they wanted to lead. We were never told that there was someone who we could not be or something that we could not do. And this, I believe, was our biggest gift. But then it was time to start being a part of the workforce, and there is what you believe of yourself and what the world believes of you. Entering the workforce, I will admit that it felt a little bit like being a part of a foreign country. The rules of success are different, but not in a way that is immediately obvious. And like in a foreign country, what are the rules that apply to the majority don't really quite apply to you. And this again is not a new thing. For centuries, the survival and success of the outsider, whether men or women, has really depended on our ability to sort of follow instructions, work hard, and gain trust. But the thing is this, that trust is not just about competency and credibility. It is also about being able to figure out what the unwritten rules are, knowing what favors to call in, who to go for advice, what questions to ask, and what topics not really to bring up. This is what culture is. It is the rules that makes a place what it is, and the things that nobody really tells you about. The better you understand the culture, the more you thrive. The more foreign the culture, the more difficult it is for you to succeed, no matter how hard you work. I realized that some of this, when I was actually in a foreign country, this sort of came home to me at that point in time. I spent a few years working in the US. And as an Indian, I was part of a model minority. We were a bunch of people who worked hard, who seemed to know technology stuff really well, and in general sort of kept their heads down. I got a lot of credit for knowing more maths and more computers than I really did, and it worked well for me. But at the same time, I was also conscious of how much easier it was for me to make a point if I was tentative, when I was not really shaking the board, and when I knew when to keep quiet. And again, this was not unique to me. I saw this play out in meeting rooms again and again. Women, people of color, or foreigners generally found it much easier to succeed when they knew what were the right opinions to hold and when it was really safe to disagree. Once I came back to India, I noticed that the same thing applied more or less here as well. In fact, I would almost say that we are much better at understanding these ancient rules of power, if you can call it that. And I think I've sort of basically come to the conclusion that women in the corporate world are in a foreign country. We succeed only by changing ourselves to suit the expectations from the others. Some of us are better at it than the others, but it is not that it is ever easy for any of us. So with all of that, when at PhonePe we decided that we wanted to focus on developing better gender balance, the goal we took on was to make the place a little bit less foreign for women, to make it actually a place where they felt they could belong. And our starting point was having more women in leadership. This was not just about creating role models. It was also about ensuring that women were in positions of power and influence so we could begin to change our unwritten rules. We believe that if a quarter of the leaders in the organization were women, it would help create that critical mass, which will make it easier for women to have their voices heard. And this as such is not necessarily a new idea. It's been done before. In fact, my favorite story about this is from Obama's presidency. At the time when he first became the president, the women in his staff were a small minority, and they usually found it difficult to be effectively able to make a point. So they came up with a mechanism. Whenever a woman made a key point, the other women would repeat it, giving credit to the author, until it just became an everyday thing. And then Obama noticed and began to do the same thing until everybody felt a lot more comfortable being able to share opinions and make sure that their voices were not sort of quieted down before they'd had the chance to make their point. And ultimately it translated into a much more equitable gender distribution by the time of his second presidency. So to me, the fact that it is possible for sort of creating that critical mass was a fairly strong learning. But then what do you do? What do you do to get more women into leadership positions? So one thing we decided, a simple enough starting point, was that we would make sure that all external hires that we made at PhonePe at senior positions in the organization would only be women. So we'd take whatever time it took, we'd work hard as it took to make sure that all of those positions were filled by women leaders. And this was not an easy decision. I myself was not sure if it was the right thing to do. It felt like a quota. And I had been conditioned to believe that quotas are wrong because they distort the market. But the point is, the market is already distorted in the other direction. Whether you consider the motherhood penalty, the access or the lack of access to networks, or the expectations of managing the house and the husband, the dice is already loaded against the women. This little thing is just the our mechanism, our little effort to make sure that the equation is rebalanced a little. And if we did nothing, it would simply perpetuate the current system, which was definitely not something we were willing to accept. So once we'd taken the decision, we had to now make it happen. And that, again, had its own set of challenges because there were always good reasons to just hire men. It was a bigger pool. They were a better fit frequently. In fact, was turning out that we could hire them for less money that was needed to sort of pay the women. And we are a startup. We felt like we were in a big hurry to hire. And we couldn't really wait for so long to get all of the positions filled only with women. But we stuck to the principle. And slowly it has begun to give us the results that we wanted. Not just in the fact that we have more women, which is also happening slowly, but also in the way the leaders in the organization have begun to take responsibility and ownership of creating more equitable cultures within their teams, and to get more curious about what it would take to make sure that the women in their organizations wanted to continue to be there, felt like they were a part of the team and wanted to belong. The visibility did another thing, which was possibly an unexpected outcome. It also translated into a lot more people across the organization, men and women, to really talk about their own experiences and their own means of being able to feel like they were being included. When we first began to talk about this, it was very, very hard for us to get women to share their challenges and constraints. But once we made the commitment a lot more public on creating an equitable workforce, more people were willing to come forward and share their experiences. Just knowing that this was an organization that felt strongly about this meant that people wanted to sort of be a part of the story that helped make the change happen. One of the things that we did as part of the entire initiative was also that we spent a lot of time talking to women, both inside and outside the organization. And what was interesting about that was that when women talked about their challenges, they were not usually about childcare and work-life balance. Those were things that mattered, but far more frequently, the challenges were really about managerial support, about being aware and well-informed, and having their opinions heard. The issues that women seemed to care about, the things that they wanted out of work, were really not all that different from what men seemed to want. So we've decided not to really pursue any women-specific leadership programs or to single women out or to identify policies that would single women out. Our goal is really to make the system better so women can contribute without compromising or limiting themselves. We're also creating the space for women in the organization to surface their challenges and constraints so we can band together and push for this change much more strongly. By creating a community, we're amplifying women's voices. The fact is that we want more women because we believe that they bring a different perspective and a different lived experience. But we will only be able to leverage this experience if we don't first require the women to change who they are. If people believe that they're valued and they have a voice, they will fight to make things work. And our promise is just that, the promise of a voice. There have been generations of women who have joined the workforce since I began my career. In some ways, the paths are broader. There are more opportunities. There are different things that people can do. And careers are not just about a means to independence, but are also frequently about having a calling. And there are so many more role models, all the way to the vice presidents of the most powerful country in the world. But women are still only a small part of the corporate world, still much harder to find in the most powerful roles. Only 8% of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies are women. Although this, mind you, is a 1900% increase. In 2000, 2 out of the 500 women were, two out of the 500 CEOs were women. And today that number is up to 40. So things have gotten better, but then as I look at the successful women I know, my managers and women leaders across the organization, across various different organizations, whether in India or abroad, the common factor invariably is the support systems around them. Frequently, it has meant that whether as fathers, managers, or husbands, the men have made the space to build the collaborative relationships that puts the woman first. Sometimes it is about the advice, encouragement, and faith that they demonstrate in the person. Sometimes it is about opening doors that they have access to. And sometimes it is simply about getting out of the way so that the women can shine. And it has to be acknowledged that it takes courage for men to do this. It requires them to stand up to society's expectations of themselves. But in the process, I believe that these men and women are creating a generation of boys who have role models, not just in their mums, but also in their dads. So as successful women yourself, you probably have examples of these people in your life. I certainly do. People who, for me, both men and women, who opened up doors that I wouldn't otherwise have had access to. So as I think about what it takes to build a world where more women can play to their potential, I think about little ways in which I can make an impact in how I engage, not just my niece, but also with my nephew. And the conversations I have with young women, so they know not just to be diligent, but also ambitious, not just hardworking, but also willing to take risks. And also, of course, in the system that we build at PhonePe that helps them all belong. So today, ladies and gentlemen, my ask of you is just this. As people with power, please help tilt the world a little bit more towards equality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Manmeet. That was really interesting to hear you talk about so many aspects. And we have many questions that just jumped in on our Q&A box, and also we have from other platforms. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to ask you this. Our first question is, since HR involves a larger gambit within the organization, what are your views on role women play? And is there any kind of discrimination, pay gaps issue, and inclusivity in leadership? What has changed in these last few years, if you'd like to throw some light on that?
Okay, so if I understand the question, it is about women in HR, or is it about women in leadership?
Women in HR and also in the leadership roles.
Okay, so I think there are multiple different things. And to me, I think the starting point is kind of this thing that there are certain things that women are good at, and there are certain things that men are good at. That unconscious bias, a lot of us just start off with, men and women. Yeah. And I think that's possibly the one thing that if we can get over would help. The question about women, more women in HR, actually even more women in media sometimes, it's because, oh, you're good with kind of talking to people, you're good with being somebody that people can rely on and all of that sort of stuff. We've found that when we've been able to create those systems, and we've tried to sort of nudge people towards working with their biases and be more open about giving people opportunities, about not deciding for them and letting people decide for themselves, it has resulted in better output. Yeah. So it's really just about saying that, you know, if you think that, oh, maybe I should not give this piece of work to this woman because she's just coming back from maternity, don't decide that yourself. Ask the person whether they'd like to take on that challenge. And that sort of helps. On the other question around pay gap, I think I have a little bit of that in the conversation that I just had as well. I think it's interesting. What happens is that one part of it is about the roles that women kind of end up taking up. They're frequently the roles that tend to be the less paid roles. But even in roles that are more highly paid within an organization, once you get to the more senior roles, that disparity sort of tends to get better in control. I think especially because in recent times, there's been so much more communication about the women needing to stand up for themselves. But I think in the junior roles, when women are still sort of trying to figure out who they really want to be, those discrepancies tend to come up a little bit more frequently. And at an org level, what you can do about is just kind of do those surveys, do that analysis, figure out where those discrepancies are and help manage them.
Right. Now, this is in relation to PhonePe particularly, is how PhonePe has curbed the gap between being financially independent and being between financially educated. What is PhonePe's vision on empowerment?
For us, I think, and that's an interesting question because I think it plays out to both sides, both what we do within the organization for our employees and what's happening outside. The outside part, definitely, I'm quite proud of. Very frequently, a lot of the initiatives that you take around creating a more equitable space are just about opening up opportunity. So they're not, you don't very, as you also saw from what I mentioned in the conversation earlier, it's not really about saying, oh, I will do these special things for women. It's about saying that, oh, this opportunity is now available to everybody. And now we're going to make it easier for people to pick it up. So, for example, if I make it so simple for you to just open up your phone and make a payment or receive money or to, in other ways, be in control of your finances, keeping track of your money and all of the rest, make financial investments and all of that stuff, that by itself makes it a lot easier for anybody in maybe a less powerful position to take advantage. And I think that's sort of how we as an organization are helping opening up the financial space to make sure that there is a lot more independence there. And we have a bunch of plans that will make this even more concrete in the coming years.
Wonderful. So there's more like a neutral ground where people can come forward. What's your message to the new budding women leaders and how they can shine in their respective walks of life?
I think if I was to think about it in terms of the advice I would give to myself from 20 years ago, I think a couple of things. One, be ambitious. And when I say ambitious, I mean, think about the biggest, most complex problem that you can solve and go ahead and solve it. Don't think about, oh, I don't know how I will be able to solve it. I don't have the capability. I don't have the training. You have all of it inside you. Go ahead and take off a big chunk of the challenge and solve for it because you absolutely can. And the other thing is that build your networks, have people around you who have faith in you, both men and women, and move forward with them.
Wonderful. Now we have some questions that have come in on the platform itself. So I'm going to take a couple of them here. Neha says, how do you think we are more empowered now that we are able to speak in leaps and bounds about women empowerment? And what has changed now in comparison to, let's say, a decade ago?
I think I would say that there were some brave people who first stepped out and had their voices heard. And then they turned around and looked at the rest of us and held out a hand. I mean, I would talk about, people like Indira Gandhi, people like Kalpana Chawla, Arundhati Roy, people who did not necessarily had anybody voting for them or bidding for them, but they sort of made that space for themselves. But once that space was made, I think a lot more of us are role models to turn around and say, hey, I can do this. If she can do it, I can do it. And I think that's what has helped. More recent times, I think we are a lot more aware also of the fact that we don't have to be limited. And I think that has also helped a whole lot.
Absolutely. Next question is from Shikhar. He says, are women reluctant to take up a role in operational HR personnel in India? We only see women in recruitment and training. What is your take?
Okay. I don't know, Shikhar, if this is more of an industry specific thing. I have not really seen that. If I look at my own team, it is definitely a team with more men or more women than men in it, more women in the more leadership roles as well, and women across roles, multiple different ones, and not just necessarily limited to anything which you would sort of consider female specific. I think what does happen is that HR sort of seems like a place that more women will get started on. But I think in recent times, you see a lot more of them also growing into more holistic positions, whether it be compensation, whether it be operations, whatever else. So I see that changing.
Right. And here's a very open-ended question. Any advice to new entrants in the PR industry?
So I will take inspiration from Priya Patankar, who is our communications and PR head. I will say that if I had thought sort of differently about stuff, I thought PR was the most glamorous place to be, and I would definitely have wanted to be in this particular space. So I love the work that this space does, and Priya is an amazing leader herself. I think for young women or young people entering the organization at this point in time, I think this is a space that is alive with opportunity, given how much more that is happening in media. I would just again say the same thing. Just grab the opportunity. Don't let it go. You're great at it. Don't sell yourself short. Just go ahead and grab all opportunity and do the best of an industry that has got so much going on in it.
Thank you so much, Manmeet, for your time and for sharing these insights here with us on the platform. Thank you so much from the entire team of Exchange for Media.
Thank you, Kathy. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. The pleasure is ours. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the interaction going, and the buzz is on Twitter using the hashtag E4M PR Women Achievers. You can share your key highlights from the session so far, and I can see that all of you are enjoying these conversations. So we are going to straight move into our next panel discussion, which will talk about COVID adversity, what opportunities and challenges lies ahead of us. So here we have our esteemed panelists. I'd like to welcome on screen. We have Jeanette Arul, AVP and Head Corporate Communication at Birla. We have with us Sukanya Chakraborty, Global Head, Corporate Communication and CSR VFS Global. We have with us Pooja Khan, Head Corporate Communications Panasonic. Also on the panel, we have Atipriya Sarawat, Director, Brand Communication and Corporate Citizenship Serve. And we have with us on the panel, Nikki Gupta, Director, Teamwork Communications. Moderating this session is Ms. Tasmai Roy, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media Group. A very warm welcome to all you lovely ladies. And Tasmai, I'm going to leave the screen to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for the introductions. Welcome, speakers. So glad to have you on the panel today. There's a great session waiting ahead of us. So without much delay, I think we should start this chat. And, you know, what's interesting and what we've been hearing from the speakers before this also, that how the year gone by has changed everything, right? It has changed operations, it has changed management, marketing, communications, everything. So, you know, I would just start with one question for all of you, and I would like to, know your 2 cents on it. How has the past year and a half been? How has it changed? What is new? What's been happening for you and your organization in the year and a half gone by? We'll start with you, Sukanya.
Thanks, Tasmai. Hello to everyone who's listening, and a big hello to my co-panelists. It's great to be here on this platform. Quickly on how the last 1.5 years has been for all of us, I guess this pandemic has been an eye-opener of sorts for all of us, all individuals, businesses, and communities at large, disrupting and creating new ways of adapting to everyday situations, and a lot of learning as well. Setting the so-called new normal in every step, emphasizing the need to be agile, flexible, to make shifts wherever needed. In fact, as soon as the pandemic hit us, businesses had to quickly relook at ways that they were working and devise the best ways to reach out to their stakeholders, both external and internal. And for us in communications, at this time, when everyone was experiencing uncertainty and turmoil, we made sure to shift our focus to address crucial subjects of public information, safety, health, that was more contextual with the times.
Right. Right. we'd like to hear from you, Nikki, since your brand has so many healthcare brands under its umbrella. How has it been? You're seeing all your different clients, all with different demands. How has it been? Just give us an overall understanding of how it's been. Unmute yourself, Nikki. Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah.
So thank you, Exchange for Media and Tamsai, for having me here. So we are meeting again very soon, within the week only.
Yeah.
So as you are talking about the COVID adversity, opportunities and challenges.
Right.
So if you talk about the whole communication industry, we all the panelists are from the different domains of the communication industry. And due to COVID, the whole communication has taken a 360-degree approach. It has affected our way we used to communicate. It has affected our daily way of communications, be it colleagues, be it team members, be it with the media, I would say, with everybody. So COVID in the today's scenario, it's a amalgamation, I would say, of a traditional PR and the new marketing strategy when it comes. So in this scenario, a multitasking communication person in this word, a communicator, has to play multiple roles to meet the brand expectations. As you have correctly mentioned, that the healthcare industry, I would say that this pandemic has given multiple challenges to the entire communication industry.
That's right.
However, it has given immense opportunity when it comes to the healthcare communication industry. The whole communication industry has got multiple challenges, but huge opportunities.
Absolutely, absolutely. Those are great insights. Multiple challenges and great opportunities are something that, has been a part of businesses, their strategies in the past year and a half gone by. Janet, over to you. Tell me a little bit about, how it's been at your end. What are the challenges and what are the opportunities that you could spot in the last year gone by?
Yeah. Hi, Tasmai. Thank you for having me on board. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I think the year and a half has been, I would say it's there's a lot of introspection that we all went through, because there was a lot of learning we did, a lot of unlearning we did. I think we were just thrown into a situation where we had never expected and anticipated this kind of a scenario. So we all had to learn to adapt to the new scenario, adjust to our new ways of working, whether it is at home, whether it is at at the office level. I think when you're just thrown into the sea to swim, you'll figure your way out. And from there, your learnings will begin. And I think we all stood together, whether as a family unit or as an organization, we all stood by each other. And I think that has been one big learning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Atipriya, how has it been for you? How different was it, or how similar was it to the experience of the other speakers we just heard? How has the year gone by been for you and your company? We can't hear you. No.
Atipriya, may I request you to just leave and join back again and connect the audio? That's my till then you
Sure. Pooja, meanwhile, we can hear from you at Panasonic. How has it been? What were the challenges, opportunities, if you can sum it up for us?
Honestly, the life as we know it will never be the same again. And I think the year has been like, it's really an extraordinary time that we are living through. It's a life-changing experience.
True.
We all have recalibrated what we believe in, what we stand for. Our priorities are starting to change. And I see this whole concept emerging, whether it's with my colleagues or with my friends outside, the whole YOLO concept or Carpe Diem. So it's kind of taking the whole world by storm, and we are no different, and I see our colleagues going through that quite a bit. I'll just give you my two bits on today's topic of discussion, which is on COVID communications and how things have been.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any readily available playbook to help us navigate through what we have gone through. I mean, the last time we faced something like this as mankind was the Spanish flu. I think that was 100 years ago.
Yes.
And today it's really a different world that we are living in, and none of us have ever faced something like this before. It's been about in the first wave, the conversations actually started with, as I was telling you guys earlier also, it was life versus livelihood. Yeah, when the second wave, it moved towards, and during the course of the year, it actually moved towards life and livelihood. Both are equal important part of the pillars of our economy, whether it was government, whether it was corporates. We all had to align, switch our narratives, and figure out what was the best way to communicate and deal with the situation. And like all industries, every industry had its unique set of challenges. While somebody spoke about a lot of opportunities, yes, there were opportunities, but there was also a lot of disruption that happened.
Absolutely.
And if you see the manufacturing index, it's again gone down. So it's not a very happy time to be in terms of economy and employees and employment generation. But having said that, there were opportunities, and all industries had unique set of challenges, whether it was like, especially for us being in manufacturing, I mean, it was a big thing for coming back to business, and that I'll speak about more when I speak later. There were some green shoots of opportunities. If I have to look outside the business, and I have to say that, cloud kitchens, what a big success that was. That was a very big opportunity that came out. ITES, huge opportunity again, and they have made huge profits. So that's been, and NGOs have really come up quite a bit in this time. And there'll be many more such things which the conversations further will come to light. So I think I will leave it at that. I don't think there's any playbook. It's been a very tough time for everybody.
Right. Welcome back, Atipriya, again.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes, absolutely.
Brilliant.
So, we were talking about, like Pooja was mentioning, it was a year like no other. And, while there were opportunities, there was a great deal of challenges as well. So, if you can help us understand, how has it been at your end? How have you all been coping with the entire learnings and unlearnings of the COVID times?
Thanks so much again, Tasmi, and sorry about that. Those are some perils of working from home. The technology necessarily serve the purpose you want it to serve. So let me just start by saying that we are an essential services organization, focused in financial payments and technology and fintech. I think pretty much everybody has covered different aspects of how the pandemic really impacted us. But two aspects that I want to be able to focus on is the fact that we very consciously as an organization took a shift to not necessarily identifying the new normal, but really addressing the fact that, what is it that we as an organization and our people and our clients need to be able to do to, succeed in the new normal, right? And that was, I think, something that clearly stood out for us, especially because we saw a massive uptake in digital, and we've all heard about that, right? That the pandemic has really fueled digital. So how do you ally, and those are our clients, right? Financial institutions, merchants, and customers, where you actually saw consumer behavior change overnight completely, right? So how do you align your client needs to your workforce? And that required a lot of focus in terms of continuous talent and development internally to be able to address those needs for clients. So I think from my perspective, I would say that there were two clear aspects that came out when we wanted to be able to see how we succeed in the new environment, and that was culture. In terms of how you really bring your teams together, how you're able to actually, align them to your organization's goals and your aspirations, and to new changing demands in the industry as well. That stood out very strongly for us. And something that we are extremely proud of is the fact that, even before the pandemic, we as an organization have very strongly invested and believed in the need for a very strong internal communications charter, which because we keep hearing this, and all of us are very familiar with it, is that the internal and external lines have completely blurred, and my employee and my associate is really my first brand ambassador. So, and we really live that, right? And the fact that we have a very robust internal communication mandate actually helped us really bring out the whole together piece very, very promptly, and we were able to evolve quickly. There was agility in the system that we were able to take back to our peoples. the intent was really, and I think like a lot of the panelists also spoke about, was that nobody should, in a time like this, in a challenging time like this, nobody should actually feel alone, right? Whether it is your client, whether it is your employee, or the communities that you operate in, they should all feel they are shared. This is a shared experience that we all are going through, and they should all feel a part of that experience. Relatable stories as to everybody is going through the same thing, and you're not alone in it. I think that aspect, as communicators, we were able to bring out really strongly. That was a opportunity that we saw, that we completely bridged on, and that was probably a gap that existed as well, that we were able to bridge and take forward with the pandemic. It got accelerated hugely.
Absolutely, absolutely. Very interesting insights, Aditya. And picking up just from there, it is very important that we value the people that we are working with, whether it's our teams or it's our clients, it's our customers, the entire ecosystem. And just to be there, just to turn up, and just to make them feel that there is empathy and that you're not alone in it. So I'd like to start with you, Pooja. Minimizing crisis and impact of COVID on employees. That has been, I think, one of the focus areas of all communicators across board. If you can tell me how it has been happening at your end at Panasonic, even in corporate life, we've been introduced to so many new things like work from home. There are a lot of employees who've never heard about this concept. It's an alien concept for a lot of people, right? So getting aligned to that thought, getting aligned to that new idea, how has it been? How have you dealt with this entire COVID crisis, and what has been the impact of communication in this whole scenario?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there was no playbook. So we all had to kind of put our hats on and move super quickly. There was no time. Agility was the key. So I don't think I had any, we started off, we put together a crisis management plan. I think in April, in Feb, March, I just joined Panasonic. And most of my time in Panasonic has been in COVID. And so first thing I did was put together a quick crisis management plan, because that's how we're trained to do, right? Like, when you get in, you look at everything. So first thing we did was that. But trust me, that was followed, but not even followed, because things were changing. Things were so dynamic. What each day brought, nobody really knew. I think it was a big wake up call for the ACE industry, which I belong to, the technology industry. But it helped us change gears very quickly, pick up digital. I don't think Panasonic is a 100-year-old company. And, while we're a technology company, heavy on digital, all that thankfully was there. So the ecosystem was in place for internal communications called Workplace. You had your digital work from home systems in place, which could kick into immediately. I think we actually, I think lockdown was announced and we all went home, and the next day we all were connected. At least that was the only positive part of the whole thing, I would say. So we were at least connected. And if I have to look at it from a communicator's lens, it actually furthered management's belief on effective communication. As Atipriya mentioned, lines have been blurring between internal and external comms. And the fact is that, and suddenly the management actually started to realize how important communications was to bring people together, to keep people together, with traditional campaigns taking a backseat. It was actually PR and social media that gained prominence and became the centerpiece of strategic communication, right? And as I said earlier, every industry has its unique set of challenges. For Panasonic, being a B2C and a B2B kind of a company with consumer durables, energy, integrated solutions, welding, I mean, name it, and we have in terms of heavy machinery. And with 15 factories across the country, it was like, suddenly it was a shutdown, lockdown across the board. And bringing people back was another challenge. 100% work from home is never an option for an industry like us, where 90% is actually out on the field or in the or on the shop floor, right? So communication was the key in bringing people together. As I said, no fixed strategy. The key piece was to inform, engage. The only thing I followed was inform, engage. As soon as you get the information, analyze, process, and ensure people are aware of it. Tone of voice, empathy, compassion. I think because that's how you could really come up to speed without, like, if I had to think and make strategies at that time, we probably wouldn't have implemented half the things that we did, right? There was a COVID task force. I mean, for example, you had our spokespeople actually became a brand ambassadors. Our employees became a brand ambassadors, and we rolled out a lot of relevant and exciting campaigns during that time just to keep people engaged and involved, right? So first we started with work from home hacks, because suddenly people who had never worked from home were working from home, right? So work from home hacks, so how you were dealing with all of this. Then we thought, okay, fine, let's how engage them more. Then it was life at Panasonic Homes. So we actually gave people on LinkedIn and on internal platforms a quick view of how, and it so happened all our employees have Panasonic devices at home. So they actually became our brand ambassadors during it, talking about our products and our whole story out there, solutions and you. Then there was another campaign we launched with leadership, where keeping them engaged, because when the market is shut, you can't do client meetings so many. How to keep them engaged, solutions and you. So they got down to writing a lot of content and sharing on social media in terms of the kind of stuff they were doing. Our CEO was hyperactive during that time. I think he's one of the best communicators in my 20 years I've come across, right? And he actually came forward like I have not seen many CEOs come forward, right? From town halls. I mean, bi-weekly town halls we had done then, just to engage people, keep them informed what we were doing, to bring them back, and how was business faring, and how not to worry that, nobody will lose their job. We did not sack anyone. No one lost their job. And so keeping that aligned, keeping people, giving people that mental peace, which was a critical thing. Daily catch-ups with the team. You had COVID task force, like most organizations did. We also did set up, ensuring oxygen concentrators and medical supplies and doctors and everything was available. But to ensure employees knew about it, the comms team was the key. We kind of bridged the gap between the management and the people by ensuring all the information was easy to read, readily available at people's fingertips. Water cooler conversations, coffee conversations had finished. You don't have them anymore, right? So internal communications platform like Workplace, Panasonic Times, the internal newsletter gained more prominence. And you had to change the way, and the content changed. We had to change the content to reflect what people were going through and to share what they wanted to listen to. I think that was the key things that we had to kind of align and quickly do that. These things also help break silos. We have some 7 divisions, right? And each division is a business in itself, right? And so like when you're in office, you walk across, you talk to people, but you can't in a situation like this. Even when you are back in office, you're restricted to your little zone that you are stuck in. You can't move to different zones. So what do you do there? So all these things help break silos also. It was very important to do that. So what SSD was doing vis-a-vis what consumer durables were doing. So it just kept them all informed, aligned, and they knew what's happening with the business. Information is the key. If people are informed, they are engaged, they are mentally in a better space. So I think this is what communications did, and PR was integral for this whole story, internally and externally as well, I would say.
Right.
These are my 2 bits on this.
Great insights, Pooja. Thank you so much for all those valuable anecdotes that you shared with us. I'll come over to Janet next. A very interesting thing that Pooja mentioned is there was no rule book. So there is no handbook that defines, COVID management 101 or something like that. So there is no rule to follow. There is no precedent to follow here. So, and while finding new ways of communicating must have been a very important thing for Panasonic and the likes. For retail, I'm sure innovation was the key word, right? There was a lot of focus on innovation. So if you can tell me a little bit about how it has been happening in retail, at the apparel business, the innovation in portfolios. We know that for a change that, an important part of our fashion statement is the mask that we wear. Right. So if you can tell me a little bit about, how the apparel business has been dynamic enough and adapted to the new normals or the changes that the pandemic introduced. Walk us through it, Janet.
Sure. So as Pooja mentioned, we had to change gears quickly. Right. So same happened in the business. While the business, took a beating in terms of stores, had to get operational and all of that stuff. What happened was we had to listen to our customers. We had to understand their needs. And given that scenario, we had to come out with masks for consumers. Right. When we didn't have the capabilities and the capacities. And given a lockdown situation where your manufacturing capacities are closed, your design teams are operating from home. You can't have your products touch and feel. So in a given scenario like this, and your consumers are, you can listen to your consumers, what are their pain points, and I think this is where innovation comes about, where you quickly have to adapt. The brands have to adapt and come out with designing mask, producing mask, taking out to consumers, reaching out to them. And I think this is where I think the adversities bring out the best in you. This is a little bit of a cliche, but we were able to create masks for our consumers, and I think that was a very big thing at that point of time, because you had to import certain amount of technology from overseas. And how do you manage in a scenario where everything is locked down? And I think this is where our organization stood very steadfast, and we were able to things in a manner where not only serve customers but stand united as a team, as again, belonging to an Aditya Birla Group organization. The kind of support system you get is immense, and I think that helps you.
I think we lost Pooja for a bit there. We lost Janet. Yes, Janet, you're back. Yes.
Yeah. So I think belonging to a good organization who takes care of you, half of your battles are won over there.
Absolutely.
The third piece, was the digital transformation, which got escalated to a next level because of COVID. We had, while we were there in the digital space, it got further accelerated. So, and the collections changed, masks became the new normal, athleisure became the new normal.
Yes.
So I think those were at a professional level, those were some of the big changes that happened. Within the own communication space, I realized that, my team, we worked like as if there was no tomorrow. The kind of stuff we did during this year and a half was amazing. Whether it was internal communications, whether it was external communications, we were all learning to adapt. And I think in that whole journey, we had to make sure that as communicators, we are able to narrate our story in a manner which will inspire people. I think that was very, very important. So whether it is your digital platforms, your social media space, whether it is your internal communications, we had to keep that in mind, the sensibilities of the audiences, whether it was internal or external, and create a whole communication piece which would bring about unity, which would bring about at the same time excitement and not create boredom. So, so we built a whole lot of exciting stuff within the communications space as well.
Wow, right. So, one very important thing that I picked up from what Janet, you just said, that, listening to your customers, what they want. And so, picking up right from there, I'll go over to you, Nikki. You have a lot of clients. So basically, you have a lot of people asking you for the same solutions, but in a different way. Right. And, we also know that how marketing has changed from having focus on one plan fits all to something, which is customized and tailor-made for each of the clients. Right. And since you handle around more than 40 brands under your team, so tell me, how is it? What has been the demands of the clients? How differently were you strategizing, communication plans for your clients in the healthcare segment?
Thanks, Tasmai. So Tasmai, just to add on here, so if I'm talking about 40 clients, so 40 clients, these are all 45 clients, these are all health specific.
Right,
so
right, absolutely.
Non-health specific vertical. And it was an equal challenge to keep all the sectors client, keep them happy and give them customized, tailor-made solution for all the clients.
Right.
So when it comes to the healthcare, clients, so as I mentioned that, the whole COVID thing came as an opportunity, but initially it came as a crisis.
Right, of
to
course.
be very frank. And in this whole crisis, we try to maintain so that we don't become a crisis. It's very important. Losing your head in a crisis and become a good way to handle, the whole crisis thing. So keeping that in mind, we noticed that bigger audience is waiting for the communications, because initially, if we talk about the post-COVID era, there were only few takers of the healthcare news.
Right.
The healthcare. Here, the everybody, be it adult or a child, everybody wants to consume, everyone wants to know about what is happening in the healthcare. And keeping that in mind, the agility everybody has talked about, that was something, because nobody was aware, even the government, WHO, and we have to work for so many clients, send the communications to the media, and at every level. I cannot forget that our team used to work till 12 a.m. at night when this pandemic started. We used to work around the clock, no Saturdays, no Sundays. We very faster accepted the work from home thing, but the whole culture is like, we were just working like mad people. And, we decided, okay, on a regular basis, one can take, chutti, and they can take leave, they can take a pause, because at the same time, the mental health of the team was really important. So keeping that in mind, because many of them were also facing the COVID problem at home, so providing the customized and tailor-made solutions to the clients. So we work for various clients, as I talked about. We have more than 16 hospitals in Delhi NCR. We have diagnostics chain, and these are all working with the COVID. So how the women, so when the communication is going, it's not about the communication going and just delivering to the media, it was the giving the right information, accurate information, how correct information, because multiple time it used to happen that big media houses were not aware. They used to reach out to us, okay, now what's the solution? Okay, so handling more than 100 plus doctors in our organization, the whole media was with teamwork, and teamwork was standing with the media, and we were just floating and try to give the right information when it comes to the custom made and the tailor made approach for the brands. I would say when it comes to the bigger audience and the bigger medium. So if I talk about the bigger medium, so bigger medium was the media. So the biggest challenge for the corporate, for the PR industry was the acceptability was reduced when it comes to the paper.
Absolutely.
So I would say the transformation of the digitization and the fast track of the digitization happened that time, and everybody started communicating. Prior used to happen only, we used to reach out to the certain cities media, and the customization happened. We started reaching out to multiple cities media, and they also become quite acceptable.
Absolutely.
They also started supporting, us, and they understood that it's a need, because they also want to get what is happening in the national capital healthcare.
Right, of course.
It's not about the national media, even the international also, we did multiple huge level campaigns.
Right,
when it comes to COVID. And along with that, I would say, when the government started doing the press conference digital, the biggest thing is happened that we also started communicating with the media via Twitter. All the communication used to handle, that was a one tailor-made communication, because crisis was, become a everyday affair. And Twitter was the one thing, and the digital media was the one thing we started communicating. And keeping the bigger market scenario in mind, everybody wanted to know what is in it, what is it in for me. So
absolutely,
every health status of every individual vary. So be it vaccination, so government also issued multiple time, communication related to vaccination. So keeping that in mind, that's also we started communicating for the brands in a different level, with the different be it influencer marketing, be it a regular shortage plan, because you don't know what you are going to communicate tomorrow. So the plans of all the healthcare clients become a week plans. We switch to the weekly plans, weekly strategies, and moreover, with the meetings with the journalist on a regular basis. So that was a more strategic approach that we took.
Right.
Along with I would say the influencer marketing is one of the new tool which come up as the, not only for the other vertical healthcare, also it has become a really big market. It is not the next big thing, it is the big thing, and every brands, be it healthcare, corporate, everybody wants to do it. So that's a new thing that we are doing, providing a customized solution, very focused, content driven campaign to all the healthcare brands.
Absolutely. Very interesting insights, Nikki. Thank you so much for it. And one word I picked up from whatever you said is acceptability. And with that, I want to go to Sukanya. There is one thing that none of us have been able to accept is that there's been no travel, right? So if you could walk us through, the communication that's been happening there, there is so much going on around travel anxiety, vaccine acceptance, etc., etc. So, in a field like yours, where you are working, where you're working with travel, where you're working with travel related queries, what has been the communication like? What is the kind of communication that you're giving out? How has there been a change in the tone of the communication, if any? So, just walk us through that.
Right. Yes. So, we know that travel and its ecosystem has been, one of the worst hit in the pandemic.
Right.
Especially with border closures and, I would say uncertainty over being allowed to move across countries. And of course, like in every, in this COVID situation, no company is a stranger to crisis mitigation, but there's no reference point. There was no reference point for the pandemic and for us to go back and check. At our end, with the travel ecosystem, fronting drastic changes, slowdowns, and even suspension of services, it became very critical to keep all the stakeholders, both internal and external, apprised of every single development and almost real time. And, this had to be done in a way that was both transparent and reassuring. Because at the end of the day, while we don't know when travel would resume like it was in the pre-pandemic era, but it's always important to keep the faith on, the faith that we will travel again. We work across, 140 plus countries, and we serve more than 60 governments. And it was no mean task, given the speed at which the information was required to be communicated to every stakeholder. And, this information was changing because every country, every local authority had their own rules, and it was very dynamic, very fluid. And we were aware of that. So, from COVID-19 FAQ series that, had all these probable, questions related to visa applications answered to, safety first, campaigns that highlighted the health and hygiene measures if one were to visit our centers for anything, or even safe travels for that matter, where we spoke about measures that people could follow when they resume travel. And another very important, series we did was, how do you not fall for fraud? Because this is the time when, there were a lot of scamsters, all over the place, scamming people. And it was very important that we did a series so that people realize that, if someone's, telling you about even, something like, come to us, we'll help you with a work permit. No, don't do that, because there is no work permit at this point in time. You cannot move across the border. So, we did a lot of do not fall for fraud series, and it's still continuing even today. So empathy, engage, educate constantly. This became our tentpole for the strategy. And several learnings also came up, and very similar to some of what my co-panelists have spoke. The first was the need for speed and agility. Things were changing so much, so frequently. So the ability to weather unforeseen disruption, adopting the newer ways of doing business and working, it was important to become agile and adaptive. The second one, one of my co-panelists brought out was the culture bit. So it's another very important aspect that came out is without seeing people face to face on a daily basis, it became very important to think of creative ways to bind the employees together in such crisis times. Big focus on health and safety. I mean, for everyone, be it employees, be it the customers, it was, one of the important themes that emerged from on-ground safety measures to new health and work related policies. Rise of digital consumption, like Nikki mentioned, we didn't have the luxury of print anymore. I mean, it was primarily digital at that point in time, and even today it's continuing. The dependency on the platforms, continued to rise, which means that for communicators, you had to expand to the use of newer platforms for more engagement and more reach. And the other aspect, internal communications obviously became as important as external communications is being, because most of the companies do focus on external, but internal communications is not something that consciously you'd focus, except for certain brands who do it very well. So this became a big focus, knowing that how with a remote workforce, how important it was to keep them connected. And like Pooja mentioned about newsletters, etc. So those were the only mediums that were available constantly to keep your employees informed and engaged. And the L&D programs that helped employees pick up new skills, upgrade themselves while there was an uncertainty over the business and operations. But how do you keep them constantly, know that they are valued in the company, and how would you reskill them to adapt to the new business or the world order that we were entering at that point in time, and even today. So I guess these were some of the things. And the other things we saw is going forward also, technology is going to become a big enabler. It has always been, and even so now, the digital readiness, that's become a big topic for discussion across organizations, especially with the emergence of the hybrid workforce. That's the model that's coming up. And from a communication point of view, of course, everyone's talking about purpose-driven communication. But that's going to, how people interpret that is, maybe a debate for another day. But purpose-driven communication will become very important as we move forward as communicators in this world.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sukanya. Those were very interesting insights that you gave on travel and how communications change. We'll come back to Atipriya. You mentioned some very interesting points in your introductory comment about, slimming line between internal and external comms, and how there has been a role reversal, in comms, and how it has been so dynamic and changing in the last year and a half. So, Atipriya, if you can elaborate a little bit about the new opportunities where communication plays a significant role, or it has the scope of playing a significant role, be it, in terms of people, be it external, internal, whatever it is. Help us understand, the new opportunities for communication roles.
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. So let me pick up with something what Pooja started with. One of the biggest places I see a huge amount of opportunity, and it was, to some extent, it was a challenge for a lot of organizations. Is transformation that we're going to see in leadership communication, right? The fact that what frequencies, at what levels, at what messaging, at how are you reporting it, and how are you putting a framework in order to be able to ensure that that people are engaged and informed is going to see a huge amount of change, to my mind. And I think and it's not restricted to leadership, and that's what makes it interesting, right? Because for an organization like ours, for example, which is like almost 9,000 odd in number of employees, how do you cascade information across those different levels? So how do you empower people to be able to take messages forward, right? I think that itself is going to see a significant change and a huge opportunity for communicators to be able to build really compelling campaigns around that. The other aspect that I see, which to my mind will turn out to be a huge opportunity, is going to be workplace experiences, right? And so Kanya alluded to that, saying that the whole hybrid model that we are moving towards, how are you going to keep a hybrid model workforce engaged, right? How are you going to deliver programs to them? Like, how will your induction module look like? What will your learning and development interventions look like, right? And I think, workplace experience by itself is becoming extremely center stage right now, especially where you're able to create experiences, throughout the journey of the employee in your organization. I think that is a place where communicators can play a significant amount of role as well, right? Just the fact that, how you will define your employee value proposition, because that is really what it is, when you define what is in it for me, for your existing people, for your partners or anybody else, your suppliers or anybody as well, right? That is what is going to really drive market differentiation. So I think workplace experience and what communicators can do around that to be able to elevate those experience, to build stories around it, to build narratives around it, share experiences around it is something that will become like a will become is a massive opportunity that I see, and we should all be able to leverage it. Uh, to give you another example of external, you mentioned, right, like which we as an organization saw as a great opportunity was with the whole hybrid model again, right? We saw an opportunity to enhance our talent pools. Where are we actually going and getting people on board? And keeping that in mind, we introduced this program called Forward for Her, which is basically a program targeted specifically at women who have taken a career break, and not necessarily because of maternity, but any other reason that they've taken a career break. And how can we as an organization be committed to getting them back to the workforce? What kind of a work environment can we create for them? So that even aligns to the focus around diversity and inclusion, that that the fact that you are not only creating a new talent pool, but you're actually taking forward a very important message, which is that you're not only a technology organization, right? And like any of us, actually, you're not just a health organization or just a travel company. You're actually organizations which are invested in, very strongly invested in human potential, right? So that was an opportunity we saw. We were able to leverage it. It gave the campaign had it had like a typical 360-degree campaign. It had different aspects, social media, press, and otherwise. We had a huge uptake, and I think that was an opportunity that we were able to leverage really well. We piloted it last year. We've it launched a full-blown campaign this year. That was one thing. I think the last piece that I would, look at as a great opportunity for all of us to jump on in is going to be cultural transformation. I think cultural transformation is going to be central, and the pandemic has really brought it to center stage. It's like it's right in our faces, and I don't think it's something that we can, any one of us can, as communication leaders, can ignore it anymore, right? How do you like I said earlier, how do you align your teams to the goals and aspirations of your organization? How do you encourage people to be able to thrive in an organization, right? How do you create campaigns and say success stories and achievements, and how do you celebrate individuals in the organization, right? When it comes, for example, when it comes to diversity and inclusion, how are you promoting your people to bring their authentic self to the organization? How are you celebrating originality? And these things are going to make a significant impact going forward, because the more you meet your own employees, the more interactions you have externally as well, whether it is with the press or with partnerships or suppliers or any one of them. People want to be associated with brands that are empathetic, that have empathy for their people. They want to be associated with workplace attributes like culture, learning and growth opportunities, like diversity and inclusion and all of that, right? So how do you build that, as a very intrinsic part of your culture? And Sukanya mentioned a very pertinent and important aspect. Like I said, we are an essential services organization, right? And imagine, anything that you do digital, from online payments to accepting online payments, everything went digital, right? And we are pretty much we facilitate those services, right, from starting from for financial institutions right to the end consumer. To have a workforce to be able, to be engaged and to be proud enough to be able to ensure that there is seamless work happening, and there is seamless contribution being driven, and we are adding value to the clients, and we are catering to market demands, is a very big is a very big aspect, in terms of bringing to front what is important at that point in time for the market to be able to do. So I think those will be the couple of things that I think will make a huge difference. And just to add to that, I think again, Sukanya mentioned, this is about security. Security has again come forth so strongly, right? And especially for a financial services company, security for us is absolutely of topmost importance, right? So building a culture that, and your associates and your employees are your first line of defense, right? So how do you create a security first posture for your organization? How do you get your people to be more conscious and more aware of it, so that that is a place that you can stop any breach that may ever happen, right? So I think the many aspects to culture that you can actually take up, and I see that as significant. I see communication as a significant and a very strategic enabler to be able to push those messages across in the organization and influence culture to the extent that you are influencing mindset shifts, you're influencing behavioral patterns, you're influencing change in how you do things probably regularly. You're inducing new thinking. You're thinking of innovative ways of doing things. I think that is going to be something that as communication leaders, something that we'll have to very actively look into as to how we can bring that about for people, how you can bring that about for your organization.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Atipriya. Those were very important things that I think as a communicator one must remember, and things that help in carrying on the communication function better. Thank you so much, speakers, for those interesting insights. It was a great learning session, I think, as well, for all of us who are tuned in. Thank you so much for connecting.
Thank you, Tasmai. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Thanks you, ladies. Thank you, Tasmai, for steering this very interesting conversation. So many nuggets of insights and wisdom for all our viewers. And if you have any to share with the wider audience, then go ahead and tweet to us using the hashtag E4M Women Achievers. So I'm going to move forward quickly to our next panel discussion, which is going to talk about pandemic and power of purpose-based communication for brands. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are all ready and set as we welcome our esteemed panelists on screen. We have Indu Sharma, Senior General Manager Communication, Schneider Electric. We also have Anindita Mukherjee Sinha, Head of Corporate Communication, L&T Metro Rail, Hyderabad. We have with us Shivalika Malik, Senior Manager, PepsiCo, and Dr. Subhi Chaturvedi, PhD IITD, Chief Corporate and Public Affairs Officer at Zupi. And moderating this session is Ms. Josna Sharma from BW Business World. A very warm welcome to all you ladies. And Josna, I'm going to leave the screen to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you, Kathy. Welcome all. So I don't know, we're talking about communication and how the pandemic has sort of moved that, but the pandemic has ravaged the economy. It has caused so much destruction to businesses. Recovery is taking place. The finance minister, she gave some relief packages. Industry experts say 9.5% is the growth, GDP growth expected this year. But throughout it all, I think communication is the key for brands, which has kind of held things together. And today we're going to focus in this discussion on how that communication has changed, what has changed in it. So let's start first with Anindita. Let me ask, how has consumer sentiment moved at all, if at all, during the pandemic?
Thank you so much and wish everyone a very good afternoon. See, the first and foremost thing is that this is so unprecedented. We never expected to happen. And the entire planning crisis, the manuals and whatever communication manual or whatever we have, everything went topsy-turvy. So, absolutely the change in your thinking, change in your, your approach, everything, completely changed. So, to come, like the topic today, how we say is that, how do we connect? So the connect with consumers, the approach has changed. Now here we know that, we, for any communication for people, the two main stakeholders are internal, external. So as we say that internal are our main brand ambassadors, so they can also play an active role in promoting the brand. So are the external stakeholders. To run a business, it's imperative that we keep a close watch on how the consumer is connecting with the brand. So, that is very important. Now, didn't the brand do this earlier? They did. But because of this pandemic, the approach, their way of looking at things, that has changed. They are selling credibility now. They are the humane angle, being more digitally friendly, as staying is the new going out, as we all know, and we don't know when this is going to end. So the promoting the brand ethos of a particular company is very, very important. That would resonate for a longer time. It has a positive influence, so that it has a positive influence on the customer's behavior, and what to say, the accepting patterns, the habits in accepting the brand. And the shift away from physical product is in line with the increased health concerns and accessibility also. In fact, Deloitte study pointed out that consumer concern for physical health now remains high compared to their concerns for financial health. So even though it is very, very important in this time of pandemic, but still it is taking a second place. So striking a balance between the competitive advantage and corporate social responsibility, more value driven decision making. So that approach has changed, and it has, now consumers are more they are more aware on how business is interacting with the stakeholders, the community at large, the society at large. So today's consumers, they have become more in favor of products that has been produced locally. This is one. And that there is a greater expectation that brands should display leadership as a process. They should be the pioneers, the leaders in their own way, in their small way. This is one of the very important things. Then business already, they are reeling from the pandemic need. They return to they need to return to a normalcy, and of course get a hold on their revenues, replenish their revenues. So organization will need to work out more how to serve more value conscious, I would say, health conscious, more digitally digital friendly. Also a consumer like who demands purposeful brands that reflects their environmental and social values. So what we have seen is that everything is having a human connect. Maybe the way we have dealt with things, each and every household has taught us to do so, how we did for our family. It is just resonating with the brands and the customers also. So need for an accurate, trusted and up to date data on how people feel, how they intend to engage with brands. So it's a 360-degree approach, I would say, Jyotsna. And it is, see, the consumer sentiment is evolving for sure, no doubt about it. As consumers feel safer, they are prepared to go back to activities previously abandoned. They are coming back. So therefore, any brand, whether it's any sector like retail, financial services, then FMCG, travel, hospitality, we know that everyone has faced the brunt, and they're crippled in today's day. So they need to capture data across all touch points, online, in store, customer services, and identify what consumers actually will respond to. So service experience, brand innovation, aligning with customer values, as I said, articulating them appropriately and truly to live with them. See, now people have become more aware. They see how the brand is living up to their philosophy. So I feel that all, operating more ethically, demonstrating a continued commitment to greater sustainability, because sustainability is the in thing now we have to think about, and being conscious to the current sensitivities also. So we cannot be very aggressive in a way that it hurts anyone's sentiment, or it is completely off sync from what the situation or what the country is going through. So the ability to capture, all these things, I think taking this, a wholesome approach and 360-degree perspective of things, and yes, empathy. I think the last session someone mentioned about empathy. I fully feel that it is, whether it's internal customers or your external customers, it is very, very important.
Yeah. So humane and purpose-driven communication is what you're stressing on. Shivalika, let's come to you. In terms of employees and the brand's communication with the employees and their well-being, would you like to say a few?
Sure. So thank you, Jyotsna. And first of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. So like you did mention, and Ananta also mentioned about employees being the real brand ambassadors. It's very, very important in terms for a brand and or a company or an organization to ensure that how they are the ones who are actually the real mouthpieces, for stand for the values that you bring to the table. And especially what we've also seen during the last 2 years in the pandemic, the 1.5 years that we've faced, that how organizations have really come forth, and it's become more of a people first people first environment, which is very, very good to see. So while it is very important to ensure that there is a conversation going out externally in terms of hope, trust, there is a conversation also, that flow also going internally as well. And that is something that we're seeing across the industry, across organizations, and that is very, very heartwarming to see. And it's very important also at this point in time, because what you reflect internally, it genuinely comes out externally as well, and that is what's happening at the moment.
Right. So coming to you, Indu, this shift that we're talking about, do you see that it is something that's going to now become the new norm, and this is going to stay and it'll be consistent throughout? What are your views on this?
Definitely. See, the uncertain times are not going anywhere. We have been anyways talking about this VUCA times for quite some time, and every brand has maneuvered the conversation around it. But I would say the proliferation of digital and the lifetime information that people have today demands that a brand reacts to it, much more effectively than it used to be earlier. No more we have the monologue times, people have to be spoken to. You have to take a conscious call of, what do you want to stand for, what your consumers will relate to, and that conscious call helps in making it a lot more realistic. So you have to have authentic communication, like my friends here have spoke about empathy. Your conversation has to resonate and relate with people. It cannot be like a 30,000 feet conversation that we are going to do this and that and whatever, and not following it through. So that consistency in communication is going to remain. And yes, employees are going to be the biggest evangelists for any brands in times to come. Because if there is a sense of pride in an individual to work for an organization, and that person is putting out a kind of communication, then that goes a long way. And that paves a way for a lot more people to come in, because I was just reading up yesterday only that this has been a year of maximum number of resignations globally, wherein after pandemic, people have taken a call to not work with organizations who are not caring enough. So at this time, if you have a strong employer brand and you are able to really, really click the right chord with people, so that's going to remain with you, not with consumers, with employees, but, businesses, your partnerships, everything is going to need this in future to come.
Right. Coming to you, Shubhi, we were just discussing, we lost you for a bit out there, but we were just talking about how this change in communication and how this change in thinking from the brand point of view is going to stay now. And we've stressed on how employees are the biggest assets, and the changes happened there as well. What would you like to say about this?
Jyotsna, thank you so much. And I'm really happy that we're celebrating women. We're celebrating this platform. I really hope everybody's been safe and well. I congratulate E4M and the entire team from BW and the group for bringing in some of the champions and heroes to this session. So I'm looking forward to a very learning, fun, engaging session on this really important question. The discussion centered, let me take a step back and let's see a 40,000 feet view above the ground. We're putting purpose at the center of all that we do, which means your employers, your employees, your investors, people who'd like to root for you, people who'd like to consume your brands are now asking for more. So when you're attracting the best talent, many years ago, when we grew up in the 90s, getting a job, getting a house, getting stability in life was really important. Before I came back to my corporate stint, I was teaching for 5.5 years in Delhi University. And you learned some of the brightest minds in the country wanted to explore. They wanted to take gap years. It was not a bad thing to drop a year, and suddenly a new world had opened up. So when you're looking at either attracting cutting edge talent or you're expecting
expecting brand loyalty from a group of young people whose gratification is instant, the most important thing, Jyotsna, that we need to look at is putting purpose in communication and at the core of central decision making processes across planning, across product offerings. And when you talk about this, I think the most important journey is the transition from me to we. So consumers are no longer making decisions, solely on product selection, though we're a price sensitive market, but they're assessing what does a brand say. When we say that, what do we mean? As employees, why do we choose an organization? Why would we not want to go to a particular FMCG brand or work with a certain other brand or wear a sweatshirt which talks about brand purpose? What are they looking for? They're looking for what the brand says, what it does, what it stands by. Let me explain this to you. The support that the brands give to their beliefs, to their philosophy, and not just pay lip service is the question that consumers and employees and talent is asking today. So Harvard Business Review did a research study, and they're saying 64% of consumers say when they connect with a brand, it is because of shared value. It is because of the causes that relate with them that they also want to espouse. So 70% of CMOs today are saying that putting purpose at the center of marketing messages is a key priority. The metrics have changed, Jyotsna. The way we operate has changed. It's not about sales. It is about engagement. It is about finding that authentic voice. It is about giving voice and agency and purpose to your employees and saying that these are the single biggest brand ambassadors that you need. Remember, why is this so important? Because we're having this conversation in a post-COVID-19 world where how we live, how we work, how we play has changed. And that means you had a black swan event where there is a very low probability of that happening, but it has happened and it has had a monumental impact, which is not incremental. It's a paradigm shift. So when they say companies, several surveys has happened, and I can quote research studies ad nauseum, but 94% of companies are now expected to look at critical problems. They're expected to look for climate change. They're expected to be green companies. They're expected to look at solutions around critical issues. Shampoo, and soap companies are today talking about sustainable packaging. They're talking about lowering their plastic footprint. The brands I love to celebrate, Bodyform, Bumble, Dove, Microsoft, a lot of these companies are examples of companies that are doing it right. When we talk about startups, the purpose of SpaceX is making space radically more accessible. The purpose of Zoopy, which is a 3-year-old startup that was started by IITians, is putting engagement, empowerment, and education at the center of a rewarding and entertaining experience. When we look at research studies, again, if you're looking at either politics or if you're looking at policy, solving for health right now, making sure you're saving lives, making sure that is not mere lip service. Health causes became the second most popular category after gender equality and advocacy around LGBTQI issues. So, these are campaigns that don't just come in when there is a day to celebrate. This is where whether you put your money where your mouth is important. Lastly, on this specific question, I believe purpose is an expression of a company's core value proposition. Viewing purpose as a strategy which is rooted in the company's very reason for existing. And that's when we say create a brand with purpose. It's not just a good to do or a right thing to do. BlackRock's chairman, Larry Fink, sends out a letter every beginning of the year to all his investee companies where he says, if you're not being able to locate your social purpose, your social governance strategies, and your ESG record, you're not worth my money. So increasingly, both employees, your investors and your consumers are going to start asking the tough questions. And therefore, if we look at an organization that puts purpose first and that designs your products and your way of life. How do you, and it starts with how do you enter the employee engagement process through the very first experience when you walk into an office, when you walk into the campus, as a lot of startups now like to call their offices. What is it that you see? So this is where every aspect of how you're designing engagement will get you the best talent, will get you brand stickiness, loyalty, and engagement. And that is what we truly care for today. I'll stop here for now.
Right. So a way of being, a way of living really is what we are going to. So coming to you, Anandita, I wanted to also talk a little bit now about the specific challenges that were faced, in regards to communication during times of COVID. So would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Well, we all know that the first and foremost thing what we are facing today is, chopping off all the marketing and promotional budgets. And so this is one of the things which has badly hit us. But yes, the deliverables they have to be there. So one of the biggest challenges definitely this, that fund is a problem everywhere. Then, of course, the production also has, been negatively affected. Whatever you need to produce, even your collaterals or anything for the branding opportunities, they are being called off. Engagement programs for any communication professional, which is very important. That is very, very important, which has taken a toll. Then you don't have, the manpower. We know that coming to the legwork when it comes to any work, even the printing production or anything where all the many agencies have shut down and the people have traveled to their hometowns. We don't have people to do this. And one of the things, other than these aspects, one is misinformation and fake news about, we know how it is going viral now, no matter how much we are trying to control it. So I think, to counter all these challenges, one of the most important thing that we want to do is, being consistently and continuously there, with your customers. Like for us, every single, our metro rail, it was shut down for about more than for 5.5 months. But did we completely close our shop? No. So through our social media platforms and other digital platforms, we explored and we utilized them, and we were continuously in touch with the customers. So basically, to overcome these challenges, what we need to do is we have to anyhow, we have to customize as per the business we are in, and then be in complete continuously touch with the customer, saying that, hey, there we are there. Okay, we may not be operating for a particular time, but we are there. So we know that because of the physical absence to reach out to customers is very, is being very difficult, and we have faced that. Manpower crunch was also there. But so whatever platforms we can utilize, we have to do that. And another thing is that, senior management coming forward and being there, show their face is very important, at least for our product, our Hyderabad Metro Rail. What we did is, even the single, once our operation started, each and every time change, each and every operational updates we send, we have been sending. We have been even see in other time, maybe we wouldn't have used a senior management quote, but here, even if it was not really relevant for a press release, suppose a press note, but we used that our senior management's name as a spokesperson. Otherwise, we generally do it with official spokesperson, just to say that we, even the small time change of even 10 minutes or half an hour or 1 hour, we are communicating, the senior management is communicating that we are taking this business and our customers so seriously. So all these are posing as big challenges for us. And of course, the industry, I think people's pockets also is a big problem, mainly when it goes to B2C businesses. So since they are not being able to brand properly, or go full gaga over their marketing communication. So they are not maybe reaching out to people. So as we have seen that many people have started, they have explored other businesses. The mergers happened, and there are all these things which are coming up. So for us, the most important, because you see, we Hyderabad Metro Rail, we run 69.2 kilometers of stretch in Hyderabad city with 57 stations. So you can understand how big the network is, and not being physically present in those platforms, in figuratively and literally, how we are not being able to get in touch with our customers, which has definitely hit. So another thing we have explored a lot to face these challenges is going digital about purchasing tickets, or the cards, tying up with some Make My Trip and sort of that, so that those gateways can be utilized to for passengers safety, so that they don't have to stand in the queues. So whatever challenges we are facing as communication team, I think we are that is what it has driven us to go more on the social media and website and other digital platforms. So slow but steady, I think this situation will be there for some time, and we have to really think of more innovation and innovative ways how to look at things. And of course, the decision making should be more value driven for sure. And any business, I think, not only us, any business has to be resilient enough to deliver against the customer demand, and because the expectancy will be there. So there comes a question of efficiency, how we can counter the challenges which a communication team has been facing. Even for newspapers, see, we are not being able to, the print run has gone low for many publishing houses. Most of them has have gone online. The physical paper is not available. And so the mass what you want to reach out to, as you did earlier, is really posing as a big problem. But this is, I think, how we should counter it.
So Shivalika, now moving to you, what were the key challenges in keeping consumers engaged during this time? Like Anandita pointed out that, still keeping at it, keeping them engaged and getting senior management involved, and, that sort of keeping them invested in that. What were the key aspects that you want to highlight?
So now I wouldn't want to call them challenges per se. First of all, I think they were, we're all stuck in a position where I think this time needed innovation. And I think these are opportunities of innovation, honestly, if I can put this through like that. And I think there are 4 key things that come to my mind in terms of, again, as a communications team, what we really had to do at this point. Being in an FMCG company, myself, one big thing what we saw was there was a really diverse and a really, fast evolving, changing marketing and messaging mix that happened. So, when the pandemic hit, there was a cautious customer sentiment. There was a digital uptake because content consumption was happening more online than anything else. There were events being postponed, etc. But again, when we're looking at digital also, there was a lot of clutter in there because everybody was going there. So how to break that clutter, how to ensure that we work around the virtual environment more so, keeping the customer sentiments in mind, ensuring that we're empathetic as well, was really, some of the key things that we had to keep in mind. And we had to be sensitive to the current environment more than anything else. And therefore, how to drive that messaging, how to drive that mix also. And
we seem to have lost your the audio.
Can you hear me now?
Jyotsna, we can hear her.
Oh,
yeah, we can hear it. Jyotsna, we can hear her.
Okay, so then it was me. I can hear you.
No worries at all. Yeah. So I was just saying that it's very, very important to adjust that marketing messages and, and overall messaging per se, and where to do it was one thing. Second was in terms of there's a big focus on the brand reputation, because during especially a crisis like this, which is a, global health crisis, listening, reporting, adapting to the entire environment is very key right now, because, even the smallest mistake in terms of anything can kind of ruin your reputation. So again, working with tact, working with empathy, ensuring mindfulness in terms of, in terms of the media you're using, the forums you're using, the messaging you're having, your in-product, tools that you're using. All of that has been really, really important. And then applying technology. I spoke about digital platforms, but more in terms of how you're also being innovative in your, applying technology was important. For example, we just very recently did a campaign on Slice. And it was all about the fact that we saw that there was a lot of consumer uptake in terms of online consumption. People were sitting at home. The sentiment was all the fact after the second wave of a lot of gratitude because, India kind of came together and that whole resilience had to be celebrated. Having said that, what we did was we replaced the logo for Slice into an ode and into a tribute to basically give a tribute to these unsung COVID-19 heroes. But we used technology because it was just not using a particular forum. It was across that we wanted to go and ensure that at every platform possibly, and also ensuring that it can go online, therefore to a larger audience. How can you bring that to life? And last but not the least is it's very tricky of how to get the brand tonality into your fold and then yet be empathetic. For example, Pepsi as a brand is very irreverent. It's a lot of fun in that sense. And, the tone has not been really celebratory in that, during the last 1.5 years. So again, we did a beautiful campaign called Pepsi Salam Namaste. It was all about encouraging people to be socially distanced, but yet emotionally be connected. And we also understood that, while people were back home, and this was last year, people were like, were kind of wanting that emotion, that fun, and they were getting bored as well. And I'm talking about the first wave. And at that point in time, awareness was important, but how could we do it in a more fun manner? And that's when Pepsi kind of came up with this campaign where we were just talking about how salam and namaste are basically the ways to greet each other, but be socially distant and yet be emotionally connected. So these were some of the things that, kind of were where innovation and thinking, putting your thinking hats kind of came to the forefront.
So, Shubhi, I'll come to you right now. We've spoken about, communication and digital communication and the, importance of it right now, especially Shivalika. So was there some sort of also, did you see fatigue? Do you think that there's so much fatigue now because there's too much, happening in that space?
Thanks, Jyotsna. I think this is a really important question. What is it that you celebrate which is different about your brand? And that's the core of every communication, every marketing professional's mandate, right? Unique selling point, differential. Each time if I heard USP and I got a penny for it, I'd not, look at a tomorrow where you have to think about anything. When you look at telling your own story, which is unique and different, and this is where the idea that are you just looking at a campaign, are you looking at periodicity, and are you looking at your bi-monthly plan and saying, hey, I need to get 2 things out? That is where there will be a disconnect, which is why when we started this conversation, I said, from the journey of me to we, if you're not standing up, then you will not stand out. What does that mean? For a lot of people who play safe, it's a risky proposition and they say, hey, we can look at a backlash. This is not our job to look at advocacy. It's not our job to look at, policy change. We're telling the story. But you have to be invested enough to know how you push boundaries. And that's where brands with purposes, brands that understand empathy, brands that build the storytelling at the core of what they're doing will truly stand out. Having said that, Jyotsna, this is as much as a science as it is an art form. I believe there are at least 5 parameters that we need to be mindful of. One, if you do a campaign which celebrates richness of a product while there's a famine, you're going to get hammered. If you do a campaign where there is fear, where there are job losses, and you want to celebrate joy, you're going to be in trouble, which is why we say that as communicators, it's very important that you yourself read newspapers, you're aligned with what is happening, you're topical and you're relevant. to be able to do that, and not just say we'll be about moment marketing. So if something's happening and you run a digital campaign, and like festivals, a lot of brands would do that and they want to ride on the momentum, then there will definitely be a Me Too phenomena. But when I say it's a science, these are the 5 things that I mean by it. You have to look at geographies. A lot of companies in mature geographies will focus on collective values. They'll focus on shared experiences. You have to look at product categories, where when you look at utilities, purpose will be less, utility and the experience. So if you're looking at a cleaning agent or you're looking at a detergent, there are some notable campaigns like Daag Achhe Hain, which rings a bell, that gives you so much happiness. But for a lot of others, it's a basic function. Kapde saaf honge ya gande rahenge? How much effort will it take? What will be the impact of the cleaning agent on the hands of the woman who's washing these clothes, right? So offering experiences less. How much of application will you do in terms of brand maturity? So if my purpose is building brand recall, if my purpose is building brand recognition, I'll have lesser messages. I'll have one clear message saying, great product, buy it. This is what we mean to you, right? If it's a mature brand, if people recognize you, we've got fantastic brands that represent some of the most powerful campaigns today in the room. Especially look at the CSR public service record of Reckitt Benckiser, right? So from Swachh Bharat to iconic campaigns, that's when you take that leap of faith and you change things around and you put meaning and purpose in the middle of it, because you're looking at brand maturity. Very important to look at demographics. What is it that I'm trying to target? Who's going to understand my messaging, right? What is it that we want to sell? Golden rules: don't confuse the message with too many subtexts or subplots. This is not Shakespeare. You're not doing a work of art. You have to be quick. You're looking at 30 seconds. You're looking at a minute. Tell your story. Look at the demographics. Look at the appetite that they will have for something. And when I say that, don't speak only to the lowest common denominator. Our young population, one of the most exposed, one of the most articulate, and one of the most fantastic and savvy users. So if they know that you're faking it or this is a sham, they'll move on very quickly. So stand by the causes that you pick up. Lastly, most important, look at ecosystem readiness. So what do I mean by that? Today, we're all experiencing this. There are virtual courts which are taking place. We're dependent on the resilience of your network. We're dependent upon infrastructure. We're dependent upon many, many variables. Mental health is the biggest issue that we're all trying to solve for today, Jyotsna. 168 children are out of schools. UNICEF is saying that for development of children today, we've taken 2 decades back in terms of how much of a setback the society is facing. So 3 things, very important. You have to be human. You need to humanize your statistics. You have to be clear. You have to be authentic, and you have to be creative if you want to cut through the clutter. So activating purpose-led brands puts the traditional view that customer is a buyer to bed forever. That doesn't exist. Instead, companies will need to focus on creating loyal communities. Why is it that an Apple user will not switch loyalties? It's a brand experience. It is a cult. It is a community. So engaging them, creating value. If you have a bad product, no amount of storytelling can help you. So that's a given. Bringing this sense of community, giving back. When you talk about gaming, right? A lot of people said that people were scared and that's the sector, media and entertainment. This is the only sector where you've seen green shoots. If I tell you very quickly, we're doing 13,600 crores in numbers. In 2025, you're looking at an uptake of 30,000 crores. There's 700 million gamers in India. Out of that, 43% are women. These are huge numbers, so if you're looking at projection, everywhere across the world, India is now the 5th largest in terms of market share. We own 70% of all of the globe. In terms of attention, our user engagement went up to 215 hours in a day. That's not a problem, clearly. What are you solving for? So is the boy in Meerut or is the guy in Lucknow, can I be relevant, therefore, in making his life better? That's when you create stickiness. So my digital campaigns will have to work with my CSR initiatives. They'll have to work with my social impact initiatives. And that's when I have a story that's worth telling. So our brand at Zupi is looking at jobs of tomorrow. The WEF report, World Economic Forum, Jyotsna, talks about the need to upskill at least 750 million Indians by 2030. How will you get there? We're exhausted. We're learning online. This is COVID. It's disrupted schools. How do you put gaming and gamification in the middle of upskilling, reskilling, in the middle of job creation? And for that, we decided to launch the Zupi Skilling Academy. So as we speak, we're training young people in the marginalized communities, in slums, in areas which have been less fortunate. We are giving them digital skills. We're giving them training in retail and purpose-driven marketing. That's where you're truly making a difference. That person will give their life for your brand, for the experience. And that's when you take an experience which is about mental health, which is about joy, which is about casual entertainment, and you make it relevant and say, how do I make learning fun while staying true to my brand purpose? So kal ki tayari, looking at preparedness, looking at making sure where there's uncertainty, how can you see results? And that's where you cut through the clutter and you say, hey, we're here to stay. And this is a brand that actually makes a difference in my life.
Right. Well said. Well, I'm running out of time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come to each one of you and we'll do your summing up remarks. So let me go to Indu first. Indu, if you'd like to add anything to that, or we can just go to you and you can give us some summing up remarks. Your key trends that you see, all of that.
Sure, I'm really happy when Subi mentioned Reckitt Benckiser. I'd been there for 4 years, recently switched. So there was a sense of pride when there was a conversation about that. But I would say I would do a mix of, what I want to say and, what are the remarks. But, there's a saying which, I would say for me, it summarizes all of this. People don't really buy what you do. They are buying why you do it. That why is very, very important. And that why is your purpose. Hence, for me, I would say purpose is the umbilical cord, which is really connecting a brand to the consumer. So what you feed through this umbilical cord is going to bolster your relationship. And that's what you're going to carry within your relationship for times to come. And broadly, if we have to really look at, for me, I always say there is an A, B, C of purpose communication. So for me, the A stands to be authentic. Any story which is real, which is not fake, is going to relate to people. Second is believing. First of all, you need to believe what you're saying. A lot of times, I see a communicator doing a story, and which is why your pitches are not so strong, or you're not able to put out the right kind of communication, because you do not know, what's really happening behind this. C is consistency. It's scientifically proven that humans don't, remember things only once told to them. So it has to be spoken again and again with creative ways. So when we did, and I'm going back to my previous employer, and when we did, the TikTok challenge of people being shown or participating in how do you wash hands, it was engaging consumers, it was passionate, it was fun, it was creating awareness. So it ticked all the right boxes. So hence the medium that you choose, the message that you choose, your call to action, what we in comms, we call it CTA, the powerful CTAs, engage consumers. And, in the end, purpose communication humanizes a brand. You can only have a relationship with a human. Hence, if you really want to have a relationship with your consumers, be a human brand, have a face, have a personality, and that is going to stick with you.
Right. Shivalika?
Hi, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Great. So I think I'm just going to keep it to the fact that, especially, particularly in times of a crisis, a consumer's interaction with the company is all about triggering trust and loyalty. One little thing here and there kind of just takes it away. And given in this situation, it's very, very important, like Indu mentioned, how do we engage with consumers? How do we also ensure that we not only engage, but how do we engage with empathy, care, and concern? So that's really important in today's times. Also understanding consumer sentiments, and what we at PepsiCo kind of have seen, especially in these last 1.5 years, is hope, trust, fun. They've been our key pillars in the sense because, as a consumer, we need hope. As an individual, we need hope. Trust. You need to trust each other. And the fact is that there is fun required. There is that little element required which can basically make you feel more celebratory, more alive in that sense. Another thing that I want to talk about is the fact that, all brands at this point in time, or organizations, they need to know their target audience, but plus they don't need to just be mouthpieces in terms of coming up and stepping up a message. They also need to basically ensure that there's action to it. So when you're talking about purpose, then you need to be purposeful first. You need to obviously reflect that. For example, if for PepsiCo, the key thing is winning with purpose. But the fact is, if during the pandemic, in both, or any other situation, if we are not being purposeful, we're not thinking about the environment, we're not going out and, helping the communities in need, then it's all a waste. And that's exactly what we do. We action it as well. And the last thing is that I think, again, effective communication is not only important externally, it's very, very important internally. And being humane, being empathetic, showing concern, being purposeful, all these are basic pillars to ensure that we actually say and do what we really mean. So yeah, that's pretty much what I have to say here.
Anandita, closing remarks from you.
Okay, so here we have spoken enough about communication and brand. I would talk about the awareness quickly on the awareness part of something, of the communication. Whatever we are doing it, should we only stick on to what we want to communicate, or the peripherals around that we have to see? Suppose Atmanirbhar Bharat is a fantastic initiative, but what are the things we need to do for that? What is ease of doing business? Where India ranks in doing business now by World Bank? It is in 63rd position. What are the parameters to start a business, to continue a business? What are the, there are 6-7 parameters how to, end a business. So when we are, harping on the point that we have to be self-resilient and self-sufficient, so what are the facilities available around? So it is just an example. Basically, I want to say whatever the product is, with the communication about the product, I think the peripheral awareness is very, very important. And also coming to, someone already said that, yes, all communication, it has to reach to every level. That is true for some products, but some products you have to have a clear segment, so it has to reach to those particular customers. And also some products, we have seen a very established jewelry brand, they have come to a strong CSR messaging. But then again, when the CSR messaging, what is it about? Now, is it about promoting, like women education? Okay, fine. Then it's okay how you promote it. But when a very established, a brand ambassador wears a very ordinary village, dresses up like a villager and goes to withdraw pension, we have to think, does it really click what we want to get? Because then we cannot match the two personalities, that product, what the messaging should be, and the person who's doing it. No one believes that. So I think, we have to make a total balance. We have to go with a total balanced approach in our communication, so that the product itself becomes a brand in itself. If you see, it's very funny to say, but 90% of our domestic help, when they need to use a washing powder, they say, madam, surf de dijiye. Whatever, irrespective of the brand, it is surf for them. Yeah. Or for many children, when you want to have a chocolate, they will say Cadbury, irrespective of the brand. I'm sorry for people who are in that brand. So this is the resonance what we are looking for with effective communication and awareness. I think these two things need to have a good, an effective marriage for in days to come, and also with a purpose, as everyone has said, humane approach, with very to live by the philosophy, by the brand, and of course a very a messaging that will keep in mind, will be in people's mind for a longer time for them to be an established brand.
Right. So, Shubhi, back to you, and then
Jyotsna, thank you. A lot has been said, and but not everyone has said it. It's sheer joy for me to listen to everyone, and these are champions and heroes for me. What is amazing is when you bring women into the room, you're not just looking at profitability; you're also looking at user centricity. Brands that obsess about what is it that will truly make a difference in the lives of their users. And when I say stakeholders, I mean your employees, I mean people who are associated with you in every shape, form, and purpose of the way. 70% of all people surveyed in the latest Edelman's Trust Barometer talk about putting trust at the core of what brands are doing. How can you build trust? If you're shamming it, if you're telling a story, and if you're doing a campaign that's peripheral, I believe there are 6 very, very clear metrics that drive this arrow to a higher level of trust. So if you're disingenuous, you're going to lose out. If you're commercially motivated, you're going to lose out. If you're opportunistic, especially in a world where it is fraught with uncertainty and human tragedy, with the kind of proportion that we've never seen before, you're going to lose out. If you're only branding motivated, let me look at a transactional opportunity and plug my brand there mindlessly, you're going to lose out. When you start gaining is when you are CSR centric, when you really care about your community, and when you're purpose led. So brand purpose needs to go above and beyond being an expression of a statement that you put out in your annual report. It has to be a core value proposition. It needs to address societies like Greta Thunberg said, you have to respond to the environmental situations like your house is on fire. And believe me, friends who are on the call today, our house is on fire. So if you don't care about the environment, if you're not focused on the positive potential impact of the company that is creating products day in and day out, you will get knocked off sooner than later. And that's where COVID-19, Jyotsna, and I'm going to end very quickly on this, brand focus and purpose have been married like never before. Companies have had to move away from differentiating their products, and they're joining hands with the government, they're joining hands with networks. So creativity, collaboration, and curation, and finding common minimum points of interest with partners from your own sectors who've been your competitors is the way forward if you truly want to purpose, and if you truly want to build a brand that stays and that truly is at the heart of your consumers and your business. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Thank you. So be humane, be purposeful. Thank you, ladies. This was very informative. Thank you for your time, and thank you for speaking to us.
Such a
Thank you so much.
And
Wish
thanks a lot
everyone
to all who are there.
stay safe.
Please take care, stay safe, and be connected.
Thank you. Be connected. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to hand this back to my colleague, Mr. Bhatia.
Yeah, unfortunately, Khyati got stuck. I think there's a drop back. So I'll take over for some minutes because this is a women conference. Women like to stay out for some time.
Oh, we love our men, Karan. They're more than welcome. Otherwise, we'll be the converted.
No.
And especially when they speak good things about us.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you are celebrating women, so you definitely need to share the stage with us for a little while, for sure.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So we also have, thanks for your lovely session. It was really thought-provoking. I was watching it. And we look forward to see you more. We'll keep engaging.
Thank you.
Bye.
So moving over to our next panelist. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Jyotsna, for amazing moderation. So moving on to our next panelist, we have Miss Phoebe Seggins. She's the Chief Operating Officer for Little Black Book. Welcome, Phoebe. Can you hear us?
Hi. I think, hang on, my video is on.
1 second. Okay. I think now you can start on your camera. Oh,
Hello.
there you are. Hi.
Hi. So nice to see your face.
Same here. I hope everything is fine in UK. So Phoebe, she'll talk about the topic, break the glass ceiling, put on different shoes and get ready to make yourself uncomfortable. A little brief description: at 5'2", Phoebe Seggins has spent a lifetime in platform, shoes and trainers. But this talk isn't about retaining her feet after a year lockdown wearing slippers. It's about confidence. Like many women, it's one of the things Phoebe wishes she had more of as a young person. Sorry, my bad. Something she recognized women needs more of in order to move forward in their career quickly and regardless of gender. Phoebe Siggins gained her position as a chief operating officer of global marketing and news platform Little Black Book at the age of 28. Phoebe joined Little Black Book PR arm LLB Lab in 2014 as a PR accounts manager. In just 2 short years, she was running the entire department and has supported a 10-fold growth in its clients base during her lifetime at the business. So, a very warm welcome to you, Phoebe. Such an honor, reading about you, and we've been interacting a lot. So I'll pass it on to you, and you can just share your presentation or anything you want to share with our audience.
Amazing.
Over to you. Thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you so much. I wanted to actually start off by thanking you all for taking the time to listen to me speak today. When I first was approached by Karen and Exchange for Media, to talk on the topic of breaking the glass ceiling, I was so humbled to be asked to speak in front of so many business leaders and incredibly successful people in the field of PR today. So what I would like to talk to you a little bit about is my experiences so far. As you've just heard, I'm the Chief Operating Officer and Head of PR at Little Black Book. Some may know it as lbbonline.com. So doing a talk this way is fairly new to me. I tend to be the interviewer as opposed to the interviewee. I'm normally crafting talking points and thought leadership for other people rather than myself. So at the times that I speak in public, it's normally in front of a live audience, most of whom I can see all their lovely faces. So please excuse my fresh approach to this. It's a bit new to me, but I hope you enjoy it. So today, what I'd like to talk about, two things I really believe have carried me through right from my school years in education up to the point of taking on a more senior leadership role in 2020. And those two things are putting myself in uncomfortable positions and putting on different pairs of shoes. And when I say that, it's not because I'm 5'2" and I love wearing a platform heel. This is actually in the metaphorical sense about building confidence and understanding other people. And I'll tell you why. So when I told my friends I'd be speaking on the topic of women in leadership and breaking the glass ceiling, they all nodded to one thing. You should talk about imposter syndrome. Perhaps embarrassingly, I hadn't heard of it, but I obviously quite often had the signs of it written all over my face. I feel at least 6 different people maybe told me the exact same thing. So for anyone like me who wasn't familiar with the phrase, imposter syndrome refers to a psychological pattern in which an individual doubts their skills, talents, their accomplishments, and has this kind of internalized fear of being exposed as a fraud or not feeling like they deserve to be where they are. So as I looked into this, I found a study by KPMG from 2020 that found over 75% of female executives felt that they had experienced this at some point in their career. And I could certainly count myself amongst them. And as I started to think, this is something I also hear so much from my own clients and female business leaders that I work with. It's a daily conversation. So having started to research this, the topic immediately threw me back to a panel series I've been running for one of my clients. Basically, this panel brings together senior heads of production from across the USA to talk about their experiences. And on these panels, we always ask one bonus question right at the end to everyone who we're speaking to. And that question was always, if you could go back in time to when you were 10 years old and could tell yourself one thing, what would you tell yourself? So across that series, I found men and women answered this question very differently. And on one of the panels in particular, I found myself together with 3 really forging, successful female heads of production. And they all said the exact same answer unprompted. I would have told myself to be more confident. I would have told myself to believe in myself and my abilities and to not worry about what people thought of me so much. And in all honesty, this is something I had in my head the whole time. It would have been my answer too. And the more I started to think about this, I realized that building up my confidence has been so important to my progression in the field of PR and communications and essentially breaking this glass ceiling. But I found the incredibly frustrating thing about confidence is it's not an academic skill. It's not something people teach you in school or something you can easily teach others. It's not something you can buy for yourself or gift to anyone else. It's not something you can easily acquire without making big changes to the way that you think and act personally. It's also one of the things I really believe men and women experience quite differently. I still wouldn't call myself an extrovert today. I know I've come a long, long way from the kind of nervous doubter that I used to be. And whilst I can't offer up a kind of silver bullet solution to a lack of confidence or imposter syndrome, I do believe 2 things that have helped me go from that complete wallflower to where I am today was, as I mentioned earlier, putting myself in other people's shoes, learning from them and making myself uncomfortable. So in order to, I guess, explain myself, I really feel I probably have to first put you in my shoes. So I grew up in the 1990s in a big seaside town in the UK. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to say I had wonderful, supportive and creative parents who never imposed any gender bias on me or my brother. Primary and secondary education was free, compulsory, accessible to all children. And the kind of thought that was ingrained into us was that if we worked hard, the sky was the limit. And that was something that just stuck with me. That the moment I got into school, I loved learning and I pushed myself towards that. I wanted to achieve. And at age 10, my teachers recommended that I take a test, to an entry test to one of our state-run grammar schools. Again, this was something that was free and accessible to all children. So I was incredibly lucky to get the opportunity to do it. And I ended up going to one of the top achieving schools in the borough, Southend High School for girls. So academically at this point, I had no doubts about my abilities in regard to my gender. If anything, being at this all-girls school, it kind of reaffirmed to me that my gender wouldn't hinder my results. It may actually improve them. So it's funny because there must have been something a bit in the water in the early 90s in my home county of Essex, as we were often told we were one of the highest achieving school year groups the area had produced. And teachers would often mention how the girls were outperforming the boys, which, you know, was often celebrated because it was rare. But outside of school, I'd grown up with a brother, male cousins, a lot of family friends who also happened to be boys. So I was quite often in male company, but I was starting to notice at this point in time the rifts in our levels of social confidence, especially as I worked my way through secondary school. I kind of feel a growing amount of curveballs being thrown my way that simply didn't bother my brothers or my cousins and other people that I knew. So I kind of actually at this point say I thank my lucky stars that I didn't grow up in the age of Instagram. I think in the 90s and 2000s, magazines and TV were kind of enough to rock my perspective on my body image, how I should act, and you know, what limited options might lay ahead for women, especially if you wanted a family later in life. So I guess this is when I first started becoming aware of what the glass ceiling was. Perhaps not so much under that phraseology, but the fact that no matter what grades I got, there was going to be some barriers to achieving what I wanted to achieve. So despite the fact I was doing well academically, my confidence started dropping through the floor. Definitely during secondary school, I just wasn't comfortable conversing with people who weren't my close friends or family, or they weren't in my age group. I'd become very insular. But I'd also started to cotton on to the fact that when I entered the real world, my safe bubble of being at a smart girls' school with good grades was going to burst quite quickly. So by the time I got to the end of my 5th year, I realized I had a decision to make. Even if I continued to work really hard, that lack of confidence was going to start holding me back in my next stages in life. Getting a job, applying to uni, starting a career would all be much more difficult for me. So how could I stop this? As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't learn confidence from anyone else. I couldn't buy it. I had the realization I was going to have to completely change my mindset and my immediate environment in order to do it. I had to put myself in an environment I didn't feel comfortable. And essentially, I wanted to be ready for the boys' club of the working world that all women kind of told me about. So I took the leap to move to a 6th form at the boys' grammar school. So these schools, the 6th forms tend to be mixed at the grammar schools. But just to give you some context, there are about 150 pupils in my new school year. Less than 1/3 of these were female. It was a different part of town altogether, and I knew only 2 people there. But in my mind, it was something that could potentially mimic a working environment of the future. So the first day I walked in there, I was absolutely terrified. I often get these kind of vivid flashbacks of walking into our common room at break time on the first day of school, looking in the room, realizing there was no one I knew in there, turning on my heel and walking straight back out and hiding in the toilets. I thought I would never be able to speak to anyone, really thinking I'd made a huge mistake, and I'd left this comfortable environment where I was going to get the best grades I could get. But I had to tell myself there was no way of backing out. I put myself here for a reason, and I had to come up with a way to work out how to interact with new people. So I started putting myself in their shoes. I'm sure you can imagine what a group of teenage boys are like who suddenly have 50 girls thrown into what was previously an all-boys environment in which they were already familiar and confident. Testosterone flying all about the place. They were vying for our attention and trying to prove who was the most dominant. Often that translated into banter, which kind of sometimes would scare or upset most girls. But by detaching myself from the words coming out of their mouth and putting myself in their shoes, I noticed one thing very quickly: a kind of overly defensive reaction to their comments and jokes only fed their desire to kind of be more cutting. Getting upset was helping prove that dominance. So what I realized was, in fact, they wanted to be challenged. They were also all very smart boys, and they appreciated someone who could speak to them on their level. So I kind of sat back and observed, what do these people find interesting? What makes them embarrassed? What commonalities do we have? How can we have an engaging conversation with each other? So little by little, using that approach, I began to get more comfortable being somewhere completely different, around people who acted completely different to what I was used to. And I began to make some really great friends that I'm still happy to say very close to today. And when I look back, making that change is something that I can point to as something that started to get me where I am today. I realized at that point that confidence can be earned, and that I had to recognize when I needed to try new things that were outside of my comfort zone. So this combination approach is what I believe I've used ever since to try and take step forwards in my career. If I fast forward slightly, I then studied history of art at the University of Warwick. Having creative parents, I've always had an interest in how the creative world collided with social and cultural history. Something that has become hugely valuable to my career now. It's, you know, I get to thrive on this because I get to speak and hear from business leaders all day long who bring these two elements together to create amazing campaigns. So I guess at this point, alongside trying to develop my social confidence, I was still working incredibly hard academically. I came out with a first-class degree, and this was the academic pinnacle I'd been gunning for since those teachers first told me to take the entry exam to grammar school. I thought this would open many doors that these teachers had promised me, and so in my mind I felt it proved that as a woman I wasn't at a disadvantage academically. But alas, when I left university, we were coming out the back of a quite steep recession in the UK, and there just weren't graduate jobs about. At this point, I still wasn't confident enough to get through the interviews, the few interviews that I had. And what I had to do was still earn my keep at home. I didn't come from a wealthy family. I had to, you know, pay for my social life, pay for my food, pay for my accommodation. And I kind of just took whatever part-time jobs came my way in order to do that. And it wasn't until a year later that I was able to get an unpaid internship at a small healthcare startup in London, using kind of some of the funds that I'd saved to cover the travel costs. It wasn't the creative field that I hoped for, but once again, I knew I was going to have to try something different if I wanted to move forward. And at this point, I was obviously so grateful they gave me the opportunity when no one else would. And actually this uncomfy moment turned into a very happy accident. This job at Network Locum, which is now known as Lantern in the UK, it paved the way for my current role. The CEO, Melissa Morris, was a former McKinsey consultant, and she was only a few years older than I was. I was kind of in awe of the fact that she had secured investor funding for a business that would support what I always saw as one of Britain's greatest institutions, our National Health Service. And after a year of part-time jobs post-uni, I was desperate for a chance to prove myself, especially to this incredibly, this amazing woman. So she took a chance on me, despite the fact I kind of knew nothing about medicine, doctors, the systems behind the NHS. So what I did was I threw myself into the research and talking to as many GPs, practice owners, anyone they would put me in front of. Obviously at this point, something I was still very nervous about. I didn't want to trip up. Obviously these are highly educated people in a field that I knew nothing about, but I knew I had to learn. So I had to get over my fear of speaking to them and again, find that common ground that would help me learn. So I have to mention at this point, obviously, despite running this forging and incredibly busy startup, I'd have to thank Melissa and her team because they personally took the time to train me in how that business worked from top to bottom. It was everything from the sales and marketing that I was hired for in the internship to customer management, website development, funding proposals, digital marketing, reporting, business development, clinical governance, and their teaching and my kind of drive to learn meant I went from an unpaid intern to a full-time communications manager after just 1 month. And it was one of the greatest starts I could have possibly had. And it's still something that feeds my knowledge and my approach to my job today. So then the job arose at LBB in 2014 for a junior PR account manager. And when I saw the role, I could just see the culmination of all of these amazing skills I had been learning in the industry. The skill, like in the place that I'd always wanted to work in advertising, communications, media, and production. And despite the fact that I loved and admired my current colleagues, that I'd been swiftly promoted, and that the business I was in was clearly moving towards bigger things, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to sidestep into the creative industries. So I guess once again, my goal was to learn as much as I could about a completely new industry to me. And this is where putting myself in people's shoes really began to make a difference. The unique thing about LBB Lab is that the PR agency was born out of its news platform. So unlike anywhere I had ever worked before, I had this incredible global resource at my fingertips, something that could provide me with all the teaching on who's who and what's what that I ever needed to know. And what struck me about it was that it gave everyone a voice, from junior to senior, from post-production to brand marketer. I could get into the minds of anyone in the business, something that I knew up to this point would help me get ahead. So despite not having done PR before, I realized quickly that the first thing you have to get to grips with is who your clients really are, who their customers really are, and what's interesting about them. I'm sure it's a given for most of you listening today that the first thing you need to do is to get to know your client's business, their audience, and the media that you're working with inside and out. But I believe there's another level to all of this. What are the extraneous factors that might affect the way that those clients or journalists interact with you and the audience that they're trying to reach? I always think one of my biggest pieces of advice for other young people, or for leaders who are supporting young staff, is that when you're a woman and grappling with a fear of imposter syndrome or a lack of confidence, working with business leaders who are your clients, but who are people that you've admired for a long time, that you look up to, that you want to be and learn from, it can be so hard to take a step back and realize that they might be just as eager to hear your thoughts, perspective, and your advice about your field as you are to theirs. So I guess for me, being able to put yourself in their shoes isn't just a case of knowing what their business does and what goals they need to hit. It's about being able to anticipate what them and their customers want and need along the way, and also give yourself the confidence to give your best advice. So as I moved throughout my career, I recognized it was just as important to learn from your colleagues and bosses too, to learn from their experience. When I joined, and they still are, half of our team were journalists working on the news side of LBB. And they could actually put me in the headspace of anyone I was pitching to in the wider trade media. And the CEO, Matt Cooper, he was in fact the kind of real life walking little black book who seemed to have worked with anyone and everyone in the business. So their knowledge is something that still keeps me moving forward today, and still something I do every day to try and understand my clients and this business more. I guess at this point, it would also be remiss of me not to mention that I couldn't have learned so much and moved so quickly in my career at LBB had it not been for the support of Matt Cooper. He's never let age, gender, race, or sexuality kind of blind him from people's ability. He has taught and nurtured every single one of us on his team with this kind of passionate and encyclopedic knowledge. And for this, I know I can say I'm one of the very lucky and fortunate few to have had such great role models to learn from. As a parting thought, I believe breaking the glass ceiling is about keeping it broken and keeping it open for the people coming up through the ranks. From the same report I mentioned earlier, conducted by KPMG, they found that when asked which dynamics within the workplace were most valuable to help reduce feelings of imposter syndrome, 47% said having a supportive performance manager and 29% said feeling valued and being rewarded fairly helped combat that lack of confidence. When it came to running my own team, I wanted to give back some of the wonderful support, advice, teaching and insight that I've received over my career. I've perhaps found this is where putting yourself in other people's shoes is most important. I mean, it's a well-known fact that employees are more productive and happy when they feel empowered, when they feel that they are on a forward trajectory, that them and the business they are in is going somewhere. In order to put them on that path, I think you have to be able to put yourself in their shoes. You won't know how to make them feel empowered if you don't know what empowerment looks like to them. You need to understand what type of trajectory they want to be on and help them get up to that speed. You need to work out how they learn best and how to keep them going, because it is so, so different for everyone. And I think for me is always keeping in the back of my mind the confidence hurdles I've overcome and helping others to do the same. So if you do one thing to help your confidence or the confidence of others, I think you need to pull on a different pair of shoes.
Thank you. Thank you, Phoebe. That was wonderful. And I am sure that, a lot of these young girls who are watching you right now are getting inspired with your story. I have a few questions quickly I want to ask you. You've been a female leader who's revered and respected. What do you think are potential challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for future leaders?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, you'd love to say that these challenges will, the challenges that we all face now will be less for the next generation. But when you look at the stats in terms of how slow our industries are moving towards gender parity, it's frightening, really. And actually, I can't remember where I've read it, but more recently, there's a lot of evidence to show that the pandemic has decelerated in like the recent progression that women in business had made. So I guess the biggest challenge will be to keep, keep moving forward and learning how to accelerate that process to give women more opportunities, to make them feel more confident, and to, I think, yeah, just speed things up.
Also, Phoebe, you worked in diverse organizational setups. So what cultural difference that you observed as world becomes closer and there's like diverse workforce in almost every organization now? So would you like to share some anecdotes from those?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, for me, and I know there's a lot of evidence to support the more diverse businesses you work in, the more creative they become, the more successful they become. And like I mentioned, I've been so fortunate to work in 2 places which have been incredibly diverse. And I think that the progress of those businesses speak for themselves. If you have diverse people within the business, you get more success and you get it quickly. So, and yeah, I mean, there's countless amazing people that I've worked with, and actually day to day, the thing I enjoy most about my role is that I get to speak to people from all over the world, from all different backgrounds, and it's not just my own team that I get to experience and learn from. It's everyone in this industry, and that to me is, I think, gives you that beautiful, well-rounded approach and ideas.
Absolutely. There is another question which is about the global PR communication scenario and how women are leading the bandwagon. As we all know, since LBB is widely covering global market, what has been your experience in terms of the global PR scenario, communication and PR?
So, and do you mean that as a woman or just, yeah, so I think for me, actually, it's been funny because a lot of the people that I work with in communications, like you're saying, they are women, and they are, you see it a lot. So globally as well, most of the global heads of comms that I work with at agencies or marketing or in production companies, like you're saying, they're all women. So for me, that there's been role models there throughout my career. But the one thing I think, I guess the biggest challenge is keeping it fresh. And I sometimes experience the fact that some women who have have been through a lot in their careers and have overcome this huge adversity is that it seems they sometimes find it difficult to not pass that down to the next generation. I think it's for global female PR leaders, I think no matter what you've been through, it's about not having to put that down to the next generation. It's making their path easier and yeah, not lumbering them with any of the things you might have had to go through yourself.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. It's been a real pleasure to hear your story and to let all the females and the younger girls, especially entering the industry, know that how real imposter syndrome is, how important it is to overcome it and develop your own confidence in the world of PR and communication.
Thank you, Phoebe. It was great having you. Look forward to have more engaging conversation and in other events as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak. I'm incredibly humbled and a bit like that imposter syndrome. I didn't quite believe I'd be invited. So
absolutely. look forward to and have a nice trip. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. With that, without wasting any time, we're going to move straight to our next panel discussion, which will talk about success or failure are prerequisite for personal growth. We have esteemed panelists on this session. We have Ashken, who's the personal branding and Instagram marketing expert, Ashken Pro. We also have Amay Polikar, journalist, political analyst. We have RJ Ginny Mahajan from Radio City. We have Komal Lat from who's the founder of Tute Consult, and moderating this session is Mr. Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal. A very warm welcome. I'm going to check on our other panelists as well, requesting all of you to please switch on your cameras and mics and join us on screen. And Sudhir, over to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you, Kathy. How are you? And it's a pleasure to moderate this panel. I'm a lawyer, but I know why Anurag wanted me and Karan wanted me to come for this panel. The reason is I have gone through many successes and failure, and maybe there is a story behind it. But I'm a great believer in women power. Most of my law firm have a majority of women working from partners to associate to senior associate. And that has been my journey. I'm always very guided by their intuition about their energy and their positivity. So it's a privilege to be here, moderate such an important panel. Ginny, I have been hearing you on Radio City. All of us know you very well. What kind of positive stories you talk about. You talk about challenging stories all the time. Komal, I know about your work also. And that is something. And Akshen, am I pronouncing it correctly? Akshen? Yeah, your name, Akshen.
Ashwin.
Yeah. So welcome you all in this. And the topic is very, I don't know who thought about it, but it's very interesting. Success or failure are a prerequisite for personal growth. I think all of us, I come from a small town, and I had mostly my 10th and 12th almost under the tree in place in Bihar, which is called Siwan. It's almost like a village, a very small town, and came to Delhi University, did my graduation, and later became a Fulbright scholar, became a lawyer. Now I'm a door tenant in London in the Attorney General of United Kingdom's chamber. Also run my practice out of India. So it has been a very torrid journey for me. I have seen a lot of failures in early part of my life, and honestly speaking, I was not knowing that failures also teaches you something. But if I look back when I'm 50, I can surely tell you that I feel that my failures, whether it's the interview of IAS in 98 or some bigger failures in course of my court litigation, they taught me so much. They were much bigger teacher to me than whatever success or small success or big success as a professional I got. So I was very excited about this topic. And I will start with Ginny, you, because you will set us tone for this conference. What do you think about this topic? What comes to your mind?
Also, I'd like to say I'm very complex talking to you because you just told me what all you've done. And I'm like, where is the failure in that? This is all super success. But I think I can talk a lot about failures because I think my life has been a series of failures. And every time a failures come, and I've thought that this is it. Life is quite over. It's actually given me a new direction to move in life. So failures teach you a lot, but also I like how they've said success and failures both are equally important, because inevitably we talk about failures, but success is very important for people to actually have faith in you, for you to know that you're going down the right path. Good evening to everybody out there. I'm sure that all of you are extremely successful people. And I do believe that for everybody who's extremely successful, they've had to have some major failures come their way. I also think that those people are very, very lucky who, at the age of 10 or 12, from a small town or a big town, can actually sit down and chalk out their life, and their life goes like that. I wish I don't know anybody like that in my life. And I think that those people would be supremely lucky. Baki sabke saath, we start taking a route, and then you have a failure, you have a cross sign, and then you got to change direction completely and go down a different route. My route was I was going to be a very successful corporate person. I wasn't going to do anything related with media or anything. And, I had it sorted. I wanted to do an MBA. I knew the institute I was going to do an MBA from. I cleared the return, and this is it. Life was going to be set. Then the interviews happened. Something went wrong. And this was my first biggest failure story. Throughout school, I think I'd been an above average student. I didn't know what failure was. I come from an army background. I was shifting every 3 years. So life had taught me to be on my toes very fast. But I think not getting through that MBA exam was my biggest failure. And I thought life had ended. I went into a series of really bad decisions and decided to go into a shop and start selling stuff there, which was horrifying for my parents. One who was an army colonel, the other who was an established doctor, and their daughter, who's relatively successful, is going to a store to sell. But that store is where somebody once asked me to start making announcements, where all of you've been to stores, right? Where you say, ek ke saath ek free, ya 20% discount if you're taking a 1500 ka saman or something. Those announcements actually led me to meeting somebody who said, we're from All India Radio. Do you want to give us an audition? And I was like, are you serious? And that's where, life completely turned. Another failure, I don't know if it is a failure or not, was I was working with a radio station, which was a talk radio station. I was very, very passionate about it. And I remember when Meow shut and I had to go back to, say, commercial radio. So from a 40-minute talk time, I was coming down to 5 minutes of talk time. And I was like, this is not my cup of tea. And I left radio and I decided to go down to management, which was my original goal. Realized wasn't my cup of tea, and then came back to this. And again, it was a failure in terms because everybody was like, you're going up the corporate ladder, you're being stupid, you're taking a demotion of sorts. But well, those were decisions that I took and were actually forced down my throat at that point in time. But they shaped me into the person I was. So failures, very, very important. Also keep you very grounded more than anything else. And before Sudhir, I go back to you, I'm going to say that success equally important, because if you don't get success, I think it's becoming a world where people judge you by your successes. People also want to judge you by what you've achieved or not achieved. It doesn't matter how much hard work's gone into it. So I think success really matters at that time. Your awards would matter. People talking about you matters. Also success sort of, for me personally, I think that you'd be very successful at something that you are passionate about. For me as an individual, I can't be successful at things that I don't feel passionately about. So I think that success was very important for me to know that this passion was well placed.
Absolutely.
So yeah, equally important.
I'll come back to Guinea. One very important observation which I have is that when I was getting success, I was being challenged in after 10 years of working for forest, wildlife and conservation, climate change, when nobody was doing that in India. I was told कि हाँ ये कुत्ता बिल्ली बचाना तो ठीक है, कुछ पैसा बड़ा कमा के दिखाओ. So I created a firm which is one of the largest media broadcasting law firm in the country today. And if you ask me whether this gives me more happiness, of course, any success gives you. You are one of the top taxpayer. You feel pride in it. But failure is very personal. Success is universal. That is something which people see, your exterior see. But failure is something which is a Sufi thing, which you live with, and you really internalize it, and that gives you the energy and other aspect.
Success, I think it shapes you.
Absolutely. Success sometimes gives you a bigger vision and direction. Very few are lucky. And you made another very important observation that Tendulkars are very few who know that 16 that I'll become a great cricketer or one day I'll get a Bharat Ratna. People like me were not even knowing what they will do till 27, 28 actually. And everybody said, "Ye karega kya lega?" So that way we are fine. What are your thoughts, Komal? How you see success? How you see failure?
So very interesting conversations, Ginny and Sudhir. And I agree with Ginny when you said that after hearing your career trajectory, I'm trying to find the failure bit in it. I'm totally in tandem with her. I think success is important. Let's absolutely agree on that. That validation is needed to be able to say, hey, you're doing okay. If you don't get that, hustle is a great word, but it also has its negative connotation. If you're only hustling, you need hustling with success. But I think failure, or rather setbacks, failure is a very heavy word. You need both sometimes to be able to learn and unlearn and relearn. And so it's always my way or the highway. It's what is it to take the road ahead and the long road ahead. I use this quite often when I say like entrepreneurship, for example, is like building a flight as you jump off the cliff.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what you're in for. You're doing that, whether you're an intrapreneur or an entrepreneur or somebody who's just even attempting to do something. Failure or setback is important for you to relook at dimensions of life because you don't know what's in store. It's like going to a menu card. If you've only been served Indian, you don't know there exists a Chinese, Thai, Mexican food out there. You do need to know there's a global cuisine and a world out there. And I think that is something you learn and you step up instead of scaling up only with time and experience. So that's my 2 bits on it.
Wonderful. Very well said. Ashkin, I will ask you that we three have talked about success or failure, which propels you more. What actually propelled you more? You are an influencer and you have such a role. So just tell us what propels you more.
Actually, both are very important, I can say, because, okay, one example I'll say, one hand will not clap, isn't it? So one hand is the failure, another hand is success. So when you bring together, you will hear the sound and it will be the achievement of your goal. So I can say that which one is more important. Both are important because to fail, it means to learn. To fail, it means to grow one more step. Okay, to fail, it means knowledge, experience. As more experience you have, as more you will grow. So as you mentioned, failures is only for yourself and success is for everyone. It's true, but you can't just close yourself, and stay alone and say that okay, I failed and that's all. I never will try again. No. I just want to say that we have to look babies, how they are trying to walk, okay, how they are trying to stand, finding, to stand. We are a baby when we are trying to achieve to new goal. Our new goals, it's like a baby. We have to try to do our steps. We have maybe how many times we fail? Many, yes. And never will feel discomfort that, oh, I never will try to walk. No, we have to try to walk like a baby. So to fail and to have a success, it's equal. And I wish that, no one will feel the feelings of failure, but to have the failure feelings, you have to be ready for it also, because on your journey to achieve to something, there is not only, just the successful stories. You have to understand what is the behind also. You have to learn from your mistakes. Whole our life is like a huge journey that we are going through, failing and standing up and continuing. So it's like a long-term process that we have to go through it.
Yeah, very well said. So these are the initial thoughts. Giri, let me tell you, I did few podcasts and I used to listen to you sometime in the evening when I'll switch on the radio, and I have very good friends who are RJs. And Sharath is very good friend who Sharath who does in the morning show on that is Red FM, right?
Fever.
And Fever, and all of them were training me on my podcast, Rahul Makin and him. So they asked me who is the person whom you really want to meet. I said I want to meet Ginny Maharaj.
Are you serious? Thank
yes,
you.
I said that. And when they were 4 days back, and I'm saying it very openly, the reason is I told Anurag, he said there is one panel. I said I have no time because today there's a very important matter going in Supreme Court. He said there's a panel and this is the panel. I said I'm going to moderate that panel.
How sweet. Thank you.
So this I'm saying very openly. Look, positivity stories, success, failure. Jiddan Krishnamurti has said that what you should practice is detachment. If you are detached from success or failure, just be indifferent to it. It's a very difficult thing to do, actually. That how indifferent you can be. Like you watch it flow in front of you. That's what I think Ashkin also tried saying, that like a baby, you are doing that journey. I have actually started realizing when COVID was at its peak in the second phase, I was appearing for many hospitals before the oxygen bench in Delhi High Court. And we had these letters coming to us that shall we take a consent letter from patient because we can't provide oxygen for the next morning. And I was telling them that we will not sign these letters. I assure you by 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll get the oxygen to your hospital. And I'm talking about large COVID hospitals like Venkateshwara. I was representing them. My son had COVID at home. My mother had COVID at home, but I was in these hospitals. Not even once it bothered me that what is going to happen. So beyond success failure, how you deal with fear, how you deal with selfishness, how much detachment you practice, ultimately will decide your success and failure stories to guide you. So coming back to you, Ginny, tell us, you were a journalist also, and
yes.
You came in, you are a positivist. You always talk about a positive side. Whenever there is some question to you, you will say, you give a very light response to it sometimes, which I think is what childlike with Ashkin has very rightly said. It's childlike, which everybody teaches, every religion teaches that. Tell us, what is your motivation?
I don't have motivation. I think that life cannot be led by being extremely negative or being extremely cynical. I think COVID was a re-realization of that. When COVID happened, especially the second phase happened, all of us, I'm sure that there was a time for everybody where you got caught in the whole social media of helping for oxygen, plasma, beds, and it just went on and on. And after a point in time, you didn't know what was going on, and there was this whole nervous dread that we were all living with. And at that time, I was looking at a lot of things, and all of us were actually looking at shows which were more humor, which were lighter, which would make us feel less anxious. Because as people, I think we want to gravitate towards slightly happier stuff. I also think that's an over enthusiastic response that we are seeing to COVID guidelines now, when people are going out and eating chole bhature openly in the streets, because I'm positive hote hain. But I think that basically, intrinsically, we all want to be happy. And happiness comes from small positive thoughts, because you can't afford to get too cynical and bitter in life. And I think that as somebody who's in a media sector, it's our job to make people feel a little better. And I take that a little seriously. So there will be days when you will be low. And I think everybody should indulge in those low days when you come out and say that I don't know what's going to happen. And I'm scared. And I've said that on radio a lot of times, that I'm scared because now this is going beyond control. It's in the air. I don't know how to protect us. But then you get out of it 2 days later and you want to again spread happiness, because that's intrinsic. I think it's more intrinsic than anything else. And when you were speaking right now about COVID, I think COVID's taught us all that the things that we run behind, right, in normal days is not something that you want in life. What you want in life is peace of mind, a little bit of happiness, a bit of people that you feel happy with, not spending time in things that you will later on do with those people. So I think that's helped in making us all slightly positive in that sense.
Komal, tell us some personal growth stories. How you are a businesswoman and you do so many things, and tell us that in your journey of being an entrepreneur, what is your personal growth, which has guided you more, your success or continued success, or there has been failures which were the milestones for teaching?
I think continued success is a great utopian Instagram story. It doesn't exist in real life. Let's be very real about it. But thank God for those setbacks and failures. So it's a very interesting conversation. I was doing a Harvard course, and the professor mentioned something that perhaps stayed with me. And he said that we're not scared of change. We're scared of losing what we have in the current, which is why we are about to change, because we feel we're going to lose what we have. But why don't we celebrate failure sometimes, or setbacks, let me say, right? Whatever happens is for the good. You also need to embrace and celebrate failure. I think at some point it helps you grow as a person. It just, it is very difficult to stay detached. So I had a big smile on my face when you mentioned about detachment, because it's great to
is very difficult. I remember when I was transitioning, so I was working for 8 years before I took the plunge of starting my own company, and it was purely situational. Let's put it that way. And so at 25, I started my company. I don't think I slept well for 3 months because the fact that you don't get a stable paycheck home, though you don't think about it in that manner, sort of feels like, okay, how am I going to manage it? How are you going to pay your team? You're not thinking for yourself, but you suddenly have an attachment to so many people that you're associated with.
Absolutely.
That you're not just the founder of a business. So I think unlearn, relearn, being able to celebrate it, taking a deep breath and saying, okay, not only this shall pass, but time is the only currency not coming back. So either I make time to move forward instead of moving on, or I will sulk, which is normal to do, and I'll celebrate it, but I have to do it because I need to get over it. And then you get up and you walk because you have no option to keep your goals and heels higher. That's how I sort of have lived by. And that's helped me. There's a journey to it. I think I'm enjoying my journey thoroughly.
Wonderful.
It's steady, but I'm loving it.
So good. Ginny, I'll tell you that I'm actually, the only social media I know is LinkedIn, and I have 75,000 followers there. I'm not on Facebook, Instagram, I don't know. So I just kept the Arjun kind of focus on one particular thing. And that's what I do in life. But feeling responsible about your ecosystem, which you talked about, and which is such an amazing thing, Kamal, you said, feeling responsible towards your ecosystem, the people who are dependent on you, the people who look up to you and your journey, and being ethical. And that's the island concept. It's an island concept, which they say that don't bother about what others are doing. You have your own journey, which will have integrity, which will have trust, which will have a lot of gratitude and perseverance, and you propel yourself with these things. So basically, when you talk about personal growth also, it is not in terms of money or it's in terms of something, it's more than that. So when you generate money, you generate for yourself, for example. When you generate wealth, you generate for the entire community, your ecosystem. So these are the thoughts which should guide you in your journey. Ashkin, tell us more about the examples which you gave us, that how do we deal with, like you give brilliant example of children, very young children. Tell us more about what other things should guide us when we interpret success or failure.
Well, knowledge. So you have to, the first thing, okay, I'll give you some keys. So the first thing that you have to fix the goal, that what you want to achieve. Okay, that is the most important part. Before the goal, you have to, you have dreams. Yes, you have to realize which one is more important for you. Okay, you fix your goal, and you. After fixing, I want this, or I want to achieve this level, you have to do analysis of your resources, okay? It can be knowledge, it can be financial part, it can be your connection, your network, that your friends, who you have around of you, and who can help you, or what resources or what kind of resources you need to achieve to the goal. Or if you need to, improve your knowledge, improve your skills, to get that goal, to achieve to the goal, okay, what you have to learn, how to learn, from where to find a teacher or that, I don't know, expert. So when you already write down all these steps, everything will be clear for you, what you have to do the next. And always be ready. The second point is always be ready to study, okay? In all your life, okay, you graduated university, it doesn't mean that you are a super professional and that's all. Everyone should hire you, everyone should come and ask you so your services or buy from you, because you have to grow, okay? You have to be ready always to study, always every day get something new, improve your knowledge, improve your skills, because your knowledge is the most important, is the most valuable thing that you have. As the knowledge can maximize your potential, can maximize your talent, and can open doors in front of you. you be ready to learn. Yes, that is the second key that I will advise everyone not to fail to have a success. So always, if you try to search, nowadays, internet gives us great opportunity. You can sit in India, you can take courses from, I don't know, from another side of the world. So, and you can improve your skills. That is the second point that I'll advise. And the third one, I'll say that, be responsible whatever you want to do. Don't start one day and second day you say, oh, I'm busy, I have a guest, I have to go somewhere. So be responsible whatever you want to do or what you are doing. Because if you don't fix it in your mind that this is very important, I have to do, okay. For example, no one day will become an Olympic champion, isn't it? So you have to train yourself every day. If the champion train himself one day and the next day say that, oh, I'm busy, I can't go, so he will not become an Olympic champion, isn't it? So you have to be responsible of your goals, of your future, of your life. And the fourth point that I would like to advise that always look around of you. Be in good people's, be always with good people. Surround yourself with good people. People who will not only help you, they can advise you, they can teach you, or you can inspire from them, or you can learn something from them. That is very important. Because to be a failure or to be a successful person in personal life, in business, in any, generally in your life, it's very important to have a connection. We have connection. We are starting to have a good connection since our childhood, since our school. So as strong is our connection, it doesn't mean financial part. Okay, I did something for you, you have to do to me. Yes, it's not like that. You have to be kind to people. You have to, give something. Always be ready to help others, especially nowadays. This pandemic is like a really big challenge for everyone. If you are able to give your knowledge free also, don't feel bad to give it free, because it will come back to you. Absolutely. So this is my key point.
It is such an exhaustive list, and I'll tell you, I'm so surprised that we are talking about same kind of stuff. I just got a quote from Amy Poehler. He said the same thing. You can't do it alone. Find a group of people who challenge and inspire you. Spend a lot of time with them and it will change your life. This is what you said in one of the points. So and this is the quote of the day somebody has sent me. So good things are being manifested here. I can see, Gini. One important thing I'll tell you, when I gave the interview of 1998 for IAS, me and my father, we came out of the final results, and he was a very dejected person because, Gini, in Eastern UP, Bihar, IAS preparation is a journey of life. Like you spent 4 or 5 years in that. So I was very dejected, very disappointed, but he said a very important thing. He said, you came out of 12 lakhs to 600, you didn't clear it. But jo knowledge tumko mila hai, wo knowledge bekar nahi jayega. It will be used somewhere. So what happened? What you just said, Ashwin. 7 newspapers I was reading at that time. I'm still reading 7 newspapers, even in pandemic. And it helped me a lot in my profession. I never realized it. So my marks in my 10th was very less. It was 61%. I had 59% in 12th. I had barely got an admission in an evening college in Delhi. I taught my college in final year. I did very well in IAS, but if you rejected from IAS interview, nobody takes you because your academic curriculum was very bad. So I told my father one day that I will be teaching one day in the best law schools. I just manifested. So today, I have a Fulbright scholarship because of Ivy Fellowship, which I got in 2005 because of my work on climate change and environmental law. And I'm teaching in OP Jindal University, which is one of the best private university in India, as a honorary professor. I'm also teaching in Southampton University in London. And I said, okay, I can't study in a LLM or something because of my marks, but I can teach. For that, there is no academic criteria. Your excellence, your success is the criteria. So life has a strange way of rewarding you. Life has a strange ways of telling you that no verdict is final. No defeat is final. And it's only a moment which can change your entire life. Give me your final thoughts about 1, 2, 3, which we should follow. This is my time to ask you those things which I can't ever call you and ask that. It's so difficult to get you there. Yeah.
I think that after hearing everybody, I've realized that success is very important because it takes you from point A to point B. But success also brings in a certain amount of fear. This is what I feel at this point in time because you're too scared to take risks because you've been successful for a while. I think what failure does, and it's a very interesting thing because now that you're slightly an adult about it and you're not breaking down at every failure, is that it gives you the freedom because you have nothing to lose. And when you reach that point of nothing to lose, is when you actually open up and go ahead with full steam about whatever you believe in. So I think both equally important. But sometimes I think after every 5 years of successful living, there should be one massive failure in our lives. I'm not calling in for it, but literally so that you get back and you're able to take those risks, which success sometimes after a point in time does not let you take because it's predefined. Why would you want to shift the focus? So I think that's very important. Beyond that, I just hope that beyond success and failure, whether you're very successful or whether you're a failed individual, the one thing that you're looking for is happy people around you because that's what you want at the end of the day. Again, COVID, biggest teacher in this, and I hope that all of us just remember that. That's very essential in both cases. But yeah, don't be scared of any. I mean, my president just quit the other day, and one last lesson that she gave all of us was, don't be scared, be fearless.
Okay.
I think that really works in all situations.
Okay.
Don't give up.
Okay, wonderful. Just final thought, 30 seconds for Komal. What are your final two suggestions to us on success and failure? Yeah, you're mute. You're mute.
Be your fan and be your critic both. Take both in stride. And the opposite of failure is not success, and the opposite of success is not failure. There's that journey. Walk that, keep your goals high, you'll be fine.
Ashkin, your final 30 seconds?
I just will say that failure is the oil and your success is your engine. So put oil in your engine and go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you. All over to you, Kathy. I'm so privileged to moderate this panel.
Thank you, Sudhir bhai.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I said that we've had an influx of knowledge and insights during this sessions. So if you'd like to share your key highlights from the session so far, go ahead and do that by tweeting to us using the hashtag E4MPR Women Achievers. And now we're moving towards our next panel discussion, which will talk about work beyond COVID. Hybrid working models are here to stay. And we have panelists in this session bringing on screen Anjana Asrani, Communications Lead, Puma. Vasna Dash, Founder and CEO, Jajobar Brand Consultancy. Simran Kudesia, Communications Lead, India and Southeast Asia, Airbnb. PL Banerjee, Head External Communications, IPM India. And moderating this session is Ms. Nafisa Shaheen, Correspondent at Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to you, ladies.
Thank you so much for the lovely welcome, Kathy. I think, yes, and hello all you lovely ladies, and welcome to session 5 of the second edition of E4MPR and Corp Comm Women Achievers Summit and Awards 2021. So before we begin, are you guys all vaccinated?
Yes. Fully vaccinated.
Awesome.
Okay, I just done it first dose, so. Okay.
Okay, so you're on the step. And PL, everyone, I guess everyone is at least have got the first dose. Okay, so as vaccinations bring us closer to a post-COVID world, many business leaders across sectors as well as countries, have started contemplating the future of workspaces, on how, when, and where will they fix those workplaces that, sit dormant for the past 1.5 years. So while I was researching for this session, I got to know that there are two sets of employees. The first set believe that they will be comfortable working remotely after the pandemic ends, which I feel is a distant dream, but we all can be guided by optimistic thoughts. While the second set of employees feel that we will be moving towards a hybrid working model. So I'd like to start this session by asking my co-panelists about your views on if hybrid working models will become the norm moving forward. So we will start with you, Anjana. What are your thoughts on the same?
Oh, thank you so much for the introduction. Together, Nafisa. It's really great to be here. So I think, see, the fact that the whole world went into a work from home almost at the same time kind of really put the focus on remote working and hybrid work models, right? And at the moment, I think companies are experimenting different methodologies or models, as we can call it. Like there are some companies that are saying, let's have a more staggered approach, come in 2 or 3 days a week. There are some where, they've probably declared till the end of 2021 that it's going to be work from home, or some have even left it completely up to the employees themselves. But I think as organizations think about the longer term, hybrid working models will become a reality. But having said that, it will only be, in my opinion, be impactful or useful for certain sectors, right? It cannot be applied at a mass scale at the moment. And as we go through this, I think it's more about what are the new policies, what are the new initiatives that organizations are thinking through to make sure hybrid work models become, or we're creating a more level playing field for employees in a hybrid work model, because it's going to come with its own challenges. It's going to be brand new. There's going to be a lot of unlearning that needs to be done, culturally and, in terms of organizations that are thinking through this. So yes, it is going to be a reality, in my opinion, but in a very, very selective manner.
Okay, so according to Anjana, it will be limited to some of the sectors and we need to do a lot of unlearning. What are your thoughts, Upasna, on this?
Thanks, Nafisa. Firstly, great to be joined by such incredible women. And I think this is an important question to ask, specifically in the services industry and industries like PR, right? Where all the capital is actually human capital, right? So how you place them is very, very important. My personal experience has been that, my employees actually leaning more towards working in person and tilting more towards being in the office as opposed to being at home. Very surprisingly, we've always had a very democratic setup where people can choose and vote in terms of whether they want to work remotely or in person. And surprisingly, what they've actually come up to me and said is a couple of things, right? One is that in India, the work from home infrastructure still needs a lot of work, right? Access to Wi-Fi, just making sure electricity is there on time, a private space to work. So those challenges still exist for people at large. Secondly, in a field like PR or communication, a lot of it is to just do, creative conversations, creative thinking. In person makes a huge difference. Yes, there are tools, etc., that are available. And I think thirdly, people loved having that dedicated space for work and, work there and then come back home. So they actually felt like work-life balance was getting heavily cannibalized when they were working from home. So these are the three things that got them to really want to be in office. But I actually completely agree with Anjana that the future is definitely hybrid. I don't think we can have a one size fits all approach here, right? There are specific industries and specific companies that can do this completely or not. And I also think that I don't think we've reached the end of the cycle, right? None of us have a crystal ball to say whether the pandemic is here or it's over. Every week there's a new development, right? And I think we'll have to be really agile. But I think in the long run, and when I say long run, I mean till the end of the year, I think hybrid models are definitely here to stay. And in certain industries, specifically PR and comms, I think they'll be tilted a little bit more towards working in office. But you have to keep the right checks in place. For example, we've gotten every employee vaccinated, we're enabling vaccinations for them, etc. So thoughtfully getting them back to the workspace is what I recommend should happen and possibly will happen.
Okay, so as Upasna mentioned about infrastructure for working from home. So Simran, I'd like to ask from you, like how can employees at their workplaces accommodate or try to accommodate this hybrid work model that we are moving forward?
Sure. Thanks, Nafisa. And, I sort of really agree with what Upasna also just mentioned. I think it's very important that employers are, taking like a very cautious approach when they're getting employees back. So I can, when talking about Airbnb, I can tell you that we've been given flexibility till September of 2022 to decide whether we want to work from home. Even if our global offices start opening, it'll be like a phased reopening, and employees will still have the option to work either from home or relocate to another place, live anywhere, as they say in the terms of travel. So I think that is definitely a hybrid model will definitely be here to stay. employers are doing all their best, to sort of making sure that employees are getting vaccinated when they're bringing them back into workspaces. The spaces are now set up in a way that not too many people are on one table. In some offices, I also realized that, you also have to check in before actually going to work, and, to realize that it's a very important thing to do. But I think the most important thing, which Upasna also mentioned, is that, that human interaction that people sort of miss. That was the best part of going to office, so even if you were interacting with your colleagues, some of those best conversations and ideas, especially in the teams, across PR, marketing, communications, actually used to come across having those chai bar conversations, right? So I think it's a very important it's a very important tool, for people to sort of interact with one another, get that creativity and get that energy from one another. But I do think that employers have to be extremely cautious as they sort of bring employees back to workspace.
What are your thoughts on this, PL?
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity, and it's lovely to share stage with all you wonderful women today. So I want to step back a little bit, and I think everybody's echoed a similar sentiment that, the hybrid model isn't going away. It's obviously a blend. We're a people-centric country. We're all about, sort of meeting each other, doing our chai pani, doing a little gossip, engaging. And that's going to be perennially a want that all of us have. But having said that, I think this entire concept of working remotely and working from home had a huge trust barrier. Like the minute somebody would say pre-pandemic, "Acha wo ghar se kaam kar rahe hain." So you never know कि पूरी attention से काम कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे. You always feel like they're not all hands are not on the deck, or there's something else that the individual is doing and possibly not being as efficient, possibly not being as dedicated, and you need to sort of check into that, right? So all of that has completely been dispelled, I think. So work from home is a reality, and work from home is a reality now people managers are embracing. It was thrust upon us at the back of the pandemic overnight, no less. But I think it's a format that everybody's figured out, where, it is something that you can do. It is something that you can seamlessly sort of incorporate. So I think it's a cultural, ideological, and psychological shift that things can happen, when you're not physically engaged. So that's number one. And that actually has to be ingrained in the culture of every organization, that hybrid is not any less. It's as much as effective and as productive. We've done well. Number one, that. So it's cultural top-down communication, which has to find its way into the policies, into the cultural narrative, into the stories that we're telling our employees. So that's number one. Number two is, of course, the infrastructure, right? And, the government has repeatedly put, enough and more preventive and precautionary sort of guidelines which need to be implemented. It needs to be in a rotational manner. It needs to be phased out. It needs to be one that makes your employee comfortable. It doesn't feel like you're, sort of mounting the Everest to come to work. So there has to be abundant communication, enough soft landing, just keep the personal touch, keep it not a memo, but a dialogue, so that people are looking forward to it, saying that, it's a safe haven for us to go to. So I think just putting all of that in order, and I think everybody's spoken enough about the temperature checks, the vaccination. So do one camp, do two, do booster camps, and, make healthcare a intervention agenda almost, not a camp that happens as a rosy, thing to do at the end of 2 years, but almost like probably every 6 months to, understand what is the privilege of good health. So I think all of that come together in making hybrid a reality, because I definitely feel that if a blend is right, both things can work beautifully. So definitely all for it.
I think we all will agree with what PL has just said. And you have pointed out a very important topic of productivity. So while we were working from home and everything started and we had no playbook, so we have seen that some of the sectors have gone really high on in terms of productivity, while the rest have gone, steeped down. So when we talk about this hybrid work model, so will it have its own implications? Or will this be a more comfortable and adaptable way of working for the future? So this time we can start with Simran.
Sure. Thanks, Nafisa. So honestly, to be very honest with you, I think, when we were going to office, there was like a routine that you were following. You could shut your computer down. You could actually, take a breath, have a cup of tea when you come back home, and then you sort of feel that the day has ended. all of us as communicators are so compulsive about checking our emails that we would still go and check our emails on the phone. But now working from home, there is no end to your day, right? Because everybody thinks you have nowhere to go, you've got nothing better to do, and you yourself are now tuned in a way that, if I have to do this tomorrow, why can't I finish this at 10 o'clock this night and, get one thing off my agenda? So when there is no end to your work day, instead of being productive, I also feel that there is a sense of fatigue setting in. There is no switching off. You're constantly looking at your phone, in your mind, there are like multiple tabs open at all points in time. So there is no rest. So I think sometimes if there is lack of productivity in some sectors, maybe they're absolutely fatigued with this whole work from home. Another reality which is very true for women is that, they're also sort of double hatting, being a mom, being a homemaker, managing everything at home and doing their Zoom calls in between. It's not an easy thing. And, like men folk have obviously, started helping more, but, children are not going to school as well. So how much of all of that can you sort of manage? So there's not one thing which is impacting your productivity, but there could be many things. And the fatigue of overall all of this pandemic fatigue, we've sort of hit the wall with this second wave, right? When the first wave ended and, we saw some bit of normalcy coming back, and the second wave was like, season 2 of a show you didn't like the very first time, right? And nobody was sort of ready for it. So I think that's one thing that both employers as well as employees have to take care of, that finding that balance, still taking your PTO, even if you have nowhere to go, is like an important way to just sort of sleep off and get that fatigue off to be productive on your next Monday. So that's my take here.
Okay. So what would you like to say, Anjana?
Nafisa. So I think, as we transform into this hybrid work model, right, I think the expectations and needs of employees must be seen as an opportunity for organizations to transform their work culture. I'm not saying it's not just the cosmetic changes that need to happen, right? It has to be at a much, much deeper level. The concept of office will definitely change, like, what we know it as of today. So in my opinion, I'm not sure if enforcing rules like employees need to come in 2 or 3 times a week, or, just, kind of binding them by rules in terms of how many days a week they have to be there, versus can we look at teams where we feel it's going to be more productive for them if they're in the office, right? Simplest example is if I'm on the innovation team, does it make sense for me to come 2 or 3 times a week, have face-to-face meetings, do those, kind of catch-ups with them, so I'm able to see progress in my work? Versus, say, someone who's working for the warehouse or in the warehouse, right? He or she has to be there on the floor every day. So it's very difficult to say that, okay, come 2 or 3 days a week. And you're also not being inclusive, because there are certain teams in an organization that don't have that freedom or that flexibility to offer a hybrid work model. So yeah, I think like I've said before, and I think a lot of them on the panel have said, the way organizations look at it will have to change. Of course, hybrid work models will become a lot more adaptable than they are today. But I think it's also flexibility versus clarity of expectation, right? Can we
flexibility versus, yes, I think that's really important. So, PL, what would you like to add to this?
Anjana's touched upon a point that I wanted to probably belabor with repetition, but there is no one size fits all, right? So I think it really depends on the function. It's specific to the function that you can sort of enjoy the luxury of indulging in a hybrid format. But having said that, also I feel that within functions, for instance, the sales fraternity of any organization, which is intrinsically the backbone, as they say, of any commercial practice, like what we've done for our organizational is that it's rotational. So for instance, you have a brigade that goes into work at a certain stipulated time, and the rest sort of take precedence from there on. So I think the way that a lot of organizations are looking at enhancing productivity is by saying that it's people first, guys, for this term, and business sort of comes second. So we'll be ensuring the lives of our employees first, and then livelihoods are a second guess. So I think in that, whatever needs to happen, whatever enhances, whatever is the mode to productivity and to efficiency, one has sort of walked the path on. And like I said, it's important. Some people just have to go in, whether it's finance, whether it's sales, whether it's operations, especially it's a supply chain. they have to. But the way that they can possibly do this and divide and conquer, and we've seen that in our organization, is that do it on a rotational, phased out manner till such time that the inoculation process, the vaccination process is all done. One of the other things which is important is to do an antigen test after you've done your entire doses that have come through you, and just to see how much protection do you have, and all of these things kind of find their way, like I said previously, into the policy framework of people today. So I think we're sort of rewriting the entire script on that, where everything is about safeguarding people first and business second. And I feel that's going to be a trend now, because this is not going away in a hurry. We have the third wave quite on our toes. So
exactly,
one will manage, but we don't have an idea yet. We're still learning and unlearning. That's the catchphrase of the season, I guess. But yes, that's what I feel about this.
One point that I would like to put forward, like I work for a Delhi office, but I am based out of Uttar Pradesh. So for candidates like me, this hybrid working model can be proved as a bliss, because I can sit at the comfort of my home and work for any international organization. So I think this one point that can be counted as a positive side to hybrid working. Coming to Upasna, your 2 cents on this, please.
Firstly, so many interesting points that came up. I think my biggest takeaway is that you have to empower your employees to co-create these policies with you, right? This is something that impacts them deeply. When the pandemic started, a founder once told me that stop saying work from home, say work from pandemic. That's a completely different ball game. And what we started doing very early on, I realized, was that this is not one of those great HR policies that 2 people in the HR team can make and then implement via email. You have to talk to them, and I think they also need to be given the freedom to co-create these policies. So that's one thing that is very, very important that we've seen. And second, I think there has to be like somebody said on the panel, you have to redefine what productivity is. Productivity does not mean being plugged in for 9 to 12 hours. So what we started doing was, give them metrics and say, hey, this is the metric, this is the timeline. Feel free to do it in whatever format you like. And whatever time you've got left, right, let's have fun, right? Let's do a virtual meeting, take the day off, watch shows together, do whatever you like. So that gave employees a big sense of power, and they felt like they were in control of what was happening to them, as opposed to, oh my God, I have to show up, I have to be productive, I have to deal with vaccinations and so on and so forth. So I think empowering people, very important. Secondly, redefining productivity. And third is, the biggest problems that erupt are when you set a certain policy framework and you think this is great, I don't need to look at it again for the next couple of months, right? I think that's one approach that really hinders, great employee productivity. You need to relook at it every couple of weeks if needed until everybody is satisfied. And I think that's the third thing that we did. We did try implementing certain stuff. For example, we said, hey, on Friday, everybody, let's sit and, catch a show together. But after 2 weeks, everyone's like, no, we don't want to watch a show together. We literally just want to go take a nap. Or, we love the metric approach. We don't like the whole being plugged into the hours approach. So I think the biggest takeaway is co-create this with your employees and redefine productivity. And I think we've been lucky. Most of our clients and a lot of incredible startups and founders have been so empathetic. And I know there are people on the brand side here who have been so empathetic to the agency side. And I think this pandemic also showed us the best of what happens when all stakeholders come together. So many big agencies, work very closely with really big brands who said, hey, it's okay to not meet this particular target right now. Let's rework and relook. That was such a beautiful thing to see throughout this ecosystem. And I think we need to see more of that happening. So yeah, I think productivity needs to be redefined, relooked at, and then must be co-created with employees.
Completely agree with you, Upasna. I think empowering our people is really important, and being empathetic has become prerequisite now. That's not something that has to be there in the agenda. That has to be the norm now. So moving forward, like talking about work and productivity, and talking about office spaces. So this session will be incomplete if you don't discuss about the safety of both employers and employees. So how do you think I will start with you only, Upasna. How do you think, employees can remain safe from or be at minimum risk, and what can employers do in order to maintain that kind of safety?
Yeah, well, this is so important. And, I think a couple of things. One, of course, is really, it's not enough to just say, hey, go get vaccinated. You have to step up and enable them, empower them. We had somebody in the team who was dedicated to making sure that vaccinations happened, right? So one is you have to sort of empower them. Second is, I think every week, right, you need to look at, I mean, at least I'm waking up every week and there's a new variant, right? So I've actually, touched base with a friend of mine who works in the medical profession, and I say, hey, just give me a condensed, zoomed out view of what's happening and what should we be doing. So it's very important to keep track of, what's happening externally, send out memos, etc. Third, of course, just making sure you're socially distant as much as possible. While we've called back our teams to the office, we make sure, office layouts, etc. have been changed. And both a lot of transparency, right? Anytime anybody is feeling sick, make sure you don't feel scared to do this. We actually heard some really scary stories about people being scared to say that they're feeling sick because they were like, oh my god, we can't ask for an off. So you have to remove that from their mindset, and just again take away sort of any fear and taboo, and just work as closely as you can with them to make sure that you're able to get them the resources that are needed to be safe, and vaccination being, of course, the most important thing. And also cut down on in-person as much as possible. Just because we're starting to go back from to the office doesn't mean you need to keep doing these meetings, etc. So I think those are some of the those are few things that we've already implemented and could be important.
Okay. And Simran, what are your thoughts on this?
Sure. Thanks, Nafisa. So obviously workplaces will change for good. There's absolutely no playbook to how to, come out of a pandemic. So the important thing is that, a lot of things, from layouts to how we sort of interact with one another will change. A very important perk for most of the startups and offices is a cafeteria where you could actually just go and have lunch with your colleagues, in a common area and common space. I do think, that will probably go away for the next 1 year or 2 years. So I think, some of those perks, employees might feel that a perk is being taken back, right? So it's very important to keep that communication going and keep telling them that this is what is important for your health and safety. The other thing about vaccination is that, it's not just about companies looking at vaccinating their own employees, but I'll tell you what Airbnb has done. So we set up a camp in office, and we told that you could bring in your family members, your in-laws, your friends, you could bring your domestic help, so bring as many people as possible, but get them all vaccinated, right? Like we are not out of it until we are all out of it. And that mindset and that approach has to happen. And like how somebody else on the panel mentioned that, we don't know how many booster shots and doses we'll need to sort of get out of this. So I think it's important to have that approach for a longer term to ensure that, employee safety is the number one priority.
Okay, so we have discussed a lot about getting vaccinated and following some protocols by the employees and the employees both. But don't you guys feel that the physical proximity that's there when we work in an office environment, the corporate culture that's there, when students are trained to enter the corporate life, we are given a kind of training that we'll have to follow when we enter that phase. So with this hybrid model coming into action and pandemic becoming the way of life, so how will this physical proximity thing be disrupted at the workplaces? What are your thoughts, Anjana, on this?
That's a very interesting question, Nafisa, because there were some organizations I heard were experimenting to introduce pay cuts for those who moved into non-metro cities, because obviously the cost of living is much lower. And I think that is such a deterrent, right? And that just, I don't know, it seems very wrong at many levels and very uninformed and insensitive on many levels to me. So talking about proximity, I think proximity bias will be a real challenge. We can't run away from it, right? There will be people in the office who will feel more included, superior compared to those who are working remotely. But I think I think Simran, one of them pointed out earlier, I think it's the organization culture that needs to change, right? And it has to become a culture that hybrid working model is okay. And it's absolutely fine whether you're at home or you're in the office. That's one. And two is, I think, as leaders, we need to level the playing field for everybody. right? Imposter, let's face it, right? I think imposter syndrome is real for many people. And just because you don't speak up in a meeting, it does not mean you're not capable or somebody is overly confident just because they're speaking a lot more in a meeting. So I think it becomes very, very important for us to level that playing field, give everyone an opportunity, decide what the quorum for those meetings should be if you're in a hybrid work model. Give everyone an opportunity to be heard, to be, to have a chance to speak. And finally, I think technology will evolve even further to enable this, right? I heard somebody from Microsoft say that, virtual whiteboards are real and you'll have microphones in different parts of the room, but you'll also have camera technology where probably the camera zooming into the person who's actually talking from the room. So the person working from home feels like, it's a more close setup, right? And it's a more knitted setup. So technology will evolve to enable that. But the most important thing is for leaders like us to level the playing field for everyone.
Right. So Priya, Anjana talked about technology. Would you like to add something on the same lines?
No, I think I'd also like to mention, you use the word disruption, right? And disruption in the new age world is usually when something new and something novel is, at the helm of things, right? So I see this as a positive transformation, right? We can look at it in any way and we can debate and discuss this. But I feel like I don't see it so much as a disruption as opposed to a transformation to a newer and different way of working things out. And technology, I mean, look, I don't know how much one needs to say. It's the backbone of our existence today. It's not just about the workplace, it's about everything. It's like my grandfather at 78 is online today and trying to sort of make a WhatsApp call to me or just see me on the phone so that, feels less of a divide. So I think technology, as much as I say, is going to be less because I don't think we could function in this world today without the backbone and creativity and the innovation of technology leaders, and they're constantly sort of upgrading our lives. So it's kind of synonymous to that. And the other thing that I want to also say, and we've discussed this a lot, that there's no replacement to human interaction, human interface. But I also feel like work-life balance, and one of you all mentioned this is lot more detail, how it's taking away from time. But I also feel it's forcing us to take time out because it is not just work from home, it's working for home. I remember the first 6 months, I could not work all the time because I had chores to run, I had things to do. And so I had to align it with my managers and my superiors that I'm going to be off. So I know it's at the back of a really brutal time and a really harsh time, but it's forcing us to take that time away. And I wish we did it differently. But we have to stop work and do something else. Of course, the flip side of it is like we'll start working at 3 a.m. or whenever we have time, and there's no such line or such timeline as it were. But at least in our organization, we're very clear that it's 8 to 12, and then you do what you need to. And it's in a way forced upon us. I just feel like we can evolve from this and make this as a good learning, as a leap of progression, and not so much as about what we're missing out, but what we're really entering. We've just made ourselves future ready. We probably would have done this about a decade into the life cycle of technology, but we've had to embrace it much ahead of time, and we've done a really good job with the ecosystem that's come along, of course. But I feel like there's also an advantage in this. Like Nafisa, you pointed out, you're sitting in UP and you're able to be with all of us and you're being productive and efficient about it. The barrier of, efficient working, if you're working from home or remotely, is sort of going away, right? Everybody's embracing it. So I think it's not a disruption, it's a transformation. And I feel it's going to be good for all of us.
Yeah, so it is a transformation, and we have come towards the end of our session. So as parting remarks, I'd like to ask all four of you, one key point to keep in mind to be virtually ready. Like we all are right now, all five of us are virtually ready. So one key point or one suggestion that you would like to give our listeners to be virtually ready. We'll start with Simran.
Sure. Thanks, Nafisa. Sure. So people to people connection is the most important thing. That's one thing that, a pandemic has taught us. And just think of technology as an enabler.
Okay, technology as an enabler. Upasna.
I think tools have a really, really great way to make this experience much better. Find and invest in the right tools. They exist and they will just make your experience and interaction so much richer.
investing in the right tool. PL, your thoughts?
Engage, don't transact, and make technology a holy grail. It humanize technology to sort of ebb the gap.
Humanize technology. And we'll end with you, Anjana. Your thoughts on this?
So I think flexibility is great, but it's equally important for all of us to draw our boundaries and be very clear on expectations.
Flexibility, great. Great. Thank you so much, all you lovely ladies. It was really an insightful and an interesting conversation. And I hope we'll be able to meet soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nafisa. I'm going to invite quickly our next panel discussion for the day. The journey to perfection, real life stories on success and failure of the women leaders. So I'd like to welcome Rakhi Lalwani, Vice President, Public Relations and Corporate Communications, IHCL, Josna Ghoshal, Executive Director, Enterprise Lead Government Affairs and Policy, India, Johnson & Johnson, Shravani Dung, Independent Consultant, Ruby Sinha, Founder and Managing Director, Commune Brand, and moderating this session is Mr. Ruhail Amin, Exchange for Media, and Ms. Ruchika Jha from Exchange for Media. They're going to be talking about the journey to perfection, real life stories on success and failure of the women leaders. A very warm welcome to all of you, and Ruhail, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kathy, and welcome all of you. Hope I'm audible, first of all. Am I audible to everyone?
We can
all
hear
right,
you.
okay, so we have a very interesting topic, and joining me would be my colleague Ruchika Jha, who would also be posing a few questions. And the topic that we have been given has a context, it's like not just about the practice of corporate communications and the communication space. It's also linked to the societal aspect to it. So I have a couple of questions, and I want to start with Ms. Lalwani first, if you can hear me. So we're talking about, we're all here. I mean, all of you are celebrated leaders, and you have your own journeys to talk about. You have been through certain phases, the ups and downs. So what was the story before you have become the celebrated leader that you are? A little bit of that, Ms. Lalwani, starting from you. Sorry, your audio is muted, I guess. I cannot hear. I am unable to hear. Yes.
Can't hear.
Okay. Okay. Let me quickly jump to Ms. Dang with your thoughts. The same question till Ms. Lalwani comes back. Give me a sense of the various challenges that you've faced as a women leader.
There were many. I think the most important thing is to act and behave as if it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. You're there to do a job, and you do the job. I remember once I was being interviewed, and the gentleman actually turned around and said that, I really like you, and you're great, and you're just the perfect fit. But you know what? You're a woman. And I said, yes, I am. So what? And I don't think he just spoke aloud, and I don't know what he had in his mind, maybe because I was married, I had kids, but I just put that aside and I said, it doesn't matter. Gender has nothing to do with the work I've been given or my responsibilities. I have to do what I have to do. And I think that's my biggest learning, and that's the way I've dealt with at all my workplaces, with all my supervisors, with my CXOs, who, I've been a devil's advocate to a lot of them. And that's the way I've been treated.
Right, right. Ms. Lalwani, your thoughts?
Yeah.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So, the leader, I mean, that you are, and all of us on the panel, I mean, all of you on the panel. So there has been a story, of course, not been never come so easy, and of course we talk about gender bias, and especially in the context of a corporate world. Tell me, what all did you have to overcome before you found that spot where you could call the shots?
Thanks, Rohil. So basically, I think I'm really fortunate that I'm part of the Tata Group, which has always been an equal and fair organization and gives women an equal and enabling environment to grow. So I possibly I'm in the lot that is blessed, but that doesn't mean that I didn't encounter my fair share of individuals who would, stereotype you, who would sort of, have these prejudices, and who you would have issues with, whether it was in the decision-making table or any of that, management issues that you come across. So I think what I did very early on in my career was the myth that I need to be louder for my voice to be heard. I need to be in your face for my presence to be felt. And all of that was actually the wrong thing to do. And I realized that I just need to make sure that I'm accepted the way I am. And I need to be authentic, and I don't have to pretend to be a man or, say that, okay, now listen, I need to kind of show these guys that I can do it. And, I too can be louder, and I too can be sort of just like the men in the room. And that was a mistake I made. And yes, there were individuals who were constantly judging me. But I overcame that by just making peace with the fact that I am in the minority, but I can still make my presence felt with the personality that I am, with the value that I bring to the table, and with raising my level of competencies and skills. And like I said, the culture was enabling. The Tata culture is still enabling. They always tend to nurture and sort of give women that opportunity, as much as that they would give the men. So I'm kind of fortunate from that perspective. So yeah, I didn't have too many obstacles, but yes, certain individuals one had to kind of battle with, and in terms of perceptions and things.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ms. Goshal, your story. I mean, have you faced such situations? What Ms. Dang and Ms. Lalwani spoke about.
So no, thanks, Rohil. Rohil, I'd be amiss and probably not speaking the full truth if I said I haven't faced situations. But at the same time, I have to say that the challenges that I faced were also to do with the fact that a bit of stereotyping, and not just stereotyping because you're a woman and you're supposed to only do so much, but stereotyping also because of the choice of career that I decided to take very early on, which was public relations. And somehow the career itself, was sort of stereotyped into a women's career, was stereotyped into a good to do thing, was stereotyped into something initially, which was not part of the decision making of a corporate, and a corporate culture. And was not that the center, and was not always a function that had a seat on the table. So for me, that was, in the early days of my career, I would say what was an eye opener. But at the same time, I think a couple of things happened. One, the importance of public relations and corporate communications became more and more realized, and more something that people realized was intrinsic. As we saw challenges, as we saw opening up of the economy, as we saw global companies coming in, as we also saw, issues becoming center stage, and which were literally leading the stock price of a company to go up and down, the importance of public relations became more and more. And I think as leaders, we started being appreciated and started getting a voice and a seat on the table. And that is, to me, that is the initial part, Rohil, which I will say was an initial part of the challenges that I faced in my career. Not so much as a woman, but more as the career choice that I took, which was looked as a softer career, some time ago, and nobody will say that today. Nobody will ever say that today when we, when with all the women power that you're seeing in the room right now and all the corporate communication power that you see. And then, of course, was the next step that I took in my career, which I went into uncharted territory, which was into government affairs and policy and into CSR, and those were areas that I hadn't done before. But at the same time, the challenge of taking those on, the challenge of learning a new area, but also then leading that for an organization, perhaps with people reporting to you who had far more experience in that area. But what you brought in was your insight. What you brought in was the experience of a full corporate communication professional as well as a corporate professional. And that, so those were the challenges around the way. But I think the one thing that has underscored my career and has been the wind beneath my wings has been mentors and sponsors across the way. And at some point, during this discussion, I think that's a really, really critical point that I'd like to bring up for discussion, and the importance of sponsors, the importance of mentorship, especially where women are concerned, and the importance of paying it forward.
Right. I saw Ruby around. I think if she is here, okay, I can't see it. But so I want to request my colleague Ruchika to ask her set of questions. Ruchika, why don't you start yours? Yeah.
Thank you, Mel. I hope everybody audible. So, good evening to our esteemed guests here.
You'll have to be louder. I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Slightly better.
Yeah. First of all, a very good evening to all the esteemed guests here present. My first question is that women leaders value work-life balance. So, what do you think are the key reasons that make them great leaders? Ms. Lalwani, you please start.
Yeah. So if I heard the question, it was about how do they manage work-life balance? Was that your question?
And what are the key reasons? Yes. And what are the key reasons that make them be a great leader?
Good leaders. Okay. So yeah, I mean, women want to give their heart and soul to everything they do, whether it's their profession or their family life. And I think that's who they are. It's not like they have a great work-life balance. They want to have it. And sometimes for people like us who are career women and like my other colleagues here on the panel today, we struggle. But the thing is that we're equally passionate about making things work for our family, and whether it's our children or our extended family. So that's who we are as people. What makes us successful leaders is, I think, the obvious ones, which everyone perhaps has stated in the past, which is we do have a higher emotional quotient, and therefore we can understand people better, bring in that layer of empathy, which is very important in leadership. And we bring that very easily because we are nurturing. We're very collaborative, I think. It comes very easily to us to be a team player. We don't necessarily like to operate solo because we feel teamwork can make the dream work. We're very good with conflict resolution. Again, because we pick up nuances, we pick up dynamics very easily, and we're able to work around it and are extremely adept at at conflict resolution, like I said. So a lot of soft skills, and apart from the obvious ones of having the competencies and having the skills that is required for the job, these are really good soft skills that make them effective and successful and empathetic leaders.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Ms. Lalwani. Ms. Dang, I would like to ask the same question. What is your take on this? Ma'am,
So your audio is muted.
Okay. I agree with Rakhi. I think at some stage we realize that we can't be, and we are not super women. We can't do everything. But at the same time, I think there is a drive within us to be good at work as well. And at least for me, I learned, as I think Rakhi also said, that to be assertive and not to be aggressive, which worked. I'm very ambitious as well. And I think I am lucky to have a partner who understood that, and that we are both wanted to be extremely good professionals, and also somehow managed to, chart time between the family and between work, manage the pressures. There were some bad ones when my kids both had their boards and things like that, or when I took a small sabbatical in between because my kids were very small. So you manage to do these things because you have to. You have all your responsibilities that you need to do. And I think also, if you give your team that understanding that, yes, you give your best, and I also want that understanding from my, mentors and the persons I work for directly, that helps. Uh, the companies I worked with, whether it was Fidelity or the CSC, and other international companies, and even the Indian ones. Indian ones tend to be a little more, I think, patronizing, which you need to put aside. Which is changing, which is good to see, but yet they understand. And when you deliver, and you get your teams to deliver, you manage to somehow get a work-life balance. It's not easy. Do we get pangs of guilt on occasions from about what we're doing to our family, or what we're doing at unable to do something at work? I don't think that's happened. I think we tend to push ourselves more at work, and something has to give way at home. So somebody picks up that slack at home. That's how it is. Or somebody doesn't pick up the slack at home, and you make it up at some other time. It's never easy.
I agree. It's always juggling. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to Ms. Ghoshal, what do you want to say on the key aspects that makes a woman a great leader?
I think a couple of things. I mean, Shravani, Rakhi have spoken about quite a few things, but the one thing I think which makes us really good at leadership is that we're good at multitasking and prioritizing at the same time. And it's something, I mean, I don't have anything against men, so Rahil, sorry about that, but it's something that I feel women do better, that they're able to multitask far better, and also within the multitasking, prioritize far better. So I think that's one thing that I would say that it makes women leaders really special, in addition to what Rakhi and Shravani have spoken about. The other thing is we're not shy to ask for help. And that is something I think that really underscores, leadership. You're not shy to raise your hand and say, this is something I need to know more about. This is something that I need to learn about, or ask for help. And I think that asking for help also extends in the personal space where you have a conflict, and you have to have then an ecosystem of support around you to be able to then succeed in your career. You have to have something that's a support back home, something, an ecosystem, a system in place that is there, that is allowing you to take all those chances, that is allowing you to extend yourself, that is allowing you to, both for men and women. But I think women are just better asking for help and better at setting up that ecosystem of support. So I think I've been extremely fortunate in having that ecosystem of support from the beginning, whether it's been my mother, my husband, or or even my son and everybody else around me. And I think that's the other thing that makes women leaders even more effective. Not that men don't have that support, but they will think twice before asking for it. So these are the two sort of things that I think that sort of stand out for me.
Okay, I want to come in here. Ruby, if you can switch on the camera, we can see you here in case you're able to. Oh, great.
Sorry,
I can
Ruhel.
see you
I was
driving.
out on
Yeah,
the
I
road.
mean,
sorry,
great.
I told Karan.
Lovely. So
I
let's
was
have
sorry.
some perspectives from you. Quickly, some initial, my first question was some initial incidents or, situation that you remember before you landed up in that leadership role. What all do you have to overcome?
So sorry for the background noise. Suddenly I was driving up, but I stopped the car and now I'm. Thanks for this opportunity, Roel and Ruchika. As I started off as a journalist, and when you start off as a career, when I was studying journalism, there were a lot of men around, and but eventually when I went to do a course in filmmaking, there were very few women over there. I think I was probably the only woman amongst a batch of men around there. And from there, when I came to communications, as people earlier mentioned, there were a lot of women in our business. But what I also saw is that a lot of women actually left midway in their careers. So when you start your journey at the entry point, there were a lot of women, and eventually, many of them had to take a sabbatical in between or leave because of all the challenges that they faced on the way. And so eventually when I started Commune, my own enterprise, that was my initial purpose, because I had faced these challenges myself, after the birth of my daughters, and I felt that let me bring these women back into the forefront. So we started Commune with a bunch of work from home mothers. So work from home was a reality for us then, and we got these trained communications professionals who had taken a sabbatical and were at home to come back and join the business, and according to their flexibility. Of course, the biggest challenge that I faced as an entrepreneur along the way was to get people to take me seriously and don't not think that it's a part-time business that you're doing. So if you are really looking at a scalable business, somewhere it's a challenge for even the woman to come across. And what people are saying, a lot of my co-panelists have said, work-life balance is a big issue with women. But now I also feel it's more about work-life integration. So if you feel you can really work it out amidst the challenges, and there can be no excuse for not being professional enough with a client or committing, or delivering on something that you have promised. So so that was one of the biggest challenge to, really get big clients and people to take you seriously, that you are in there for the long run.
Perfect. What's brilliant about this panel is that men are in minority here. Very few panels that you see. So, Ms. Ghoshal, you touched upon this subject, this word of mentorship, leadership, and that plays a crucial role in addressing the gender gap that we often speak about. My question to Ms. Lalwani, starting with you, is how are you mentoring the women in your workforce? What is the current situation of the workforce like in your industry? Are men also very sensitive about that? They have been on the receiving end of this conversation and they need to address these issues. What is your observation on that front? Sorry, audio is muted. Yeah.
Your first question was also about mentorship and how we're doing that. Yeah. So at a personal level, I'm mentoring a few people through various organizations and bodies like GWPR and also Promise Foundation. At a professional level, I've just been made the head of diversity for Indian Hotels Company. And one of my biggest sort of goals and objectives is to increase the participation of women at all levels, not just at the entry level, which actually is fairly high in the industry, across hotels, across unstructured structure. And like every other industry, they drop off in the middle. And at the senior level, it's a huge challenge. And honestly, that is going to be my number one sort of point in the agenda, is to increase participation across all levels, especially in the middle level, so that they make it till that level to grow into senior leadership roles. The percentage is not great. It's between 17 to 20. I think at an average, we're possibly a little higher being a Tata organization, but we need to do far, far better. I mean, as we know, there is, a huge potential population in our country that is waiting to be tapped. And we are an industry that I think fits very well for women because they have so many natural skills that they can sort of bring to the table, which is very great for hospitality. So yes, I think it's a huge agenda point for my organization and me personally, because I feel very, very strongly about getting more and more women. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Ms. Dang, where do you see the gender conversation right now in the times we live in? Has it improved? Where is it headed?
Oh, so let me flip your questions around a little bit when I answer them. I think the gender conversation is at a very good place now. And if I've seen it from my career, and if I look back to even to my mother who had a career, it's unbelievable where we are. I think women have a voice, they have a seat at the table, and are given opportunities. And it's not happened automatically. I think we've all worked hard for it. I was lucky. I got the right breaks, I got the right bosses, I got a seat at the table. And at the same time, I think there is an awareness that the leadership skills and the professional skills that women bring are very different, and a balanced leadership is something that organizations do need.
Right.
And I don't think there's any argument on that front.
Right.
Two things that have happened in the global world. One is, of course, the Me Too thing that happened and other issues like that. I'm just bringing that in. I know it's unpleasant, but that has enabled women worldwide to bring in issues that was actually stopping them from having an equal kind of an opportunity or being equal in the same world. And that is good. That is good. That's what I have to say.
Right. Ms. Gushal, the point came from your earlier answer about mentorship in your organization. How are you hand-holding people and sensitizing both the genders about, the divide that is there that we very often talk about?
So Rahel, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said both the genders. And I think that's the point that I do want to bring at this point, that it's not about mentoring women alone. And it is not about sensitizing women alone. If we don't bring in men into the conversation, we'll never be able to be an equal opportunity employer. And that to me is absolutely vital to the whole discussion. So even at Johnson and Johnson, it is part of our credo, this entire piece about about being a equal opportunity employer and creating an inclusive environment, respecting the dignity, diversity of all people, irrespective of gender. So that is the most important thing that I wanted to highlight. And I think also, for large organizations, and a number of us represent those or have worked with those, in order to succeed, in order to grow, in order to innovate, we need to understand the diversity of our customers, the diversity of our consumers, everybody that we serve. And therefore, this entire piece about diversity, about having a conversation, becomes fundamental to that discussion. So when it comes to mentorship, also, of course, we have formal programs at Johnson & Johnson, both at the regional level and at the at the India level. But at the same time, there are programs that are focused towards, say, women, but there are programs that are gender agnostic. And for this reason only, that it is most critical to bring in men into the conversation. Otherwise, you're not going to succeed with what you want to do. And the other thing I do want to say is that, especially COVID times have made it so important to understand about, about this whole concept of a purpose-driven, compassionate, agile organization that can only come if we appreciate diverse views, if we get that, empathy going into that entire discussion. And mentorship, of course, has a role to play there, but at the same time, it has to be gender agnostic. And it has to pull in everybody, because also what's happened is, Rohil, that set stereotypical roles, even in the home environment, have changed. The areas which were demarcated, I feel, have changed as well. Both partners are playing equal role in achieving success professionally, as well as in the home environment. And COVID has only sort of precipitated
Absolutely.
that. So I would just say that that's a critical area
Absolutely.
that we need to bring up as well.
Totally. We have 10 minutes left. So before I go to Ruchika, I want to quickly go to Ruby with her thoughts on this. On the
Yeah,
question of, yes.
on the gender diversity thing, that's a very important topic. And when you look at it, there are two aspects. You, I'm just speaking as an entrepreneur right here because I've been through this experience where I've seen it's very different. The gender diversity is very different in India between the metros and the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities. And there you require a lot of mentoring for women, especially, along with a lot of empathy, which I feel is so important from a leadership point of view. So what I started after starting Commune, I felt there's a lot of mentorship requirement for women at that, especially in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So I started a platform called sheatwork.com, which is like an information platform for aspiring women entrepreneurs, especially from the smaller cities. That's what my focus is beyond, and as well as we go to other geographies. And these women can be entrepreneurs across different professions or different any sector that they look at. And that's where we started even mentoring programs for them. We had started skilling programs for them. So for me, I feel if you bring in more entrepreneurs, you'll have 150 to 170 million new jobs by women will bring in those jobs by 2025. So men do have a very important role to play in this entire conversation, and we can only do our best to bring in more and more women into this fold.
Over to you, Ruchika. I was told it's 5 minutes, so it's going to be a 30-second answer. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. So, I have a question that is that today also we see that most of the making positions is in this country or any other country or organizations are male dominant. So, what do you think that there is still a distrust in the women leaders? What is your take, Ms. Dan?
We've had a woman prime minister for many years. I don't agree with that at all. Maybe I think most organizations, the decisions are weighed against certain parameters. They are taken because it has to be a good business decision. So I don't think gender comes into it.
All right.
Okay, Ms. Lalwani, what is your
answer.
take on this?
So there is discrimination, definitely, but you can't just pin it only to discrimination. I think there is an issue of numbers of women at that level who are competent and capable enough to take that seat or that position. So we need to grow the numbers. We need to definitely mitigate the discrimination as well, parallelly, and also realize the importance of gender balance, which I think everyone has spoken about, which is very important today. And the fact that women will bring in perhaps very, very different agendas, whether it's to country or to organizations, which is required today, So whether it's in terms of social change, like you said, Rahul, at the beginning of the session, or in terms of just, partaking in education and increasing sort of welfare initiatives for women, or even climate change, which is extremely, extremely critical today, to realize the importance of the fact that women can bring in that change and to have them in the decision, on the seat and in the decision-making table. But yes, I feel that there's a lot that we need to do as a unit as well as individually. So, yeah.
Can I say something here, please?
Okay, yes,
sure.
Ms.
See,
Dan,
if you
please
look
continue.
at school and college, 50%, if you look at school and college, over 50% of people coming out are women. They are getting into the work life, into the workforce. So I think we're getting into better times when decisions will be well balanced and taken for the right reasons.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, we are short on time. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Ghoshal and Ms. Sinha, to you.
I just have one point here, which I would like to quickly add.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I interrupted. Yeah, just one point. We need more women at the top. So if you look at it, amongst the Nifty 50 companies, there's only one woman CEO in India. If you look at our parliament today, there are only 4.3% women parliamentarians. There were 20% earlier. So if there are no, if we need more women at the top who can bring, because women will know women, problems which other women feel. So diversity from a women point of view, I mean, of course, organizations have their own business decisions, but it helps to have more women at the top, which I feel, which is sorely lacking right now in India. So, I mean, the data supports that.
So just very quickly, Rohil and Ruchika, to me, the challenge is not that women are not heard at the top. It is, of course, about the numbers. But for me, the challenge is unconscious biases. And that, when those come into decision making, that becomes a huge, huge sort of challenge. And therefore, it's not about the fact that I'm a woman, I'm not being heard, but it's about the fact that there might be people around the table who have an unconscious bias, or I might have an unconscious bias. And therefore, that's become a very important area, Rohil and Ruchika, for companies to really focus on today, in order to ensure that everyone is heard, everyone's voice is heard, and that decision making happens in a very, not always a democratic manner, but after everybody's opinion is taken into account. But ultimately, there has to be one decision maker. So.
Thank you so much. I feel an extreme minority. Okay, thank you, Karan. I can see him here. Okay, over to you, Kathy, now.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you, Rakhi. Thank you, Shavni. Thank you, Jyotsna. And thank you, Ruby.
And thank you, Karan, for coming and giving some balance to the gender. Yes.
No, your Ruby was traveling. I said, no, you'll have to come. And Rakhi was being very kind, and so is Jyotsna. Shavni ji, of course, there is a very big announcement which we'll make later in the evening. We can't reveal it now, but yeah, look forward to it.
Thank you, everyone.
You can call me Shravani. You don't have to call me Shravani ji. Thank you.
It's out of reverence and respect for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Karan.
much.
Thank you, Rohil. And thank you, ladies, for sharing the insights with us.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
So without further ado, I'm going to invite our last keynote session of the day, most awaited one here. I'd like to welcome Dr. Umaya Akbil, B. Bil Akbil, Doctor of Clinical Psychology, Psychology for You.
Welcome, Umaya.
Dr. Umaya has decades of expertise with a multicultural and multinational population. She firmly believes in evidence-based and community-based programs promoting self-actualization in an integrative approach, promoting clients' inner resourcefulness. Today, she's going to talk to us about emotional agility, a key skill to achieving success facing change. So very warm welcome, and we are really looking forward to the session.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be part of the Women Achievement Awards and Summit. Thank you so much, Karen, for having inviting me, and thank you for Exchange for Media to allow me to participate in this great event. I was listening to the previous participants, and I was really happy to hear really fall into the psychological functions that I'm going to address with you right now that really contribute to women achieving success, and not only women, but also men. I'm just going to take a minute to share the slide. And here we are. What I find very interesting is that, and what we're looking at right now, is we are facing very peculiar times, times that are really hard. And I find it always very controversial when I hear people talking about how we could lead a stress-free life right now. Well, I want to say we cannot really lead the stress-free life since the outburst of the pandemic. And by the way, I hope that things are much better in India. I hear throughout the world that even here in Morocco, where I'm based, things are not doing that great, but hopefully things are gonna just get better with all the interventions that are put in place by the different governments. But what I wanted to say is we cannot really talk about stress-free. I really want to talk about stress-friendly. And to talk about stress-friendly, there are a lot of and different psychological functions that take in place. And one of them is what we call emotional agility. Earlier, 4 great women, I had the chance to hear what you were sharing in terms of your personal and professional experiences. All of you were talking about empathy, about this ability of juggling different things, the agility of leading the work and personal lives, the multitasking. And right now, women and men are exactly facing that since we've been facing a pandemic that has really put our lives, I would say, upside down. And I really like this quote because we never know if down is better than upside unless we experience it. So right now, as I work with my clients, I really can observe a broad range of emotions as I listen to them, sharing how their lives have been completely changed and moved around. And they were really facing a different way of looking at things and perceiving their daily routines, from leaving work, dropping the kids and going to their offices. Men, women, and kids found themselves in the same place, trying to figure out how they were gonna go about their daily activities. Some are embracing what is ahead, and others really feel the grief for what our normal lives used to hold for us. And the current forecast gives us an outlook that make it seem that normal will actually be gone for an extended period of time. So we either put in place new tools and strategies to face what is ahead, or we live the struggles of trying to go back to what is familiar, but without much success. So this situation that we're living really gives us the opportunity to enhance our emotional agility. How we see the current situation is mainly rooted in 3 factors: our beliefs, our experiences, and our assumptions. So as we can change the circumstances, we cannot change the current pandemic, but being able to adjust our frame of reference and to choose how we react to this situation is where our personal power lies. And I want to say not only the pandemic, but just the daily changes, working from home, having to organize the workspace at home while the kids are next door, and having to take online classes and then doing the homework. So this is something that really applies on every single level of our daily lives. And when we look at the modern psychology, we see that how our belief system impact our own abilities and potential. It really fuels our behaviors, and it predicts or not our success. Much of that understanding comes from the theory that has been presented by Dr. Carol Dweck, where she speaks about the growth of the mindset theory. And basically what it says is that changing even the simplest belief will impact nearly every aspect of our life. And I think all of us did experience that with the lockdown, where we, throughout the planet, we found ourselves locked within our homes, having to really look into what seemed normal as being abnormal, and to relearn how we could manage our daily responsibilities and our daily lives. So depending on which way we see the challenge or the opportunity, Dweck's work shows the power of our most basic beliefs. Whether conscious or subconscious, they strongly affect how we want and whether we succeed in getting it. So basically, much of what we think we understand of our personality comes from our mindset. So if we're thinking we could handle another lockdown, let's hope it's not going to be the case, well, we might really develop the internal resources to face that situation one more time. If we really think that we don't and we can't handle that, well, basically that's not going to be a walk in the park. So if you're like most people, a typical day at the office or working online from home raises all kinds of challenging and involuntary thoughts and feelings. So stress can be a sign that we are doing things that are valuable. And a lack of stress, well, could be a sign of boredom or doing something that is disengaging. And it is often during times of greatest growth and learning and challenges that we are experiencing stress. And as Susan David, the psychologist, says, you don't get to grow in your career, raise a family, or leave the world a better place that you found it without some stress or discomfort. So basically, discomfort is the price of admission to meaningful life. So today the question is, do we have the emotional agility to put our inner turmoil to good use? And do we address it? Or do we just run from it, doing exactly what we know, what to do and how to do it, basically just going with the familiar habits? So how can we tell good stress from bad stress? Well, the answer is pretty simple. It really comes down to coping. Bad stress is caused by stressors that are beyond our individual personal coping resources. You're going to tell me, well, we don't have all the same coping resources, and that is true. Bad stress is really different from everyone. So just like what overwhelms one person might be a walk in the park for another person. So when we look at leaders, workers, executives within the work environment, there's a prevailing wisdom that says that they should be either stoic or cheerful, so basically stress-free, and they must project confidence and damp down any negativity bubbling up inside them. So basically, if we're talking about women achievers, there's that expectation, especially when they are in leader positions, that they're not and they should not be emotional, and they should not address any kind of situation from an emotional point of view or perspective. But actually, that goes against basic biology. All healthy human beings have an inner stream of thoughts, feelings, that includes doubts, criticism, joy, stress, fear. And that is just exactly what our minds need to do. That's the job they were designed to do, trying to anticipate and solve problems and avoid potential pitfalls. And I believe that every woman is going to say that it's exactly what we do on a daily basis. We are multitasking. We're going to be thinking about how we're going to do the next presentation in front of the CEO, but at the same time, we're thinking about that homework that our son or daughter has to do while planning a family dinner. And that's exactly what our brains do. But for them to do that, they need to be attuned to what they pick up from the external world through our emotions. So at work, individuals stumble not because they have undesirable thoughts and feelings, actually that's inevitable, but because they get hooked by them like fish caught on a line. And this happens in one of two ways. They either buy into their thoughts, treating them like facts, and they avoid any situation that evoke them. So let's say if if a worker thinks that her job is not good enough and that she is not comfortable presenting orally, she will avoid constantly putting herself out there and presenting her ideas to her chief because she believes she cannot do it. Or it could be a different way. A person will challenge the existence of the thoughts and try to rationalize it by actually exposing herself to a situation that is against her core value. Either way, the person, the individual, is paying way too much attention to her or his internal chatter and allowing it to sabotage important cognitive resources that could be put to better use for her achieving success. So the internal chatter turns into stories that interpret the facts. It is therefore important to identify what kind of internal chatters we have. Mind you that 16,000 is how many words we speak on average each day. So imagine how many unspoken ones course through our minds, and most of them are not facts, but evaluations and judgments entwined with emotions, some positives and helpful, and some less. So I'm thinking about all those women trying to juggle personal, professional life, their couple, their family relationships, their children, caretaking, while not expressing how they feel and not accessing their internal resources because they have to portray themselves as only thinkers and achievers who are only thinkers. And basically, that would be a perfectionist style of internal chatter, which is a thinking trap. And these stressful thinking traps make actually change hard. And as we cannot change the current circumstances, the pandemic, or as an executive or worker or collaborator cannot change the work environment, well, her ability to adjust her frame of reference and to choose how she can react to that situation is where her personal power lies. And to adjust to a frame of reference where there are three important things that needs to be put in place: agency, agility, and attitude. And today I'm really going to focus on emotional agility. Emotional agility means you can accept, understand, and manage your thoughts in a productive way. Effective leaders don't buy into or try to express their inner experiences. Instead, they approach them in a mindful, value-driven, and productive way, developing what we call emotional agility. And emotional agility really englobes empathy, the ability to juggle between different tasks, the multitasking, and performance agility. So in our complex, fast-changing knowledge economy, this ability to manage one's thoughts and feeling is really essential to achieving success. In his research studies, Frank Bond showed that emotional agility can help people alleviate stress, reduce error, and become more innovative and boost their creativity. So Susan David, who was the first to address the notion of emotional agility, speaks of 4 essential steps: the showing up, the stepping out, the walking your why, and the moving on. So the first step is having the space to show up for your emotions and stress, not to dwell on them, but to learn from them. What am I feeling right now? What does it say about my values? An emotional agile woman is able, and man is able, to recognize his or her feelings with self-compassion and understanding. The stepping out is the next step. Well, basically, it means specifically labeling the problem. For example, I feel stressed. Well, I want to tell you, I feel stressed doesn't really mean much. It might mean an individual is disappointed in a situation. It might also mean he or she does not feel right about an obligation, or it might mean they are not being heard. Perhaps somebody speaking. I'm just going to stop. I just heard, or I'm just going to go on.
No, you go on, please.
Okay. So it might, I feel stress. We really need to define what it means. So it might mean also that I'm not being heard at work, during my meetings, or at home. So once a stressful situation is diagnosed specifically, it's much easier to create an action plan to move forward. Walking your way is the third step of emotional agility. It involves self-identifying values. Even in times where we are right and others are wrong, we still have the capacity to make choices that are values aligned. It is important for individuals to reflect, even in the context of all this change. For example, who do I want to be? Even in the context of a conflict, who do I want to be? It is important for me to be a contributor. Is it for me important to be a collaborator or an innovator? So I think it's really important that to ask ourselves what kind of person I want to be in the situation that I'm facing, even if a situation is a conflictual one, a challenging one, and a stressful one. And then moving on. So once we've unpacked what we're feeling, why we are feeling the way we are feeling, and aligned all the next steps with what we want to be and focus on, it is time to move on and take action. So emotionally agile individuals handle situations as they come up, feel them fully, make a plan, and don't delay. And I know I'm smiling because most women have that. I believe one of the speakers earlier was saying that women leaders are inclined to have much more success because that's a natural resource they have. So emotional agility is both a practical set of tools and a means of building resilience. It is a pathway where individuals can stop ignoring or being beaten by their stress and learn to become more comfortable with feeling uncomfortable. So if a mother is really stressed because she needs to be up on her task, ready for her 8 a.m. presentation while she had to care for her baby, well, that's okay to feel uncomfortable. And it's okay to feel and to be attuned to her emotional needs so they can guide her to get to get what she needs to be a better performer, be it as a caretaker or as a work collaborator. So whether it is in the workplace or in personal situation, emotional agility provides the framework for people to think about who they want to be in difficult situations and then become that person. So I really thought that all of us, beyond our borders, beyond our languages, beyond our cultures, we look to inspiring people. And like these inspiring individuals who embrace their fears, face adversity, define their values, and foster change, each one of you, each one of us, really can foster emotional agility to build a dynamic that will tackle problems, inspire growth, and effectively manage stress along the way. And I really believe that developing emotional agility will get you anyone to open their wings and to continue achieving and thriving. So while I really like this quote, because while crawl through life when we were born with wings. So for me, women achievers are women who were able to really spread their wings and inspire younger girls and continue transmitting their ability to be emotionally attuned to their needs and the needs of their ecosystem. A woman who is an achiever and who has succeeded, she didn't succeed alone and she doesn't succeed alone because she's always working within her community. I'm gonna stop here and I'm gonna let you
Thank you, Maya. We have two questions which Khyati will share with you, and then we'll sign off.
Okay.
We have the winners waiting, so we'll just proceed. Yeah, Khyati, please move on.
Absolutely. So, Dr. Maya, firstly, thank you for sharing those insights here with us. And we have this question which says that what are the advances and barriers within psychology for women?
Could you just say the last part because I couldn't hear you?
Yeah. What are the advances and barriers within the field of psychology for women?
Well, I'm gonna answer the question differently. In the field of psychology, we really look at personality functioning, behavioral attitudes, and thoughts. So I'm not gonna talk in terms of successes or barriers. It's a field that really tries to look at the individual's development from an integrated and an integrative perspective. So specifically for women, research will always look at what are what women are facing as challenges, but also as successes. And there are different themes that we could look at in terms of what women are facing as challenges and successes throughout their lifespan.
Right. Dr. Maya, a very interesting question I have for you, which I'm sure a lot of our viewers will benefit from, which says that do you think gender disparity and mental health are interlinked?
It's an excellent question. It's really an excellent question. I don't think, and that's based on my experience and expertise, I would link the gender disparity to the economical access to mental health. So we know statistically that women have less access to health overall because of lesser access to higher salaries, you know, and the rates of poverty are higher within the female community versus the male community. So accessing mental health is not due to gender disparity. It's more due to not accessing it because of a lack of means.
Right.
That's one. The second point is when you look at small communities, villages, the inaccessibility to mental health is due to the fact that there is no way to access larger cities and towns because there are no commutes, means of commutes. So men are able to access public transportation, while at times women don't access that easily public transportation. So they don't access health services.
Right. And if you'd like to throw some light on what COVID kind of implications has had on people in general, if you'd like to throw some light on that.
I think really the pandemic has exposed humanity to really question our essentials, to really reevaluate our core beliefs in terms of our abilities and limitations. And what we have found is that people who were previously more attuned to their emotional needs and had developed stronger internal resources facing challenges did better facing the lockdown and facing all the consequences of the pandemic. Mm-hmm. And people who were struggling beforehand, you know, well, it was much more challenging to make sense of what has been going on since the outburst of the COVID.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Maya. It's been a pleasure to have you on this platform and share your expertise and your insights with us. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And congratulations to the winner.
Thank you, Maya. So
thank you, Karen. Thank you.
It was amazing. Khyati, Mr. Ahuja is joining us in some minutes, and then followed by So we'll take a quick 1-minute break, and then we'll get on with the valedictory session.
Absolutely. So till then, let me thank all of you who've been part of the summit so far. And if you have any key highlights that you'd like to share with the wider audience, then don't forget to do so in the comment chat box or tweet to us using the hashtag E4M Women Achievers. And yes, we have the awards coming right up, and my friend, colleague Bhavna Bhatia will be taking you through it. So I'll be signing off here and leaving you with some audio visuals while we get the stage ready for the E4M second edition of E4M Women Achievers Awards. Thank you so much, everyone. We will see you again shortly, but not with me, but with my friend Bhavna. So till then, stay tuned, everybody. Can we have the AVs till then? Hi, Bhavna.
Hi, Kathy. How are you doing?
Very well. Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. So firstly, thank you so much. The summit was excellent. Let's first have a look at the AVs and we'll progress. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, नया स्कूटर लेने का सोच रही थी ना? कौन सा लिया?
हॉट पिंक या बेबी पिंक? गर्ल्स को क्या सोचना? वाओ, नई प्लेजर.
राइट?
ओके.
पहले ना मैंने पावर का सोचा. नहीं है ये सोच मुड़िया आदत डाल लो. फिर पता है क्या सोचा?
क्या सोचा?
माइलेज खंडाला चले.
ओके.
छोड़ना. फिर सोचा अबाउट पावर टू वेट रेशियो. अब इन सब में तुम्हारे पिंक का सोचना तो मैं भूल ही गई. अब पता है क्या सोच रही हूँ?
क्या सोच रही हो?
Why should boys have all the fun? Whole new style, zippy ride, but वही easy handling. नई हीरो pleasure class.
Just phone पे.
हर बार जब तुम बस अपनी सुनती हो, What will people say में नहीं पढ़ती हो, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी. हर बार जब नहीं देखती तुम घड़ी की सुई, जब हर बात को नहीं कहती तुम सही, हर बार जब तोड़ती हो ग्लास सीलिंग, जब खुल के एक्सप्रेस करती हो फीलिंग, तब हर बार मनाती हो तुम आजादी.